Hello my little stars and welcome back to If Mafiafell by the darkpetal16. This by here is SANS' romance route with all the hidden messages from start to finish, from chapter 1 to chapter 7. Throughout the video there will of course be little sections you can click on the video to skip to whichever chapter you want, and there will be one section where a trigger warning will be in place to avoid the past event scene with the parents. But first of all, before we begin, we're going to set the like goals. 10 likes on this video and I will resume the If Mafiafell series. 15 likes on this video and we will of course do another full romance route. And once the 15 likes goal is hit, I will put up a poll where you can choose out of Ezreal, Winged Jinx and Papyrus, and keep in mind that all of those routes are going to have unique hidden messages as well. And another thing I should point out as well, this will contain spoilers, as this is me going through and keeping in mind that I have already played through each of these routes and I'm taking things out from memory. So if you get confused at any part, I do highly advise you go back and watch the If Mafiafell series from the start, SANS' route, etc. Now for the warnings, trigger warnings, because we're going to have to put them in. So, warnings, this is a 16 rated game, please be mindful of this. If you have seen my Siren Call video, if you've seen If Undertale with me, All the Shadows Are Watching, and you can stomach that, then you'll be fine. I'm not going to be holding your hand throughout this one because there's way too many scenes for me to do that with. So, we're going to quickly skip to warnings. This will contain violence, much like every Undertale game or Undertale universe does. Drug use, because why not? This is based more in like the mature side of life. Alcohol, I have like no 100% confirmation they're drinking alcohol. For all I know, it could just be coloured water and they're just saying it's alcohol to make themselves look big. Sexism, because women are not considered equals back then. It's just how things were. Murder, because murder happens a lot in Undertale games and in Undertale multiverses and just in anything involving the mafia. Human trafficking, unmonster trafficking, we cannot think the monsters are not included in this. Kidnappings, hopefully I don't get kidnapped during this. Toxic relationships, because physical relationships, not too physical, we can't have it being too saucy, no can we? Physical abuse. Yeah, because someone's got to have a slap once in a while and there's a few characters I want to slap. Emotional abuse. Yeah, because that's 100% going to happen in there. And anyone that you can think of related to mafia tags like guns and stuff like that. Okay? There's also going to be skeletons. Another thing I should warn, there's going to be smooching of skellies, okay? There's going to be smooch and a little bit of like holding hands and stuff, okay? Now, if you're okay with that and it's not too uncomfortable for you and you're ready to go, and again, this is your last warning, if you're uncomfortable with any of those themes and you shouldn't be watching this, then let's get going then. And remember, this is literally SANS' route from start to finish. And I literally had to record this on separate days because, yeah, there's no way I can talk for 5 hours straight. Or however long this video was. So forgive me as well for this taking so long, and I do hope you enjoyed this updated version. And on top of that, there is also a new sprite for SANS. I gave him a new unique sprite for this. So yes. And another thing I will throw in is that the music is loud a little bit, or quite a bit at the start, and then over the course of like 1 or 2 chapters it goes to normal. So just to be aware, but you can still hear me, so you know, there's that. And on top of that, remember, you have a mouse. You can control it and click on different parts of the video. You are responsible for skipping over any parts you don't want to see. Okay? Great, fantastic. And no, I didn't cut out any parts where I messed up. I left it in. This is me playing it start to finish and trying to remember stuff that I, read in the past. Because, yeah, I don't remember playing this. It's been so long since I actually went and played this one that, yeah, this is what happened. But this is how you go from the start of SANS' route all the way up to where you can, not get tagged by none other than freaking Dr. Rose. So, yes, I hope you enjoy. And, yeah, I'm just going to let you guys jump into the video now. See you guys towards the end. There's probably a bunch of other stuff I was supposed to say, but as usual, I forgot. Oh, goodness gracious me. Hello, you. Hello, hello. Darling, you. You with the red soul inside of you. You with those beautiful pink eyes of yours. Yes, you. Beloved you. You with that long, wide, loosely curled hair of yours. Precious you. Sweet you, and that smooth ivory skin. You are a delight. You are so very, very loved. ... Oh, Twinkle, who is getting off on me? I get that hello, this is my soul, okay? The hidden text 100% is my soul. My soul is getting disturbed. Who is saying all of this? Darling you, beloved you, precious you, you are a delight, you are very, very loved. Who is being creepy towards me? If it's me to myself, why is my soul like ... uncomfortable? Do I not like myself? Or is this inner voice supposed to be somebody else? And if so, who's it meant to be? And why does my character seem to be uncomfortable? Such a shame you have to wake up. Yes, quick, wake up. It's getting way too creepy. Quick, we need to get out of here. On top of that, it's kind of strange as well that we seem to know the colour of our soul. Because if you think about it, we're meant to be a human being. Yes, there were incidents in the past, in your childhood and everything, but I don't think at any point you legit got to see your soul. Your soul can only manifest in front of a monster. So how do you know what colour your soul is? Is it some monster told you that was the colour of it? Or is there some other way to tell what colour your soul is? Think about it. We've chosen our red soul for SANS because he's Undertale. If it was Undertale, we would have blue. Chapter 1, Mundane. You are awake. Again. Confirming, yes, we're literally doing this. This is like us literally doing the same day over and over again. Because we're literally under the assumption we actually have gone on this adventure more than once, failed continuously trying to find Lawrence. Or maybe we did find Lawrence and we just absolutely failed to save him. And then we got killed. So now we're going to try again to change Lawrence's fate and save him. Because I have a funny feeling either our character is fully aware of where Lawrence is, just can't remember because obviously you're not meant to. Your soul has got the memory of stuff happening. That's why it warns you of things. But, you know, you can't actually remember what your soul's trying to tell you. Your pink eyes stare up at the ceiling of your little apartment in the big city. There's a crack that runs from above your bed to the nearest window. That there is a little bit of a hazard. Can you imagine if someone's upset and they start jumping about, the ceiling's coming down on you? The apartment above is currently vacant. Thank goodness. But there was an occupant. But when there was an occupant, each step they took would rain ceiling dust from that crack. I'm surprised they didn't come through the ceiling like siren sounds when he got in the freaking bath and turned into a siren. Tick, tick, tick. It's not the only issue with your apartment. The walls are thin, the floors creak, and there's a good chance of your window getting stuck every time you open it. The stove only works half of the time, and more than once your kitchen faucet has popped off and hosed you down. We don't have those things, by the way, here in the UK. We don't have the little hoses, the little, like, things with a hose attached. We don't have those. We've got, like, you know, normal taps. It's a wreck. You know it is. Anyone who walks in here would know it is. With the money you make, you have to make do with what options you have. As it stands, you live in a studio apartment on the cedar side of the city. It means the shadiest side of the city. I just thought it meant where the plants grew the most. Apparently, I was, like, corrected later on about this, and apparently this is where the real shady people are. Meaning we're not in a good part of the city at all. Oh, dear. Right. You do have some luck. The apartment above you and beside you are empty, so you don't have to worry about much noise. Or if somebody were to come and murder you, you'd have no one to scream for help for. So there's pros and cons to this. On top of that, anyone could go sneaking into those apartments and wait for you and then try to murder you in your sleep. Just saying. Right, you've also been able to keep it well furnished and to your taste, surprisingly. A lot of the people who left the apartment complex would leave behind furniture, and the landlord gave it away for free. That plus thrifting and very lucky sales. Thrifting, of course, is the equivalent of a charity shop in the UK. Amazing, isn't it? Because I was like, what is thrifting? Thrifting is pretty much like that. But with, like, the charity aspect, I think. It's a shop where you put stuff there and then other people get it, you know. Secondhand stuff. Look, I'm not American. I'm from the UK. I'm in Wales. I'm Welsh. What do you want from me? The stuff I learn is from you guys telling me. Alright. Tick, tick, tick. You look over at your alarm clock on your nightstand, but to go back to the fact that apparently some people have very good taste because of the furniture that you got was from other people's apartment. Why were they leaving their furniture behind? Like, you'd think when they move out they'd take the furniture. The furniture's not cheap. Why would you leave it behind unless it was a really ugly couch? Anyway, it's a special alarm clock, one of the very few magical items you own. It was a gift from your late grandfather many years ago. Is the grandfather important? Because he does get mentioned here and he never gets mentioned again. And you know, it's the fact it's a magical item, a magical clock. Anything magical, I'm going to be sus of it until it's proven to be innocent. Along with a matching magical pocket watch. Both of them are sturdy, black, and have a special enchantment. The faces are black with the numbers in white, but if you touch them, they display a magical reading instead. You reach out and touch your alarm clock. It reads 6:17 a.m. Meaning you technically should be in bed right now. It is way too early. You do not work for several more hours, so you have time, but you find it difficult to break your habit of waking up around this time. It's been years since you needed to, yet you can't stop. Alright, since we've got SANS and SANS is lazy, although you cannot sleep, it's difficult to get up and you wish you could keep sleeping. Why not? SANS would totally sleep in. Although you are mentally awake, your body still longs for the comfort of sleep. Your tired pink eyes are struggling to keep open. It takes you several minutes to find the energy to get out of bed. Once you do, you turn around to make your bed, a habit instilled into you. You smooth the blankets and prop up the pillow. The bed is shoved in the corner of the room underneath the largest window in your flat. You have a single screen divider to separate your bedroom from the rest of the studio. At the foot of your bed is your dresser, well worn and chipped. Your eyes flicker up to the view outside the window. This window faces north. You can see the city every time you peek out. There is enough of a gap between the buildings that you can get sunlight most of the days. With your bed made, you turn to look at your apartment. Okay, so let's see. What do I want? Bare bones. Old-fashioned city apartment. Cozy, calm, tranquil. Plants is what I have for Ezreal. Tranquil. That's probably what I'm gonna have for like Wingadanes, or maybe the city apartment for Wings, and then Cozy would be for thing. Minimalistic? We'll go minimalistics, why not? You don't keep anything more than you... Oh wait, back up. Minimalistic, that sounds more like Gaster. Never mind, we'll go with Cozy, because I like Cozy. Splashes of soft pinks, creams, and touches of green pop against your grey-coloured walls. You have several hand-knitted blankets and pillows folded on your couch, and a coffee table. All lights emanate a gentle golden glow that casts your whole apartment in a cozy warmth. Oh my god, I'm never leaving my apartment. In here you can forget all about the city you live in. No, the city you survive in. Sometimes. A clue! Yeah, sometimes. You've already died. Goodness knows how many times you've died already. City is the largest city in the country. We don't say that cursed word here at all. Nothing good comes from that wretched thing being associated with anything. Mountain, city, lake, doesn't matter. If the name's attached, you know to run. Anyway, it rests on the foot of that mountain and stretches out to the sea. The city is constantly growing with new citizens and companies arriving every week. Tourists visiting will swear up and down it's the prettiest city in all of Delta. Well, that's what they think. I could tell you there's a few other places that are a lot more pretty. They're not entirely wrong. It is a beautiful city as far as cities go. The streets are kept clean and most of the city maintain functions run on magical crystals instead of electricity or gas. So the air always smells nice. At least it smells nice. It's not confirmed it's clean, but at least it smells nice. All the streets are paved with black metal lampposts, posted in every corner. Well then, if a lamppost is out at night, imagine what's going to happen when you walk down that street. Clunk! You're going to 100% walk right into that black lamppost. That's why it needs to be a different colour. It will, it'll save people a lot of concussions when the lights go out. But that's just me. There's even a pretty park you visit often. With your bed made, you move to your small kitchen. You put on the kettle and prepare to make your morning drink. A nice cup of chocolate milk. Not hot chocolate at all. It clearly, I'm guessing this means that we're making a hot chocolate, but I'm not making a hot chocolate. I'm just making chocolate milk. Not hot chocolate, just chocolate milk. I don't need my freaking kettle. Go away, kettle. Don't need you. Go away. Right. You pour your drink into your red mug. And if you notice, depending on what colour your soul is, you get a matching mug. Isn't that cute? You probably have a matching red coaster too. Ah, how cute. Anyway. And take a seat at your tiny kitchen table. You drink it slowly to make sure you don't choke. Outside, you hear the city waking up. It's never quiet at night, not like out in the countryside or anything. But the noises change. At night, you hear music, laughter, screams, and gunshots. Sometimes we even hear a massacre once in a while. Really depends what they're feeling, you know. Sometimes even have like a party where everyone literally loses their heads. It really depends how they're feeling. You know, the party animals at the end of the day. In the day, you hear cars, conversations, children playing, and shops opening up. And sometimes you still hear guns, screams, and other things. The city doesn't sleep, so I don't know why my character is like, oh no, you don't worry, you never hear like the guns or anything during the day. Yes, you do. It really depends where you are. I'm pretty sure the mafiosos aren't going to like suddenly decide during the day, you know what, it's daytime, we gotta put our guns away, gotta put them to sleep. Go to sleep, gun. Good night. They don't do that with their freaking weapons. They keep them on them at all times. Anyway. When you finish your drink, you rinse out your mug in the sink. There's a window above your sink that you keep open. You're on the 7th floor and there's no fire escape on the side of the building. 7th floor, 7 souls? Oh my god, why did I suddenly go there? No. I don't know if that was intentional. Dark Petals, was that intentional? Did you make that intentional? That you're on the 7th floor? I swear to God, if we're doing the freaking 7 souls again. Putting it aside. It's just kind of conveniently weird that it just happens to be the 7th floor and you got 7 souls in Undertale. Just saying. Anyway, there is no fire escape on this side of the building, which is kind of weird that there is no fire escape on that side of the building. Do you think they would have fire escapes on both sides? That would be the smart move. But no. So it was only on one side. I don't know why. You're reasonably confident no one will climb through it, even if they could scale it. It's a tight fit. They don't need to. You're in the world of magic. You've got freaking shadow teleporting. You've got just general teleporting. You've got levitation. You've got several options, including the fact that one of them can shrink down smaller. Just saying. Don't think it's just climbing they can do. They can do a lot more than that if they want to get up. Just saying. Well, there's a way and there's magic. You have a hanging basket outside. It was left there by the previous owner when you moved in. It already had soil, but there was no flowers. Here's the thing that I don't understand. How can a character know for sure that it was the previous owner that left it and not the owner before that? Or, the person that genuinely owns the building? You can't know for definite certain that it was the previous owner. And if it was the previous owner and we know what's in that basket, Why are they golden roses? Yellow roses, specifically. You know? You know what I mean? I'm looking at you, Dr. Rose. Anyway, not until you came in, you never touched the basket, yet somehow in your first spring here, yellow roses grew. They took up the entire basket, blooming with cheerful vibrancy. They only bloomed when you came. They were not blooming at all. They only did it because you're there. Why? What is it reacting to? Is it reacting to your soul? Is it reacting to your presence? Why are they only starting to bloom when you are there? What is it about you? And also, is this kind of like a signal? Like a freaking bat signal? Only this one's like a flower signal to, you know, Dr. Rose. Dr. Rose knows where your apartment is. So petals, is the flower basket a signal? Now I'm starting to really get sus of the freaking flowers. Everybody else who has not seen the playthrough of this is probably like, confused, but those that have been like following this for a long time know exactly what I'm referring to. I'm gonna shut up now. Not until you came in, blah blah blah. They don't require much care. It's almost magical how easy they are to take care of. They bloom with or without your interference, and they come back every spring. Yellow roses. It's the doctor's favorite. Or maybe it's the opposite. How do you know that, though? How do you know it's the doctor's favorite? Because this is a bit contradictory as well, because we don't get a... No, because we didn't die by the doctor. So that means, did we know the doctor personally then? Why do we know that? That means we must have known him. There might not be like freaking dodgy doctor, like a dodgy family doctor or something now. Because again, my bet's still on Daisy's son. The one that went away and then came back. Anyway. Now, what we're going to do here, we're going to say it's our favorite flower, even though technically I gave SANS the pink daffodil. I went back and changed it because, you know, there's probably going to be a special interaction or something involving this flower, because it seems kind of weird that this became an option, so we're just going to say yes. A cool breeze blows through your window and ruffles your white hair. On the wind, you catch the subtle floral scent of your roses. Bloody wretched things. He can't take that away from you. Who is he? Who can't take it away from you? Are you talking about your dad? Are you talking about somebody else? Who? Who are you talking about? You're talking about Dr. Rose? You set your mug on the drying rack beside your sink. Just quickly. Okay, so it's done that. It's time to continue getting ready. You need to stretch. You move out to the living room, and there's only just enough space for you to stretch without banging on the furniture. You do your morning stretches. You'll have to go for your run soon. It's not a choice. You always have to be ready to run. You have to keep yourself safe, okay? So do you, you know? You promise. You promise you would. Yeah. Yeah, Lawrence was all supposed to do the same thing, wasn't he? Dumbass. So if you don't know who Lawrence is, of course, our missing brother, who is missing, who promised to, like, keep himself safe and did not do that. You start by putting on men's clothes. Have I got anything in here that I need to look? Yes, okay. Women don't go running after all. Not in this city, not outside of school, not alone. You pin your hair up into an old cap and you bind your chest enough to help hide it, but not too tightly you won't be able to breathe. You slip on a pair of brown pants and a loosely fitting t-shirt. These clothes used to belong to your brother. He wore them on the morning jogs you took together when he was training in the police academy years ago. Bloody academy. Feels like forever ago. Now, only you wear them. It's not a perfect disguise. Anyone who looked closely could tell you're a woman, but you don't plan to stay put long enough to let that happen. You run because you need to make sure you can run. You wear men's clothes so you're less of a target to pick. The city that you survive in is lethal as it is pretty. I'm not so sure about it being pretty. That's just your choice, not mine. It is not the government or the police in control of it. It is the gangs, the mafias. Pfft. As if it's them in control. There's clearly somebody higher up again, and I know exactly who I'm going to blame. And he lives inside a freaking mountain, sits on a freaking throne, and is surrounded by flowers. And likes tea. Sorry, I'm throwing shit. Anyway, they don't normally pick public places like the park you run through, but your brother always told you the best fight is the one you avoid. A woman running by herself seems far easier a target than a young man. Oh, but that's not stopping all them young men getting, shanghaied in the middle of the night and taken to goodness knows where. I'm just saying, doesn't matter your gender, you're still a target. You slip on your shoes and go, woo! It's a nice morning. Anything here that I need to see? Good to know. Okay. The park is a 10-minute jog away. It is not the main park in the city, just a small one with a little pond. It's popular enough that you're unlikely to be harassed there, and it's close enough that you can run home if you need to. It's why you picked it. You do 5 laps around and circle home. It's time for breakfast. A glance at the clock shows that you have a few more hours before you have to go to work. Oh, well, we're going to have some yogurts with some fruit. Okay, so do you want to talk? No? Good to keep it that way. Yum! You clean off your plate and wash it, then put it on the drying rack. It's time to get ready for your work. You have a cold shower, hot bath, bubbly bath. And you use your favorite soap and you smell like, we'll just say roses. You scrub your hair thoroughly. You use your red towel to dry... Oh! Red towel, look at us with the matching cup, the matching towel. My goodness, our favourite colour is red around here. When you get out, your ivory skin feels soft and smoother under your touch. You've done a good job at taking care of yourself. It isn't easy. You have days where you want to just do nothing but lounge. Sounds like a sound thing to do. Once you dry off, it's time to get dressed. Okay, so... floral... We're going to see floral for him. You know what? We're going to go polka dots. We're going to go Minnie Mouse route. Polka dot time. Woo! Your favorite color is red, so most of your dresses are in that. But you do have a few other options. In addition to your dress, we've got to wear gloves. Remember, folks, we need to wear gloves in case we need to hide our fingerprints. It's important, okay? You never know if you have to murder someone. Think ahead. Now that you're dressed, it's time to finish your hair. To do its length, you'll have an option. We're going to pin it up with a flower. A ribbon. Oh my goodness. We're going to put it up in a ribbon to match our dress. Then we can 100% be Minnie. Ah, brilliant. We're going to have a ribbon. Oh goodness. We're going all red. What is this? Red, red, red. You pick out your favorite red ribbon and tie your hair up with it. This is a little bit too much red, but oh well. You slip on your pumps, your kitten heels. Oh, good lord, no. Wedges, flats, no. Sandals, no. Pumps. Fine. We'll go with pump. We'll go kitty heels. Who cares? I can run in them. All set. It's time to go to work. You leave your apartment, unlocking the door behind you. It's a 30-minute walk from your apartment to where you work. It's a route you are familiar with, and it's what you've been taking for 4 years. Keep in mind the time frame, okay? It is really important to remember how many years it's been for everything. You move briskly, your shoes clicking against the paved sidewalk. You work in an upscale bar named the Black Swan. You are a singer. You make good money with it too. You've got the voice of an angel, or so you've been told. Don't want to toot my own horn. You're not sure about that, but you do know that you can sing well. When you get up on the stage, all your worries melt away as though those few blissful hours, you can sing whatever you want and the audience will be pleased, unless if they freaking start fighting and, doing catcalls or those stupid things, woohoo. It doesn't hurt that people find you pretty to look at, so they'll even leave you tips. You don't work long hours, rarely more than 6, but you make enough of tips alone to survive, which is good. You need money. Everyone in the city needs money. The money you make now would have been enough to buy your own house in the countryside. Here, though... Not so much. I'm glad that at least my soul can have a little bit of a laugh. You like it, though. You like your co-workers and you like your boss. The customers can get rowdy sometimes, but you're never alone in dealing with them. Looks don't touch is what the boss warns all his customers, even the important ones. He and his food are well liked enough, and he can get away with it too. As long as you play nice, you're safe there. What do you mean as long as I play nice? What about them? What if they get gropey, touchy? Can I turn around and slap one? And you need to be there. It's one of the only places in the city where the higher members of all the mafias will visit due to its neutral ground. How long is that neutral ground gonna stay, huh? Not very long, I can tell you that much. It is best you need to find your brother, who blaming went missing. Blaming Lawrence. You know he's here somewhere. You simply don't know where. The thing is, I believe truthfully we do know where he is. It's just we can't remember because obviously we resetted. Because we're trying to save him. We've got an inkling, there's a feeling. We got a feeling. But yeah, we just can't remember. And that's the issue. Your brother went missing 5 years ago. You came to the city 4 years ago. A year prior, your brother went missing. You have very little to go on. Your only lead has brought you to the city, and so in the city you will remain until you find the next clue. Or until you find him, Lawrence, and hopefully not a dead body. Preferably alive, Lawrence, but probably we might not. The sun shines above the city, casting everything in a bright, warm light. City hasn't changed since the day you moved here 4 years ago. Keep in mind, gonna keep saying all the time, 4 years ago. Anything bigger that I need to look at? No? Good? Fantastic. Great. Keep it that way. It's like many other cities. It's a jungle of asphalt, concrete, and metal. All of the sidewalks are paved, but they show cracks in your neighborhood. The tiny pups of green grass the managed to poke through are always burnt away by the unrelenting sun in the summer. The skyscrapers block out the view of the ocean, and if you go far enough into the city, you even lose sight of that wretched mountain in the back that brings, dark misfortune on those who enter it. They reach high into the sky with their achrochromatic colours and cast much of the city in shade. When the sun rises or sets, streetlights will come on early in the day due to the shadows casted by these massive buildings. Without the lampposts in the city, it would be in total darkness most of the time. The lights dot every single street and corner and are one of the few things constantly and well maintained by the government. I swear, right now, these things are every single corner, right, on every single lamppost. I will not be surprised if there's a camera in every single one of these wretched things. Likely because they are gifted by the Dremere family. You see why I'm throwing shade and sus? I would not be surprised if there's something inside those things. Alvis likes to hide cameras. There's no one to say that the Dremeres don't like to hide things. There are 3 families in the city that you don't upset. One is the Vi family, a family of mafias who are the biggest providers of weapons and drugs to the city, usually in the same night. We'll get to know them a lot more. 2. The British family, a family of mafias who own all the brothels and ports, and they do a lot of smuggling, and it's rumours, all to be believed, they aren't just smuggling items, they're smuggling people! And probably monsters too, you never know. 3. The Dremere family, the royal monster family who lives inside the mountain. They run the Fell Kingdom and are the largest suppliers of magic crystals in all of Delta. Officially and publicly, they are seen as a benevolent family. They donate a lot to make the city look nice, and the Queen runs a charity for the orphans. Good on you, Tori. Unofficially, well, the mafias don't touch the Dremere family, no matter how wealthy they become, if they hit their mining operation. Yeah. No matter how wealthy they could become if they hit their mining operations, they don't go for the Dremeres. That means there's something there to fear. There's something that the Dremeres have that make all the mafiosos quiver in their boots. We have ideas. We have ideas that they have something, but we'll talk about it when we get to it. There's a reason for it. Either the Dremeres have some sway of the mafias, or they scared them enough that no amount of money is worth going against them. They scared them enough. They've got something scary, spooky, and it's not the skeletons. This side of the city where you live, you encounter the Vi group more often. They're kind of uniform, all members wear a black suit hat with a green band with the V inscribed in it. Terrible fashion sense, I'll tell you. Very original. You see anyone with that hat, you know it's best to keep on walking. Unless, of course, they're pointing a gun at you and then tell you don't move, then don't move. When it's night, the city transforms. So, do you want to say anything at all, or are you keeping quiet for this one? Oh, goody goody, soul is quite good. There's a warmth in the city, and you like it. At noon, before the sun dips, and the shadows cover everything. But at night, the city is alive! Terrifyingly beautiful, the buildings that once loom over in the day are all lit up like fireflies in summer. Each window a different light, and hardly ever the same spot stays lit. People coming and going to and from work, home events, and whatever keeps everything in a constant movement. Jazz and swing music blares throughout the streets. The lampposts chase away the harsher shadows. Men and women group together to have fun. They laugh and scream and crouch in the night, and sometimes they're getting slaughtered. Sorry, but I'm gonna just say it. Someone might have an awful, horrible, traumatic experience, but in that same night, someone else is having like the best time of their lives. In this city, this is the constant truth. Where there's fun, there's disaster. You're never truly safe here. You always have to be aware of your surroundings and mindful of the families. But you can't deny the loveliness of the city. It's a fatal attraction. You'd love it as much as you hate it. Even when you do find Lawrence, you're not sure what you want to do. Want to leave, maybe? Yes, we're gonna go to the countryside and pretend that we never came here. I'm just saying. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Here we go. It's the mention. You guys ready? You really do. Yeah, fucker was pissed. You quickly glance at the animated voice and see a group of men in suits, resting in an alleyway. They're smoking their cigarettes, emitting a trail of smoke. With each waves of their hands, you note their suits have a green band on them, which tells you they're part of the Vi family. The Vi family runs your section of the neighborhood. It is them that you have to pay a so-called protection fee to. In other words, give us your money and you might live another day. That's pretty much what it is. Unfortunately, this alley is a need to go through to get to work, and there's construction on the main street, and you would rather not take a detour or else you could end up in the sticks, aka a worse part of town. You recognize a couple of faces. They go to the Black Swan often for you to know their face, but not so often that you know their names. Can skeletons even get mad? Questions one of them. They're all bones, aren't they? What palm gets pissed? When the canons tell the concept of like SANS or any of them getting mad, hello? They're monsters. They may look like skeletons, but they're monsters. One of them takes a drag. How the fuck should I know? All I'm saying is this fucker was mad. Turned red. Oh, lovely. Definitely 100% the man of my dreams. He turns red. Everything in my apartment is red. My cup is red. My freaking towel is red. My dress is red. My bow is red. My soul is red. Huh, he's the man for me. He's my Mickey to my Minnie. Shit. Almost did. Too much information, buddy, says the first one, and they all laugh. He didn't say anything, though. No, he just grabbed Mikey by the back of his head and he slammed him into the table. They whistled. So Mickey's out here, bleeding his brains like all over the table, and some cockeyed fucker thought it'd be a good idea to rag the skelly. Because 100%, you definitely want to literally tell the skeleton that just killed someone to, like, you know, go rattle their bones elsewhere or something. That's the smartest move you can do. Antagonize the hornet's nest. Poke it, prod it, while it's clearly angry at you. Smart move. No shit. Who was it? Johnny. Oh, that Johnny. Blaming dum-dum. Says the first one, and the group groans, because they 100% know this is totally Johnny's thing. Johnny will automatically cause this problem. Johnny's always like this. He never keeps his mouth shut. Not even when it could, you know, mean life and death. And look, now he's dead. Blaming Johnny.
The scary flips his wig and he doesn't even have one. It's over before I know it. Johnny and Mikey are practically jammed by this point. Keep in mind this fucker doesn't use any magic, just his fists. Like, he shakes his head. Then the other one comes in. Other one? What do you mean there's 2 of them?
There's actually 3 of them, but, you know, the other one just doesn't want to, like, get involved with messy things. This is the difference between Gaster, Sans, and Papyrus. Gaster doesn't like to get dirty. Sans is fine with, like, a fist fight and getting, like, really up in your face and beating the pulp out of you. Papyrus, not so much. But Gaster is the exception. Gaster would rather kill people using, you know, magic and stuff rather than getting dirty and doing it the barbaric way. His standards. He groans. I'm not drunk enough to rehash that one.
Come on, let's get some drinks in ya, says one.
Fucking deal went to hell. He bemoans as his companions start to herd him down the alleyway.
Oh, my boss is gonna have to step in. My ass is roasted.
Great, we'll 100% get your coffin ready, cause you 100% ain't living to see another day after this, buddy. Sorry to tell you, you're a dead man walking.
We can drink to that, pal.
And they leave. You're free to continue. Sans? Because yes, this confirms we actually met Sans before this. Because we know for the fact that during different sequences, aka when you have the nightmares, and you know from the... your soul reacts to him. Meaning he's actually killed you before. We don't know what method he used to kill you, but he has 100% killed you before, and that's why you get a warning. Your soul reacts to him. The same thing with Gaster. We don't get the interaction when it comes to Ralsei, because he still hasn't confirmed he's Ezreal, but we know he's Ezreal, or Papyrus. And the same thing happened with Dr. Rose. We didn't die to him, so our soul didn't give us a warning that there was a problem. And then after we did. So that means now, technically, what should then be, you get a warning every time we come across Dr. Rose. But of course, that's not how this works. Anyway, you arrive at the Black Swan. After hearing that lovely conversation about, you know, 2 people getting murdered, you know, as you do after angering a skeleton. And most likely, I'm pretty sure Papyrus is the second one that comes in. Because normally Sans will do something, then Papyrus will come in. So yeah, it probably was Papyrus. And I believe darkpetal did confirm for me that it was Papyrus that comes into that sequence there. Because it didn't sound like something Wings would do. Wings wouldn't come into, like, it's absolutely necessary for him to go in person. Anyway. At once you're greeted by the smell of alcohol and cigars. Your heel shoes sink into the red carpet as you quietly enter. Oh goodness, the world of red returns! My goodness, every time there's red, we're gonna need to take a drink. Make sure it's water and don't get drunk. Just saying. You see your co-workers bustling about as they get ready to open. You have an early shift that day. You usually work the evening to night shifts, but today you are covering 2 shifts. You don't normally wait on tables, but you know how to. Besides, the boss always provides free meals for those who work. Hey, Twinkle, greets Anna. She's a bubbly young waitress who only works the day shift, and your mother wants to be home at night for her children. You working a double? I hope nothing happens to any one of our co-workers. I'm very attached to them. You confirm you are. Oh, goody, I love it when we're on the same shift. Wendy is so lucky to always have you, she says happily, clearly jelly of Wendy. Who are you covering for? You say it's for Ray. Less goody for you that. You're covering the back tables then, she says with a frown. The back tables are for the VIPs. The tip money is great, but their personalities are usually less so. They're a bunch of rotten potatoes. In other words, they're kind of the touchy-feely folk, and we don't like the touchy-feely folk. You regret agreeing to the double shift. Well, you're fine with it. More money. Call me if you need any help, she says. I'll come over in a jiffy. You give her a thumbs up and head into the back room to change your uniform. Ah, thumbs up. This is how you spend your day. When you get off work, it is late into the night. You walk home alone, listening to the sound of the city that never sleeps. Another day has gone by, and you listen to the conversation between the customers, hoping for a sliver of information, but you're disappointed every time. You won't be deterred. You will save him. Okay, so this way here tiny confirms we need to save him. He is in a dangerous situation then. This hidden message right here literally confirms for us he's not just missing, he is probably 100% in a dangerous situation that we need to save him. Not, we have to find him, you will find him. No, you will save him. Your character 100% knows what has happened to him, but obviously, because you've decided, they can't remember. But they have to save him. The soul needs to save Lawrence. Great! What's my brother gone into? Bloody brother, man. This is why Mia's a lot better. In the Shadows Are Watching. If you haven't met Mia, go and check out the Shadows Are Watching video. Mia. Best sibling so far. She at least didn't get into trouble. I mean, yes, she went missing, but, you know, nothing else happened to her. Well, kind of. I mean, she got... Do you know what I mean? Anyway, it's almost time to put up new posters. You ran into your apartment and locked the door behind you. Now that it matters, it's a flimsy... Not that it matters, it's a flimsy piece of wood, and in the world of monsters and gangs, it won't really keep you safe. It's only there to buy you time so you can run. And even that, then he's like, really doesn't do much. You'll have to keep yourself safe, okay? Yeah, well, Lawrence, what about bloody you? You were supposed to do it too, buddy. I know that you keep wanting me to be safe, but what about you, you dum-dum? You changed into a short night dress, long night dress, a pair of shorts and your brother's old shirt? Oh, God, no. Because I will raise questions. I can't go wearing my brother's old shirt because fans will 100% think, you know, I have the shirt of a man on. And he might get jelly. I mean, he literally got jelly because he could smell the cologne of either Ezreal, Rodsy, or freaking Kara. I don't know. Someone had cologne on. And that obviously got Sans really mad. So let's not encourage him to get any more aggressive. Maybe he might get pissed at seeing me wearing a freaking man shirt. And I'll be like, it's okay, it's my brother's. And he'd be like, like I'm gonna believe that. You take a seat on your couch. The clock now reads 11:55 p.m. It's time to go to sleep, you think. You'll go to bed, wake up, and repeat. This has been your life for the past 5 years. Mundane. Okay, so now we're gonna be doing this. You wish something would change, anything. All you do is wait and wait and wait for a kind of clue, for something to happen. It's slowly driving you insane. You have to keep yourself safe, okay? Yeah, we get it, but what about you, dum-dum? You promised him that this dreary weight is chipping away what sanity you've managed to recover from your childhood. Let's not talk about the childhood, let's not go there, let's keep that, you know, unspoken about. That was too much for me. You lay back in your bed and stare up at the crack in the ceiling. You want... romance. You need someone. Yes, romance. You want to fall in love just once. You want someone who will love you with a fever of passion. Someone who's wild and impulsive for the wild and impulsive character you are. Anyway, someone like... Go on. Sans? Oh, my goodness. Sans. Oh, the soul is like, I'm giving you an option. You want love? Here's your candidate. Number one, behind door number one, Sans. Yes, we're gonna lock into Sans's route. As you wish, dearest you. Who is freaking talking to me? You make a wish in your dreams. Again, who is freaking talking to me? Who's the wish granter? Who said dearest me? Was it me? Did I say to me? Or did my soul say to me? Why is my soul saying it really weirdly? You make a wish in your dreams. Oh boy, now we get to go to the dreaming of you one. Oh, goody gumdrops, who's ready for this? Ho 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 hoi. Oh, blooming heck. Okay, Dreaming of You, Chapter 2. Alright. Your brother smiles easily. It doesn't matter how his day went. A small act of kindness at the end of it would always bring out a smile. That's what you miss the most. His smile. Your lives were turbulent and volatile, but he never stopped smiling for you. Maybe he knew how much that smile means to you. My character's like, he's not gone. Most nights you dream about him. You dream of the happy memories as often as the scary ones. While the rough outweigh the bad, you try to focus on the good. You want to remember that he smiles easily. You want to remember the way he calls you Frisk.
Lawrence! Don't make me punch you!
I hate that. I hate him calling me that. No, I absolutely freaking hate him calling that. No. You don't know why he chose that nickname. Technically, it's a big hint that you're the kid that fell into the underground, I'm assuming. You asked him once and he gave you a strange smile. It suits you. You know what else suits you? A little shine, my friend. It was all he told you. It suits you. He has more names for you. You are his... Oh, God, no. No. Risky, frisky, absolutely not. Button, princess, angel, troublemaker, hellraiser, starlight, Watson. Well, Watson is what we're going to call things. So we're going to go with Starlight. Doll, angel doll. Princess, angel, troublemaker, hellraiser. I don't like choosing. Princess will probably be for Papyrus. Starlight, you are a Starlight. You love your brother. You remember him through your dreams. That night you don't dream of him. You dream of red smoke choking you because this is SANS as I'm freaking out. SANS, you little shit. It slowly fills the room. Unnoticed as it pulls from the floor and rises up. It's warm and tingles across your skin. As it continues up, however, you no longer see your feet nor legs. It swallows your whole in a deceptive comfort. As it reaches your face and it forces away inside your lungs, it fills your chest with a smoky, spicy stench. Remember this smoky and spicy. It's too thick to breathe and you gasp and choke in it. You claw at your throat, desperate to catch your breath, but each intake leaves you struggling more and more, and your legs grow weak and you collapse to the floor. You're overwhelmed by this color crimson, and all you see is red. You've been completely devoured. Hello, my darling. You wake up with a gasp. So that there technically is us remembering a time where SANS apparently killed us using that wretched smoke of his. Because he's a little bit, possessive? Controlling? Overprotective? Put your own words here. Just watch the bad endings with him and you'll see what I mean. You clutch at your throat, wheezing and hiccuping as you struggle to breathe. You suck in a large gulp of air, desperate to breathe. Okay. Your heart pounds as you tremble in your bed. Oh, you're in your bed. You're okay. You can breathe. Slowly, shakily, you calm down and you try to take deep breaths, although you still hiccup when you breathe. You glance at the clock and it reads 3:33 a.m. You swallow roughly and your throat hurts. It would completely throw off your entire schedule if you got up now, and you try to lay back down. You hope you have a sweeter dream. It's even harder to get up than usual in the morning. You roll over and bury your face in the pillow. Why must the bed be so lulling when you have to get up? You let out a heavy sigh and force yourself to get out of bed. You make your bed as you do every morning, although you feel more tired than normal. The nightmare lingers in the back of your mind. Red is normally your favorite color, but after a dream like that, seeing it makes you uncomfortable. You move sluggishly. Even after you drink your chocolate milk, you still feel out of sort. You're afraid to tell him no too soon. Okay, so by here, you're afraid to tell him no too soon. So if you deny SANS, he will get you. This is what this is trying to tell you. It's like, okay, so this is hinting that our character, probably that nightmare is because our character apparently told him no when he showed an interest. And I'm guessing SANS didn't take it very well. As you do. Anyway, hopefully your morning run will make you feel better. It doesn't. If anything, it makes you feel worse when you get back. Oh, lovely. Let's just get worse. Why not? Anything big for me to worry about? Okay, no. You take a long, bubbly bath and scrub your ivory skin raw with your rose-scented soap. You end up taking too long in the bathroom and the steam fogs everything up. This is normally not an issue, but after a nightmare of not being able to breathe, any difficulty is enough to trigger a panic. You scramble to open the bathroom door. As soon as you realize what is going on, you throw it open and suck in a big gulp of air, still dripping wet from your bubbly bath. Once you can breathe easy again, you calm down. This isn't good. You need to pull yourself together. You work the evening shift tonight, so you have a lot of time. You finish getting ready and you force yourself to move slowly, carefully. You're in control of yourself, not your nightmares, not your memories. You slip on a polka dotted dress and you shiver. You wrap yourself up in a blanket. Ooh. You finish your hair later when it's closer to your time to leave. You have hours left in your day before you have to go to work. You actually have time to do something extra for you. That would be nice. It might make you feel better too. Okay, so we're gonna... I don't know what to... Oh yeah, wood cutting. Reading, drawing, painting, crocheting. Crocheting is what I do with papyrus. Painting is what I do with you. This, love to draw. You work with the pencils. You don't have many colors left, so it's primary, just regular pencils. You crack your sketchbook open and flip through your previously completed drawings. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, is there anything to worry about? No? Okay, great. It's halfway full and you need to get a new one soon. You decide to sketch the ocean, the night sky, the dawn. Absolutely not. Kittens, the city. God, no. Your golden roses. You and your brother. The night sky. As you paint... Wait, I thought it was drawing. As you paint... Wait, hold on. It's not supposed to be as you paint. It's not. It's as you're drawing, you feel your tension from the nightmare start to ease. Okay, so that's wrong. That's not supposed to be you paint. I didn't paint. I chose drawing. You feel much better. You enjoy your hobby. It makes you happy and relaxed. It is too expensive to It's not too expensive to maintain, so it's one of the few simpler pleasures you consistently allow yourself. Although you have to admit, you have one other interest. If you were richer, you'd love to be able to play piano, horseback, and ballet.
Horseback riding because I love adventure.
Okay, there is something down here. Lawrence used to always tell you to dream big when you went to school. Perhaps dreaming of horseback riding isn't big, but when you live paycheck to paycheck, the expense it takes to make it happen feels big to you. You start to pick up your things. Your mug is dry, so you put it back in your cabinet. That creaks when you open it. Your eyes sweep over the countertop and you brush your hand over it.
A home must be neat for you to get a treat.
Your nose wrinkles and you immediately scratches your ear. You hate remembering her sing-song voice. Already you can smell the overwhelming stench of bleach. You feel your hands burn. Ugh. You absentmindedly rub your hands. The nightmare must have tired you out more than you thought. You glance at your clock. You have time before work. Too much time, really. You choose to leave. You put on your kitten heel shoes and a pair of white gloves, and you're out the door and you head to the flower shop.
Oh boy, goody goody gumdrops will go into the flower shop. Woo, let's go, folks. Let's go, 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 go.
Okay. The doorbell chimes when you enter the shop. It's a cute shop. The main room has rows of baskets filled with vibrant flowers. The front door is a floral design, and the main shop window is large enough to cover the entire front wall. And there are vines covering it. Like, it is so fantastic. It has a floral scent to it. A perfect combination of numerous flowers in the shop, but it's not overpowering. The owner carefully selected pretty flowers with subtle scents so guests wouldn't feel overwhelmed when first walking in. Most days the owner has to keep the door open to let in a breeze and circulate the air. It's rare to find it closed. You soon realize that when you step in, you aren't the only customer today. The owner is there with some other two people.
Oh, I don't guess apparently. Oh, how fancy. Indeed.
Is with two others. The owner is an elderly woman who goes by the name of Daisy. She doesn't like to be called Miss or Ma'am, just like me. Only Daisy. She's a tall woman who laughs with her whole body and has many wrinkles on her tawny skin from spending her youth in the sun. She used to share the same apartment complex as you before she moved into the floor above a shop. For a time was also your boss. She moved to the same complex as you before she moved into the floors. There is like a little spelling error, but that doesn't matter. Right, so this trying to confirm she did live in that apartment complex, which, you know, does make me think the flower basket has something to do with her son. Because again, he's technically one of the people I think that could possibly be Dr. Rose. I'm just saying, it could be him. But we'll get evidence to support that later. Anyway, used to work in the flower shop before your shift at the Black Swan. See, again, so used to work there. See, when Daisy broke her hip while her son was still on tour, she didn't have many options. She couldn't afford much. So technically, we also worked at the flower shop. You just moved in and were desperate for money and you needed a second job. And while the pay was abysmal, it was easy work and better than nothing. She was a good boss, good woman. You helped her outside of work as well, carrying and putting away groceries, running a few errands, and in turn endured yourself to her. Now, she makes you your favorite chocolate. Oh, we're going with the chocolate cake. Chocolate ice cream, yum. On days you feel blue, and best of all, you get a discount on. I like the fact we don't even finish this sentence. The peonies will look lovely in your bouquet, says Daisy. Are you sure? Frets a young woman. She holds a magazine up to Daisy at the counter. Is this colour right? Yes, it is the exact shade, reassures Daisy. Then I see I told you the shop will carry them, says a tall bunny monster beside her. A monster? Growing up in the country, you didn't encounter them often. The ones that you did see were always just passing through. Since moving to the big city, however, you see them daily. When you were able to attend school, you were told that humans and monsters brokered peace centuries ago with a secret union, a soul bond between a human princess and a monster prince. Okay, you've got me there. Before that union, it was not thought possible for a human and monster to be soulmates. In order to be soulbound, one partner needs a lot of magic. Only a quarter of humanity has magic, and less than half of that has enough magic to use. The power to bind two souls for all eternity takes an incredible amount. Prior to the first union, monsters thought they could only perform such an act with other monsters, because, you know. Even with this knowledge, union between monsters and humans are a rarity. Not for the humans' lack of trying. Because they're like, oh, I want a greedy, my precious. Pretty much. They turn into golems. Powerful monsters stop aging, and when they soulbound to a human, that partner stops aging too. Last century, there was a market for humans who would pay to try and force a union as an attempt for immortality. It nearly triggered another war between monsters and humans. Things have died enough. There isn't an outward attention, but the trust broken when that came to light. Yeah, the trust broken. It's rare to see a monster and a human couple. You stand off to the side and look at the flowers. You have business here, so you don't want to leave, but you also don't want the camera to feel like you're eavesdropping. They probably get enough of the side eyes already. Jealous humans, distrustful monsters, and plenty of bigots look down on interracial couples. You don't want to be thrown into that lot. The couple talks with Daisy for several more minutes before they leave, and Daisy knows you immediately. Ah, my little rose lover. Daisy's entire demeanor is bright. Did you see that couple that left? Aren't they adorable? They're getting married. That's nice, isn't it though? Agrees Daisy. I love making bouquets for weddings. When they get married. When you get married, you'll let me do their flowers at your venue, right? You smile at her. You tell her she can also do your bouquet. Sweet child, she says. Speaking of love, found anyone yet? No, it's just you. We don't need... We're going to do this again. Why? Don't do this to me, please. Gosh darn it, old woman. I'm just double checking. Okay. I can't see why, she says. You're the loveliest woman in this city. You duck your head, a sheepishly pleased smile on your face. Daisy has a way of sincerely complimenting others that made them feel warm. You aren't immune to this. And after the night you had, it feels good to be near someone kind. You know, I could try to set you up with someone, she offers. There's a lot of mums at my bingo club who brag about their sons. You assure her you are fine. Are you sure? She presses. Yes. Her face scrunches up and she gives you a long look. Humour a poor old lady. No, she sighs drastically. How you break my poor fragile tot. You've seen her manhandle her military son and win. You refuse to believe she's fragile. You will not fall for this ruse. When she relays this, she rolls her eyes and waves her hand dismissively. Fine. Here for the usual order. Yes, the usual order. As a bonus for Daisy liking you, you get a special discount in ordering posters. Her sister works at a printing press, and Daisy takes your order and comes back a few weeks later with stacks of new missing person posters of your brother Lawrence. It's almost time to put up a new batch, as the old ones have become worn down from the weather. You aren't sure if they make a difference. 5 years of putting them up and you've yet to receive a clue, but there's not much else you can do. You have to keep trying. He will never give up on you, and so you will never give up on him. All right, little Rose lover, she says, her voice soft and her eyes full of sympathy. You already have the money ready and you hand it to her over the counter, ignoring the look she gives you. She puts the money away. It will be some time until the poster's ready. Before you go, she says, how about a corsage? For what? Because, she says, you're alive. Isn't that reason enough? You give her a smile and she takes that as a yes and happily moves around her shop to pick a few flowers. Hypothetically, she says, if you were interested in some company. No. You're no fun. Can you answer a few questions? She bats her eyes. For me? When you don't respond, she offers you a counter offer for some freshly made chocolate ice cream. You agree to answer some questions for that. Her laughter bounces around the shop, lighter and brighter than the warm new sun that filters in. My darling Rosalinda, I do adore your standards. You giggle. You giggle. Where would you go on a date? Okay, so, stroll through Central Park. Do you know the show? Stroll through Central Park. She nods at that. And what kind of gifts would you like to receive? Jewelry. We're gonna go jewelry for SANS. She smiles at that. And in relation, would you rather take the lead or have your partner do it? You'd rather your partner initiate it, since it is technically SANS in this one. Alright, is there... Oh gosh, yes, there's something here, okay. Ta-da! Done, she said. She takes a corsage made of red and yellow flowers and ties it around your wrist. So, it's because the yellow, I think, represents the yellow roses, and the red, of course, represents also. You thank her for the corsage, and thank you for your time, she says. You're going to work? Yes. Be safe, she says. You will. You always are, compared to somebody else. As you leave, you catch a whiff of something smoky and spicy. At once you are reminded of that dream. The dream is lingering on you. The memory is lingering on you. That's because freaking SANS is spying on me. For God's sake, SANS, control yourself. There is a warm tingle in your chest. Plushies. For God's sake, SANS, if you're going to be creeping around, at least, show yourself. Wait, why are you stalking me at freaking Daisy's shop? What are you doing there, you cheeky bagger? Go away. Oh, but come on. I want to keep an eye on. SANS, go. This isn't your scene. Go away. When I'm with Daisy, I want to be alone with Daisy. Go away. How do I know that you're not cahooting? Go. All right. It's been 5 years since you last felt that. But it doesn't matter. You know this feeling. You know what it means. Oh, God, your pa. Papa taught you many things. Oh, God, your dad, your father. Father taught you many things growing up. He taught you how to be brave. How to be afraid. Yeah, because he was an asshole. He taught you how to stand firm. How to take a hit. He taught you to persevere. No matter how badly it hurts. The most important lesson he ever taught you was how to trust your instincts and trust your souls. Your soul is special. It's strong and powerful. Oh, God. Through your soul, you've had near flawless intuition when it comes to your safety. And your father's lessons, these abilities grew to its current state. It's how you avoided death. It's how you and Lawrence succeeded in evading father when we fled in the ice. You instinctively knew where to go in dangerous situations and how to survive, as you've already done it before and learned from your mistakes. This ability isn't something you advertise, and the last time this ability was triggered, it led to your brother's disappearance. This is something more. There's something more about your dreams. It's prophetic. It's a warning. It's technically a warning. So this is the simple fact that your soul will like chime in. The hidden message of chiming your soul saying, "Yoo-hoo, you've done this before. Mayday, mayday, run away." Pretty much. Are you going to listen to it? Okay, so our profile has been locked now, which is good. Commit. So let's continue. As your kin heel's shoes click against the sidewalk, you catch a whiff of that unique, smoky, spicy scent on the wind. The smell tickles your nose and is gone by the second whiff. Sans, stop freaking stalking me! There's a warm tingle in your chest and your pink eyes sweep the air around you. You try to find the source of the smell, the source of the danger, but you see nothing. Sans? Yeah, it's freaking Sans! Again! Sans, stop being a weird freaking stalker! We know why he's keeping an eye on you, because apparently at some point they saw you before and they've been following you around, keeping an eye on you, because Wings told them to. You obviously rub your hands together as you start walking to work. 30 minutes later, you arrive at the Black Swan and you change into your provided uniform. Check your appearance to ensure you look well put together, and not at all like you've been struggling with a lingering nightmare all day. Once satisfied, you won't get teased for a less than acceptable presentation. You head out and start your work day. A week goes by. After two times, Sans. Twice? What can I say? I find it really hard to stay away from you. Really? Control yourself. I'm trying. We'll try harder then, you silly bones. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly zip through. Have we got anything hidden here? This is a long chapter. A week goes by and you wish you could say it goes by without issue, but there is an issue. You keep catching a whiff of that smell. Sans, will you stop sighing on me? What? I need to make sure you're okay. But you're not helping with my paranoia or my panic attacks. Well, to be fair, I technically am not aware that you're having them. You catch a whiff of that smell. It's always in short bursts, on an unexpected breeze, and gone by the next time you inhale. You consistently search around you, yet you cannot find anyone near you when you smell it. The first few days it happens to you, we're taken back to that nightmare. Now you're just plainly frustrated. You aren't insane, not yet, and you have complete faith in your soul instinct. Someone or something is producing that smell. They either have incredible talent to consistently avoid your attention, or you're being stalked. You're technically being stalked. Let's see. Let's see. I haven't done anything more. Here we go. For anyone to go to links over you. Which aggravates you further because you hate waiting games. Because, yeah, we're waiting for him. Haphazard or purposeful. A week of this happening feels intentional. But you've seen stranger coincidences. There was one case your brother worked on. One of his first cases, a detective, where a man kept finding bodies. Everyone thought the man was the killer behind it all, but no, he was just that unlucky. All the victims were from different murders, and the poor man only stumbled into them before the murderer could completely dispose of the bodies. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I'm so sorry. Remembering that and other strange cases your brother has told you about makes you reserve judgment. No, you're 100% being stalked by freaking Sans. That and logic, you don't see a reason for anyone to stalk you. You're attractive, but you're not that attractive. You don't remember meeting anyone with the smell either. You would have definitely gone out of your way to memorize them due to your dream, which means you infer that they saw you without even actually meeting you. And they decided to stalk you? Yeah, that sounds like a Sans thing to do. You suppose stranger things have happened, but that's a stretch either way. Someone who's potentially a lethal threat to you keeps ending up in the same place you visit and leaves before you notice them, or they saw you at a distance and immediately decided to stalk you. You can't tell which one is weirder. The situation has put you on edge. When you go into work at the end of the week, you feel your nerves are already frayed. No amount of sketches or deep breaths will ease you. You step into the Black Swan and the familiar low jazz plays in the background. Your cane and heels sink into the red carpet and your footsteps are swallowed up by the background noise. And you move silently. You decide to try and put the situation from your mind. You need to focus on your work. You have to pay the protection fee soon. And if they decided to unexpectedly hike up the amount again, you want to ensure you won't be caught off guard. You need the money. Good evening, Miss Twinkle.
Stop calling me miss,
says Ray, one of your co-workers. He's an older man with dark skin, coffee-coloured eyes, and a friendly disposition. He does his job without complaint, has helped deal with rough customers, and is willing to take on extra shift when someone is sick. Is rare to see him working the evening shift. He's the bartender for the day shift. You only ever see him when he works a double in the evening. You return him his greeting.
Thank you again for covering for me, he says. Hope all went well.
Oh, that's great. That's right. You covered for Ray last week and were unexpectedly forced toward the back tables. At the time you thought, that's fine with you. More money. You smiled politely and assured him all went well. He looks real.
Good. I forgot the Earl I was until Anna mentioned it. When I got back, I was worried you'd get stuck with a rough crowd.
You shook your head. All went well. Good.
Ray, could you get your help in the back?
Shouts one of the cooks from the kitchen.
Come in,
says Ray. He tips his head in your direction.
Have a good evening, Miss Twinkle.
You wish him the same. You already did your vocal lumps on the way in. You only need to change into the shimmery dress that the boss provided for you to use on stage. Looks better under a spotlight than your normal clothes. You continue your journey to the back room. Then there's a tingle in your chest and you pause. You catch a whiff of something spicy and smoky.
My God, it's SANS again.
SANS. It's rich. Strong. It's nearby. You turn your head and look at a group of gentlemen entering the Black Swan. There are 5 men and 1 monster. 3 of the men you recognize are regulars, and you know them are part of the Vi family. The other 2 are fresh faces, and the monster. You haven't seen the monster. You have seen this monster before. Don't you go saying you haven't. Technically, your soul has. Your soul has confirmed this already, so don't you go telling me malarkey that you haven't seen them, because you've said SANS twice. How dare you? Don't you lie to me. You're certain of it. Monsters don't come into the Black Swan often, and the ones that do are the ones that have ties to one of the families. Monsters are considered the best muscle for hire, if you can afford them, due to their incredible magic, tough durability, and some of them have immunity to common human weapons. Monsters are large, always. Even short monsters usually hit 6 foot, and this monster is no exception to that rule. He's large by every account, and is dressed in a fine black business suit with black tie. He wears a suit that has suit hat to match, and on his hands, even at a distance, you can see gold rings on his fingers. It takes you a few seconds to realize his fingers are bony. He's a skeleton monster. You haven't met one of those before. You have. The only monster you encountered prior have been canine or rodent. Your peony-coloured eyes move up to his face, and you notice he's smoking some kind of cigar, and exhales a red smoke that looks alarmingly familiar to you, and you meet his gaze. Your hand flies up to your chest as your soul thumps in your chest and your heart pounds in tune with it, leaving a heavy feeling in your chest. Heat floods through you, warm and tingly, and your throat dries out. There's a warm tingle in your chest. There is a warm tingle in your chest. Oh, plushies, 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 plushies. You can't look away. The wall could be on fire and you wouldn't even notice. Everything comes to a stuttering halt in your mind. A hand slaps you on the back and you're free from your delirium. Because you're like, oh my God, it's the one that's been stalking me. You okay, Twinkle? Asked Wendy, one of the waitresses who literally just slapped you on the back, and it was like, you're like, ugh. She looks like she was stepping out of the back room and came to a stop. You swallow roughly and look away, and you tell her you're fine. Are you sure? Wendy places the back of her hand on your forehead, frowning. You seem hot. If you're sick, you should go home. I missed the paycheck? No. You shake your head. Okay, your call. Drink some more if you need to leave. Just let me know, and I can cover for you. You nod and start to move away. You can't resist flickering your eyes at the skeleton again. He's still looking at you. The man is talking to him, but the skeleton hasn't stopped looking at you. Then he notices your gaze, and he winks. You feel like heat stroke coming on, immediately look away, fanning your cheeks. Plushies. Okay, so I don't know if SANS has this ability to do, like, what he did in Sooner or Later. In Sooner or Later, it is implied that SANS can, like, do things to the soul that causes Frisk to, like, react. Like, you know, touching the soul and everything, and it causes, like, her to react in that way. You hurry into the back room for some water and space. You need to think. Yeah, you need to think. Sir, can I, like, not sing today? Long story short, I've been having nightmares of, like, red smoke that smells spicy and hot, and there's a hot skeleton out there. And he winked at me. Oh, boy. Your soul is screaming. The man is dangerous. In the same second, it swoons for him. Again. Your soul is like, oh, damn, he's dangerous, but my God, is he hot? Oh, need to get myself some of those bones. The soul is, like, torn between, oh my God, he's freaking sexy, and oh my God, he's going to kill me. Plushies. You're undeniably attracted to someone who could potentially honestly murder you. Oh, he has murdered you, but that's okay. Plushies, plushies, plushies. When your brother talked to you about dames and lads who stuck around their eventual killer, you always thought that was insane. Have you finally gone insane? You bury your face in your hands. She's like, oh damn, I've got the hots for the skeleton. Oh no. One deep breath. In 1, 2, 3. Hold. 1, 2, 3. Out. 1, 2, 3. In, out. 1, 2, 3. Hold. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah, we get it. Just breathing exercise, folks. Just breathe in and out with our character. It's fine. You'll feel either lightheaded or fine in a minute. Focus on the facts and what you can do. Fact 1, you had a dream warning you about, well, about what specifically? You didn't directly cue in the dream. The smell matches the smoke you choked on, and the smoke that looks exactly like that kind from his cigar. Okay, he probably did kill you in that dream, maybe. Like, you know, on second thought, maybe he really did murder me in my dream. Not for the first time in your life, you wish you had someone to talk to about your ability. You only had one dream before, and that went terrible. Oh, did we have a dream then? About Lawrence? Something bad was going to happen to Lawrence? Who knows? Focus, Twinkle. Fact 2. You're intensely attracted to him, not only in a physical sense, but even your soul has reaction. Yeah, because probably what's happened is, previous timeline, we probably dated him. So, yeah, we already had an attraction. We got to know him. We have, like, a connection to him. That love is still technically there for him. That's why. That's not normal. Souls only react to other souls if they are soulmates. Yep. A soulmate is something created after union. Yeah, which makes me think, probably in a previous timeline, we could have had a union with him. And when it resetted, technically it's still there. It still counts. Not whatever this is. You're almost certain you're not soulbound to anyone. You would never forget that fact, which means your soul reaction is abnormal. But what if you did soulbound to him, though? What if you were soulbound in the previous thing before you died? Your soul remembers. Your soul is still connected to him. That's why. It could be that. It could genuinely be that you have been soulbound to him already. Before. Have you finally gone insane? Is your soul confusing terror for attraction? No, your soul knows what it's doing. You now have a handful of choices. Option 1, try to ignore the attraction and stay away from the potential threat. Option 2, try to ignore the potential threat and give in to your attraction. Option 3, escape out the back door and play sick for weeks and hope you never ever run into him again. Option 4, consider hiring a hitman. Option 4 won't work. Staying home is not going to work. You need to pop up into your apartment. Trying to ignore him is not going to work. So yeah, like those options. Option 5, carry on like normal until you have more information. None of these work. He will always find you. Okay, so our soul pretty much is confirmed. We can't ignore him because, yeah, SANS is gonna find us no matter where we go. Those are all good options. You have choices. Great. No, you don't. Technically, you don't have any choices because he can find you. You can carefully think these over while you finish your shift and realize that it's all pointless in the end. Maybe even sleep on it. The man is clearly here for business, so there's no need for you to, interact with him. You don't even have to look at him while you're on stage. Stare at the black wall. You get yourself a drink of water and get dressed and head out. You're forced to acknowledge that ignoring the man will be impossible when he is near. No kidding, it's hard to ignore the sexy man. You're like, oh dear. Like, how you can't ignore him if he's like directly in front of you. You don't have to be looking at him to feel his presence. It's uncanny how conscious you are of him. You haven't even been on the edge of a man since... No, this is different. Does this make it worse or better? You were a child. Every time you hear laughter from his table, your eyes snap up to look at him. And there he is, looking at you. You hear a deep rumble, his laughter perhaps, and you already zeroed your gaze in on him. You think you catch a glimpse of him standing up? Bathroom visit? And you're already half turned to get a better look. You think for a second, you feel a tickle of magic against your soul, and you're already thinking of him. Stop messing with the soul. Stop it, SANS. Every little thing keeps circling back to this strange skeleton monster. You get goosebumps when you hear his voice. You feel shivers down your spine when you catch another whiff of that smell. Your chest feels tighter than a constrictor wrapped around its prey. You've never felt so out of control of your own body. Betrayed. Helpless even. And now, makes you want to scream now. You want to... Help. You know what, we're just going to say, help. By the end of your unreasonably long shift, you feel unseasonably hot, buzzed with tingles, and an uncontrollable noise. You mentally committed yourself to sprinting at the restaurant as soon as you can clock out and make a beeline home. The moment you're cleared to leave, the overnight shift has blessedly arrived. You go straight to the back room, you change your clothes, you make sure your kitten heels are on tight, and you decide to sneak out the back door instead of going out the front like you usually do. You make it exactly one step out the back door when suddenly he's in front of you, because SANS can teleport. So we pretty much clonked into him, probably. Because you already chosen to start running as soon as you could, you threw your whole body weight into the first step and you plowed into him. Your face slams into his bony chest. He's entirely unfazed, not even taking a step back. Rather, he places one hand on the small of your back and he looks down at you. You know, with a very small voice in the back of your head, he has a pair of very pretty crimson eyelids. The skeleton monster smiles at you with sharp teeth. Oh my goodness. You are a flurry of mixed emotions and you cannot tell if you want to giggle or beg for help. What do you do when your very soul is split between warning you of danger and wanting you to jump in the arms of that very danger? Where you run into doll face? The skeleton asks in a low drawl. You spent most of the night staring at me and now you're running out the back? Because the thing is, if your soul is reacting, I'm assuming his soul is reacting too. That's what I'm thinking. You have the decency to wince. Ignoring your own struggle, you staring must have been weird. You didn't even have a good explanation for outside of, well, instant attraction, instant terror, both. Which one is reasonable? He doesn't even give you a chance to respond. Instead, he continues. Of course I was staring first. You are acutely aware of that fact. He had started to rub his thumb on the small of your back. Oh my. I like what I'm seeing so far, he says, his smile stretching wider to show a glint of a gold tooth. Now you tell me, Stallface, do you like what you see? Remember the warning. Remember the warning. You have to agree. You bite your lip and nod, not trusting your voice. Yes, you do. I mean, we could be shy, and then SANS will be chilling out a bit, or we could go really heated with this. So let's not hold back. Let's go all the way. Yes, you do. There was no use denying it. There's no point. You freaking got it bad, girl. So just shush. Just shut up and accept the skeleton. He chuckles. The sound vibrates through his whole body and shakes yours. You feel his grip tighten on you. Sweet thing, aren't you? He muses in a warm tone and he radiates smugness. Glad to know I had the right idea. He raises his other hand to gently run his skeletal fingers through your hair, and he slowly twirls the strand away around his finger. Soft, he says. Silky, too. A man of bones like me could really appreciate hair like yours, dollface. When the back of his finger touches against your cheek, an involuntary shudder goes through you. There's a warm tingle in your chest. He lets go of your hair and grabs your chin to force your head to tilt up. Got a name, little lady? He asks, his voice a low rumble. You answered, pleasantly surprised by how the situation is turning out. Twinkle, he repeats. Pretty name for a pretty lady. He slowly removes his hand from you and takes a step back. As soon as there is distance between the two of you, you feel a rush of cold. You hadn't noticed how comfortably warm he felt against you until he was no longer there. He offers his hand out to you and smiles. It's not polite nor kind. Rather, it feels like the smile of an amused predator. Oh no. It sends a shiver down your spine. The name's Sans Gaster, he says. At your service, sweetheart. There's a warm tingle in your chest. You already accepted his hand by the time you realize what you're doing. He raises and kisses the back of your hand. Are you free this Saturday, dollface? He asks you. You know after a moment of thought. I was about to take you out for a nice little breakfast, he offers. Yes, you nod along without realizing it. That's twice you notice that you already reacted without thought. That's unlike you. Good, I'll see you around, little lady. SANS steps aside, no longer blocking your exit, and you step past him and you force yourself to move slowly. As soon as you turn the corner, you break into a sprint. So, the fact is, technically, subconsciously, your body is going through emotions because it's done it before so many times, so it just knows what to do. But also, I think it's because if indeed we're onto something that maybe we were soulbound to him before, maybe that's why. Or maybe SANS is, manipulating the soul to make her do that. I don't know. There's love in the air. As long as we don't upset him and, make eyes at anybody else, we'll be fine. We won't die. Your kin heels hit the ground hard as you sprint. I'm just going to quickly go back here 1 second. I want to double check there was nothing else hidden here. Was there nothing else? There was nothing else. Good. Okay, I'm just going to quickly double check. Good to know. Your kin heels hit the ground hard as you sprint. You do not stop until you can no longer hear the music of the clubs. You schedule a halt and look around you, desperate to see if you were followed. You are not. Your soul is settled, and your intuition no longer acts up. The heat from earlier is no longer dominating your mind. For the first time that night, you feel like you can breathe easy. You suck in the chilled night air. Then you let out slowly, and you raise your hand to your throat as you recall the sensation of choking your nightmare. What was that? What had happened to you? You had never heard of an ability to affect one's soul so completely. Is it magical? Did SANS cast a spell over you? No, your soul is strong. You would have noticed this, wouldn't you? Stop. Doubting your soul will get you nowhere, or worse, it'll get you in a bad spot. You don't understand this, but that's okay. You'll figure it out. You can do this. You can handle this. Don't doubt your heart, Frisk. It's the best one around. You absentmindedly fix your pair of gloves, and you force yourself to calmly walk home. Yeah, because pretty much at this point, your body's just going through the motions because it's done it before. And that's what is happening. Technically, that's what I believe. I do believe, I do believe in miracles. I'm just gonna quickly again shuffle through and hide it. Oh, we do indeed. We have some hidden dialogue. Oh dear, let's get to it. As you walk, you mentally count how much you have made, how much you have, and will it be enough? You cross the street and go through the alleyway. You do the mental math and recall that what is hidden in your saving box. You keep your money in a little piggy bank. Yes, you made enough. Way to go, you. Actually, you made more than enough. Everything you've earned for tomorrow and the day after will go straight to savings. You'll be able to purchase another round of posters at this rate. You even hire a detective. I wouldn't hire a detective, because all detectives end up dead. You exit the alleyway and step onto the main street, and you stop. There is another monster. He has white fur, long ears, and 2 curly horns. He wears a pair of black suit pants, a white t-shirt with a black vest, and black armbands over top. He stares up at the moon in the sky, a lost look on his face. Blessedly thankful your soul has no reaction to him, and you don't find him threatening in the slightest bit. On the contrary, the look in his face reminds you of your brother whenever he got lost in the city. A part of you wants to ignore him and go home, but that look... A friend in every life makes it hard to ignore him. This confirms that Ezreal is your friend in every time you do this, that he is not a threat, he is a friend each and every time. So we can 100% trust him. That's what the soul is telling us. That's good to know. Oh, whatever. You walk up to him and you ask if he's okay. And he looks over you and he grins. Hi there. Do you know this place? You do. Great, I'm lost. Spectacularly so. Do you know how to get to Brickwell? You do. The monster looks relieved. Would you, where are my manners? Howdy, I'm Royalty. And there he goes, freaking lying to my face. How dare you? You introduce yourself. Miss Twinkle? No, Twinkle. My name is Twinkle. Would you mind showing me the way? In terrible direction. You smile kindly, and you don't mind at all. Royalty looks relieved. Thank you. If I'm like my sibling, will never let me hear the end of it. You are happy to help. Royalty beams. How lucky for me. The two of you start walking. You take the lead and he matches your pace. Do you work around here? Yes. You answer that you do. Oh really? What do you do? You're a singer. Royalty looks strangely fascinated. I've never had a job like yours. It looks exhausting. You like it well enough. You ask what kind of work he does. Royalty glanced up at the night sky. I mostly help my dad with his managing. Yeah, his manager of sorts. Family business, you know. 100% not lying. You nod. As you walk, Royalty asks you more questions about your job. He seems genuinely interested, and you sense no danger from him, so you feel comfortable to answer him. When you arrive at his destination, he thanks you with a grin and holds out his hand to you. When you place your hand in his, he gives it a firm but friendly shake. It was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Twinkle, says Royalty. Yes, same to him. There's a shout further down the road, and Royalty turns his head in the direction of the voice. He briefly frowns, lets go of your hand, and says, I hope we meet again. Likewise, bye, Miss Twinkle. You finally go home, and you make it home. Alright then. We're now on to chapter 3. This is when things start to get really important that we pay attention to our choices, because we can 100% get stuck in a bad ending if we're not careful here. We also still have 3 hearts. We are still very much alive. Okay, so we've met SANS, we've had some incidents, we're okay. All is good, all is grand, all is great. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 3 in the city. You enter your apartment and you kick off your kitten heels shoes and peel off your pair of white gloves. You go to the bathroom to wash your face, brush your teeth, and change into your short nightdress. You stretch your arms above your head. Your tired body aches from the bed. And you sit to your bed, intent on getting a good night's sleep. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Plushies! You want to beg for help. Hasn't today been chaotic enough? You breathe out slowly and you turn away from your bed and the sensation stops, and you frown. You turn back to your bed and then the warm tingle comes back. Now you understand. Someone's going to try to kill you in your bed. With a sigh, you grab your blankets and one of your pillows off the bed. You make yourself a small nest on the couch before you lay down and you decide to open your bedroom window, all the way hoping to prevent unnecessary damage. You sit on the couch and pull up the covers and go to sleep. You are rudely awoken by gunshots because the neighbours are rude. The gunshots are closer than make your ears ring. You open your eyes tiredly sitting up and you glance to your bed. Oh, okay. There's a bullet hole in your pillow and your soul's intuition has been successful to save your life again. Your gaze moves around the room and you don't see any holes in the walls. You hope that means the bullet came through the window and the only thing you need to replace is your pillow.
More gunshots are heard outside, along with the sound of cars screeching and men shouting. It's been a few months since the last one in this area, and you close your pink eyes, and your soul is not reacting. You could go back to sleep if you want to. You don't think you're in an immediate danger, or you can move to the window and try to discern what's going on. Always be nosy. You get rewarded for being nosy. Also getting traumatized. You go to the window. You never know what information might be helpful. The creepy music has kicked in. Oh dear. Alright, so you pull off the blanket and you move to sit on your bed and peer out the window. You see men rushing the apartment building across the mules. There are lights on in almost every apartment. Several windows have been smashed through, and you see a body hanging partially out of the window. I'm sure he's just a little bit drunk. It's too dark to see the details. However, given that you can see a piece of the window sticking straight through them, it's likely they are dead. You're tired of seeing corpses. There are flashes of light in some of the apartments. Men and women are fighting with one another. Whoever has the gun wins. Bang, bang, bang. Shot after shot rings out, and more cars arrive. A dozen of men pour out of them. Under the lamppost lights, you finally get a good look at who's behind this. The Mafia invading are the ones who you pay your protection fee to. The Vice, they're technically the ones who own the freaking apartment buildings. Those aren't the low grunts. Not only do they have a green banner on their suit hats, but many of them wear green vests over top. The more green a member wears, the higher ranking they are, meaning one day they'll be the ultimate gardener. Or the ultimate tree. You see one man grab a woman in the apartment. She screams, scrambling for the fire escape at the window. He pulls her to the ground, and you don't see her come back up. A man yells as he is thrown from the 10th floor. He hits the pavement head first. It's like watching a water balloon pop. Even though technically back then water balloons didn't exist, so we'll just let that go. His head explodes out and coats the men on the street in brain guts and blood. Gross! Hey, watch where you're, throwing them, you trollop. You hear men from below yell up at their cohorts in the building and happy to be splattered. The Mafia drag out several young men in the street. One by one, you see them struggle against their captors. If they struggle too hard, they get sockets in the stomach until they go quiet. A dozen men are lined up in the streets and forced to their knees. The Mafia men surround them, with one man stepping up and pointing a pistol to one of their heads. Everything falls quiet. You strain to listen, having a hard time discerning the words over the wind and general noise of the city at night. Traitor could get away. The man with the gun is angrily shoving it in their faces on the ground. Who else fights? The deathless beast. Lost shipment. You're the shipment now. Okay, so apparently, there was a traitor who apparently let some men free, I'm assuming. That's what we're getting by here. Men who are supposed to be used to fight the deathless beast, I guess as a form of entertainment, like underground fighting or something. And since they lost their shipment, they need to replace the shipment, and that's why they're getting the people from this building. Even though technically it was established that these guys aren't the ones who do trafficking. Remember what it said? The Burge family were the ones in charge of the, the ports and stuff like that, and apparently remember they were doing human trafficking. These guys are stealing humans, and they're not the ones that are supposed to be doing human trafficking. So why are they doing it? It is suspicious that they're the ones doing it. But also, who's the traitor? The last remark causes a reaction. One of the men on the ground bolts up and tries to make a break for it. Oh no, don't run for it, laddie. He's shot in the back of the head and he falls to the ground dead in his pajamas. Load him up, shouts the man with the gun. There whimpers and cries in the apartment across from you. You raise your pink gaze and see mothers, fathers, wives and daughters weeping from the windows. The Mafias load up the 11 men. They round up into the back of a black van, and the van drives off with another car. And the rest now start to clean up. The police will never come. No one will ever come. Not in this city, not in this area, not for you. You move away from your window and you wrap yourself in a blanket and you hug yourself tightly. Your clues have been updated and you wish Lawrence was here. Oh, Lawrence, what would you do if you were here? Probably get yourself in frickin' trouble, you bloomin'. Love you, brother, but still. Now, of course, we'll take a moment we're going to take a moment of your time and then we're going to focus on a memory of Lawrence because we're all going to go to like Happy Funland for 5 minutes. Just to cool you down after that horrible incident. Why is my accent going Scottish? It's supposed to be Welsh. So, yeah, we're going to take a little flashback here of our dear brother Lawrence. Lawrence way. Lawrence makes a tired noise when he comes home. You look up from the floor where you sat. You're working on your homework and your textbook sprawled out beside you and your worksheets on your right. You smile when you see the brother. Why are you on the floor, Frisk? Stop calling me Frisk, Lawrence. Lauren asks when he notices. He takes off his tie and runs his fingers through his white hair. You gesture to the kitchen table. It's covered in case books. I wonder who put them there. Oh, plushy, sorry, Starlight. He laughs, a sheepish look on his face. Golly, I was looking for those boxes at work too. He moves to sit on the floor beside you. What are you working on, he asks. You showed me maths homework. Maths, he asks. You know, I always hoped I'd never have to use maths at work. Oh, really? I'm gonna also turn down the music because it's still freaking loud. Also, I don't know if it's going to show this, but when you're over here in the menu, if you look, once you go to clues, you get a red rose. Obviously, your cursor is also red, and I believe it's a different color depending on which one it is. So we got red roses here. Your friend nearby, do your detective need to use math? Thankfully, not often, he says cheerfully, but the transport department do all the time. Every time there's an accident, they gotta measure all sorts of stuff and calculate awful stuff. You giggle. Lawrence places a kiss on top of your head. Better than me, right? How are you liking it? I hate it. I can see. Can I see, he asks? You hand him your homework, your worksheet. Lawrence squints at it. I don't understand any of this. You tell me you do? Ha! You laugh. You don't understand a lick of it. It makes absolutely no sense. Lawrence sets your worksheet down and picks up another one you were working at, and he whistles. You already finished this one? Look at you go, Frisk. I swear if you call me Frisk one more time. One more time, brother. Stop it. He rubs your back. It's getting close to the end of the semester, isn't it? Got exams coming soon? In a couple of weeks, thanks bro for pointing it out. Golly, he says. Where's the time going? How's about when you finish your exams, we hit the movie? Nice little treat to end the semester on. You giggle. You'd love to. Would he have time for it? You both looked over at the cases on that. I'll start on the kitchen table. And he pushed his lips. I love my job, but do you know what I love more? What? He pokes your nose. You. I only got one Frisk. You poke his nose, and you've only got one Lawrence, and you stupidly went missing. That's right. So you better love me. Oh, I better find you alive. He teasingly warns you while wiggling his finger. You know what happens to baby sisters who don't love their big brothers? You shake your head. They get tickled. How dare you? Betrayal! Lawrence immediately goes for your sides and you scream and scramble to escape. And your eyes burn when you open them. Oh, bloody dopey big brother. We love you, but my God, you're frustrating. You wipe at them with the back of your hand and you look at the clock. This time you woke up at 6:17 a.m. You linger on the couch and it takes you several minutes to gather the energy to move. When you do, it's sluggish. You slowly move the blankets back over to your bed and make your bed. Once you've made your bed, you take a look at the bullet hole in your pillow. It went through the pillow and into the wall behind. Not angular. It must have been shot from the 7th or 8th floor from you. You check around your apartment and you don't see any more bullet holes. No holes. In your apartment, thankfully, because you opened your window last night. The only damage is to your pillow and the wall behind it. Guess it's time for a new pillow. That's kind of convenient, though. To be fair, it's like someone tried to assassinate you, technically, if you think about it. And we can confirm the fact that we got a warning by here, it means that technically we did die to this originally. You rub your face and you move away from your bed. I love my job, but you know what I love more? You let out a long breath. I only have one Frisk. You turn back to your bed and you get to your knees, you reach underneath it and you pull out a box. It's an ordinary cardboard box, standard issue at any police department. It's worn down from being carried and moved around over the years. You lift the lid off. Inside the box are a handful of folders, a notebook and an old detective idea. This belonged to Lawrence. It is the last case he was working on before he disappeared. I would love to see what he was working on. You reach inside and pull out one of the folders. It's a shame you can't read any of it. I would love to see an example of what the reading is.
For reasons not yet known to you, your brother encoded everything. Even his partner Robert was not able to decode it. Oh, bloody hell, don't talk about Robert. We don't speak about Robert. Robert shall never be named. What was he looking into that required such extra security, and why did that dummy not think to leave a key behind or some kind of extra security so you and Robert could decode it? Why didn't he prepare for his possible capture if he would go so far to encode? Why didn't he think that far ahead? Why? You drop the phone in a box and shove it under your bed. It doesn't matter anymore. He did what he did, and now you'll do what you need to do. You start your morning off with a bitter taste in your mouth. Okay, so this is important right here. This, always pay attention to Mr. Scott, okay? It's really important we do. You drink your chocolate milk, then head out to go on your morning run. You ignore the blood stain on the sidewalk and the broken windows. It'll all wash away in the next rain. You hear a sob and you stop. Why did you stop? You can't do anything. You actually rub your hand and you turn away and you look to see an old man sobbing over a stain in the street. It's where the man was shot in the back of the head when he tried to run. Others pass you by and they ignore him. See, the fact that we know his name is Mr. Scott, I mean, we know him personally. I mean, it's important for us to pay attention to him. Go to the man kneeling on the street. Always talk to Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott is super important because he can also stop you getting into a bad ending with Dr. Rose. Just saying. Just going to scooty. We're just gonna scooty down here. Do we have like any scooters? No, I don't have any scooters. Okay, good. Keep it that way. You can't do anything. Stop. Walk away. You can't. They put his head in. Stop bringing up Robert, for freaking heck. You can't. You can't walk away. Walk away. Why am I a detective? That's easy. It's the best way to help people. It's the best way to also get freaking killed. Don't do this yourself. Don't get involved. It's common sense to help someone in need first. Being a detective lets me help most people. Plushies! Well, without being smart like a dog, you kneel beside him. You place your hand on his back. This is the city. Someone might be having an awful, horrible, traumatic experience, but in the same night, someone else is having the best time of their lives. In this city, this is a constant truth. This morning, this man is having his worst morning. Watching it was horrible for you, and you didn't even know the young man. You stay beside him as he weeps, unaware of your presence for a long time. The city goes on, unchanging, despite the horror. Eventually his sobbing dies down to hiccups as he notices you, and he wipes at his pale face. Wispy grey hair blows in the wind, and you offer him your handkerchief, and he accepts it, and rubs his eyes with it. Thank you, he croaks. You murmur a response. His blue eyes move back to stare at the stain. Why? Why indeed? Well, we know why, because they need a replacement, and if he hadn't run, he would have... But we know later on why he ran, because in all honesty, he would much rather die by getting shot, rather than face the deathless beast. Had the guy not mentioned deathless beast, probably he wouldn't have run. It's important to know full context. Never usher that thing's name in front of some of these boys. They will run! Anyway, you look up at the sky and wonder the same question. We paid our fees, he mumbles. My son didn't deserve this. He choked back a sob and buries his wrinkled face in his hands. The protection fee is only a scam. They say to keep you safe from the other gangs, but the only gangs that would raid an apartment have an alliance together. The Vi and the Birch homies don't go after each other, and they haven't for several years. At least not yet. Looks over at Wings. Why are you looking at me? Go pay attention back with your story. Ignore me for now. There are smaller groups in the city, but none would encroach in their territory. Even if there was a raid by another gang, your neighborhood is too poor to be considered worth the effort to retaliate. The protection fee is useless, just a way to squeeze more money out of the already desperate. You rub your hands. That being said, you look around at the destruction. You haven't seen such a wide-scale assault in years. And when they come by to rough someone up, it's usually only a few guys. And it's over within minutes, but you saw many of them. What were they after? What was so important that they had to hurt so many people? You put your arms around the man and he turns to you and starts to cry into your shoulders. You don't get to your morning run for another hour. Yeah, because you know. The park has a dewy smell to it when you enter. The birds are gathered around the pond and quietly squawk at one another, and a wind blows through and ruffles the leaves in the trees. It's empty, quiet, peaceful. You breathe in the fresh air, and the morning puts behind you. You start your warm-up jog, and you circle halfway around the park when you spot a familiar monster. Is that Rolsey? What is he doing here? Just gonna double check. Scooty some more. We got no scooting, so we don't need to worry about it, alright? Rossie's sitting on a park bench, a scrunched up cup of coffee in his right hand. As if sensing your presence, he turns his head and looks right at you. He beams. Miss Twinkle! You smile back, and he stands up from the park bench and tosses the coffee cup into the nearby bin. Good morning. You approach him and show him the greeting. You're surprised to see him here. Me too, he says, and he brows frown. He looks embarrassed. I might have gotten lost again. The look you give him makes him quick to explain. I normally go everywhere with my siblings, he hurries to say. I guess I never paid attention to where we go, though, or how we get there. He scratches the back of his head. I was actually looking for you this morning. I managed to get to the area where we first met, then I got lost. What for? I want to thank you for your kindness last night. You don't think you did anything to warrant that extra thing? Then maybe I just like you. Aww, he'll always be your bestie, he says with a shrug. There's something about you. I think we could be great friends. Friends? We're gonna be besties! Friends, he repeats, and he scratches the back of his head. That's not too forward, is it? You shake your head with a smile. Friends. That's a rare tale for you. Your soul doesn't react to his presence, and you don't think he's a threat. Rather, he's been very kind. He's very nice. As some of your co-workers, you find it difficult to think of anyone who was simply nice to you for the sake of being nice. You know, being nice to you. Daisy might be the only one that comes to mind, and you can't call her a friend. Why can't you call her a friend? Hashtag justice for Daisy. Wonderful, he says. How about we go for an ice cream this weekend, then? When's the last time you spent time with a friend? You can't remember. Not since coming to the city, for certain. What time? Around noon, okay? Do you know Malay Sunrise? You nod. It's an upscale dessert show on the upper side of town. I'll make sure to follow a map so I don't get lost, he says. Meet you there. You happily agree, and please, you don't have to work that day either. You finish your run, and you go back home. Okay, let's see. You do everything in a bath and get dressed. You have some time. What should you do? So, I believe... because when you go for lunch, something happens and when you go to Daisy's. So it's really important to know, like, what we do by here. So this first one, I believe you go for... I think it doesn't really matter if you go for, like, have a lunch and then you go to Daisy's, because you get two options by here. It depends which one we want to go for first, though. Okay, so by here we can, of course, like I said, do two options. So we're first going to go with, since you have enough money to cover the essentials, you decide to treat yourself to a nice lunch. You have a favorite shop in the nicer side of town. It's a 35-minute power walk there, but the journey and the price are well worth the meal. It's not something you can swing often. When you can, you always have a perk in your step on the way. Okay, I'm just going to quickly scooty. Okay. Okay, so there is something here. Okay. Perk in the way. Today is no different. Despite the rough night, you are in such a good mood as you head out to grab some comfort food. The neighborhood is on the lesser maintained side of the city. Crossing over to the nice district, there is a notable difference in how clean everything looks. The buildings rarely have cracks. When they do, they're fixed within a week. The sidewalks are even, and there are numerous food and newspaper stands, and many more people freely walk the streets. When you arrive at your favorite shop, you are not surprised to see the line. Men in business suits and women in stylish dress line up out the door. You take your place in line, and there are a couple of women ahead of you who gossip. Lady 1. What? Went down to the station to bring him lunch, and you know what he said to me? Lady 2. What? Get out. No! Yeah? The woman says, nodding frustratedly. He said that. The jerk. He said that.
The station was no place for a woman of my standards.
Is that a compliment or is that an insult? What do you mean of her standards?
Of your standards? Or any woman? Her friend clicks her tongue disapprovingly. You know they fired the receptionist again. Why, though? I know. She rolls her eyes. I don't understand them. If I didn't bring him lunch, he'd be a grumpy coming home. But if I bring him lunch, he gets upset. It's the same way...
He does... Wait, hold on. There's a reason why he doesn't want his wife to come down there. Is it because he doesn't want her to get seen? Is that it? Why else would he get angry? Is it because they have a suspicion that they know that there's someone there? He doesn't want to come down there because she might see something. But the same way, it's the same way with this receptionist. They want a pretty little face to look at and hire the first young off the street, and then change their mind and drive her off. This is suspicious. Why would they do that? Why would they drive her off? Is it because suddenly it gets too dangerous? What is this? A friend makes an annoyed noise. You think police in our cities are this bad, or is it just ours? Let's hope ours is the exception, she replies in a huff. So when I leave the station, can you get us where we're running to? Don't tell me that reporter. The very same. What did he want this time? Asked him about my husband and his workers. Of course, the monster's obsessed with the station. Talks a big game about some kind of conspiracy. We really need to find this monster and talk to them, by the way. Both women snored derivatively at that. Conspiracy, scoffed her friend. Ain't it a requirement to be smart first? Oh, shut up. I bloody don't like this woman. She laughs in response. You think, honestly, a conspiracy? What a net. Oh, get this. Can you guess what it's about? The mafia, the companion snarks? That's just common knowledge. No, he said it was about love. Love. The two women laugh at that. Lawrence always felt sick after he took a life on the job. You get your food without issue, absently thinking about the gossip, because you still have time to do one more thing. Okay, so, just to clarify, according to this woman, she said that when she went down to the station to bring food to her husband, he got really angry at her, and every time she does it, he gets mad. But on top of that, they've been hiring young secretaries, but then they chase them off right after. Which is interesting. Why are they doing that? That is kind of really suspicious why that is happening. Are they doing something are they doing that naughty? They're being naughty, they're being disgusting. Lawrence always felt sick about how he took a life on the job. Why didn't you question it more? Oh, because there's something sussy going on. Lawrence always felt sick after he took a life on the job. Yeah, that means technically there's something like very icky and gross going on. Is that what it is? Or is there something else? I'm still a bit confused about that part. I'm still curious, but I don't really know what to think about what the woman said. But I am interested in finding this monster about the conspiracy. They're going to be really important, I feel. Alright. Let's continue, shall we? It is the next day. Let's go and visit Daisy's shop. You head down to the flower shop. The front door is propped open today. As you enter, Daisy greets you with a warm, "Good morning, Twinkle." You return your greeting. Daisy leans against the front counter and her wrinkled smile softens. "I heard there was a scuffle in your area last night. Are you okay?" "Not even a little bit. It's nothing new. I better quickly shimmy weeny ding a ding a woo down here. Anything that we need to look at? Probably." Daisy glances away and out the door. "I sell more flowers for funerals than anything else in this city." "That doesn't surprise you." She looks back at you and her face creases with concern. "Do your best to make sure I don't sell any for yours." "You promise." "Good child, come to the back. I've got a fresh shipment of yellow roses that came in this morning," she said. "It's not often I get to autumn without the police sniffing around." "Why would the police care?" You read MTT? She asked you as the two of you moved to the back room. MTT is a major media corporation. They own the biggest newspaper in the city, and their owner, Mettaton, is a widely popular radio host. You haven't had much opportunity to listen to him, as his hours are the same as when you work, and the boss doesn't like the radio. But unfortunately, the paper boys stopped coming to your neighbourhood last week, and there aren't many newspaper stands on your way to work. Oh, she goes, do you remember a couple of years ago there were deaths? There are always deaths in the city. No, not like gang deaths, but bad deaths, awful deaths, she says. Daisy hesitates, and her eyes flick to the front door, as if to see if anyone was about to enter. The Dr. Rose deaths. At once you're reminded of the city 2 years ago. Remember, 5 years ago, our brother went missing. 4 years ago, 4 years ago we came to the city. And then apparently 2 years ago, apparently that's when the serial killer emerged. Interesting. Scarcely a year after you were left alone in Ebott City. Okay, scarcely a year. Okay, so then for 2 years he was, like, active. Weirdly enough, so scarcely a year after you were left alone, conveniently a serial killer suddenly turns up out of the blue. Emerged. It all began with a curious murder. A young woman left naked on the street, her hair carefully removed and the blooming yellow roses stuffed inside. She was a pretty singer, well known enough that her name was the headlines in the paper. It was an awful murder. The city raged and they wanted to catch the killer. Then another body turned up a week later, this one of a young man. Another well-known name. He was an actor at the City Theatre and had a starring role, and the public was stunned. Another week, a third body. This time, the time wasn't always consistent. A week, a month, a day, but the bodies kept piling. The first monster death happened a year in. The dust was swept into the shape of a monster. The Dremere family officially invited and hired several well-known detectives. An intense game of cat and mouse started as one by one the detectives were removed. Why were they removed? The yellow roses were stuffed down their throats and eyes, angry gashing slashes across their chests and abdomen. What did they do to annoy him so much? The killer? What did they do? For him to, like, be so violent. He, like, carefully, meticulously, Dr. Rose carefully removes the hearts of these, like, talented individuals, like, very carefully, well-known actors and actresses, singers, and etc. It's like, oh, here we go. I'll just gently take your heart out. I'll just take this, okay, and I'll give you some roses. These guys, it kind of flipped, didn't he? He did not like the detectives, did this one? Why is it so violent to the detectives? Things were so tense in the city, even the gangs stopped prowling the cities at night. You remember a handful of nights where your soul warned you against even stepping outside. Okay, but your soul warned you from stepping outside. But our soul doesn't warn us when Dr. Rose shows up at the apartment because we've never died to him. So what was our soul actually warning us about outside our apartment? Because we need to keep that in mind. Our soul warns us of things if we died to it. But why was it warning against stepping outside? Had we died to whatever it was before outside? Or was it just generally like, oh no, there's like ill intentions about? I'm really curious about that. Probably I'm just overthinking it though. 2 years ago, it abruptly stopped. Okay, so the reason why I think it might be Daisy's son is because he apparently went overseas to do military duty. So he was gone for a while. So, you know, it makes sense why I might put him as being a possible suspect of being Dr. Rose. I mean, he was overseas and he would technically have medical knowledge because, yeah, he was to do with the medical thing. So that's why I'm like, it could possibly be him. It could. And technically, you were close to Daisy and she would have told her son a lot about you. So, it could be him. We haven't met him directly, but we heard him mentioned. Daisy sighed. They found another body earlier this week. Heart gone and yellow roses in their place. The police came by yesterday evening to ask if anyone had bought any yellow roses from me. It's not like we've got yellow roses outside of a freaking basket. A monster can just float them and take them, right? Or, you know, it's not like yellow roses could possibly grow elsewhere. They automatically think it's Daisy's doing. Daisy's like, I didn't do it, officer. It wasn't me. No, of course not. Someone like that isn't going to let some flower shop owner lead to their arrest by ordering a bunch of yellow roses. You point out it could be a copycat. Her expression becomes pinched. Anything's better than them actually coming back, right? She pulls up a basket of yellow roses, still in the soil, and she smiles at you. Smells them. Such a bright flower, to think someone would use them for such evil. Oh, it infatuates me. She really don't like it when people use the... Look at her, she's so angry. She's like, how dare they use my beautiful yellow roses? You rub your hands, wondering what this can mean for you and this city. I've got some brighter things too, she says. Want to see? You let Daisy show off the new flowers she brought in, and your mind's still chewing over the news. Is Dr. Rose back? And your clues have been updated. It's time to head to work and you head out. You arrive about 10 minutes before your shift starts, and as soon as you walk in, you notice a change in the air. There's a buzz of energy in the air. Oh, I wonder if it could possibly be Papyrus has finally entered the scene. Oh! I guess we'll find out now. Why isn't the freaking music working? Hold on. Music, where are you? I apologise, I don't know what's going on. The music does not want to work at this point. I am so sorry. We're technically recording the day after. Okay, I'm just going to quickly... Anything here worth highlighting? I don't see anything, but I'm not sure. You look around curiously. There is a tall skeleton monster sitting in the far back, and he sits alone at a table with one drink in his hand. He's skinnier than SANS and has a larger face with bigger spiky mouth. Vermilion eyes meet your gaze, and you smile politely and nod to him. He tips his hat to you. You feel a hand on your arm. You turn your head to Anne. She's already out of her uniform. She must be getting ready to leave, since the shift ends when you start. The bubbly mother whispers to you, I see you found our guest. You nod. It was kind of hard not to find our guest. I mean, he's kind of like there. Boss introduced him on the first shift, she says. Says to keep him well fed and well fed and watered because he's like a pet. But ignore him out of that. Oh, not that it means much to you. You aren't a waitress. Just keep in mind if you get pulled to help tables, she says. You nod and thank her for the heads up. Anna beams at you and pats your arm. Have a good night, honey. You tell her to do the same and hope her kids are doing well. Well enough, she said, rolling her eyes. Jason broke a window playing baseball last night. You see a body hanging partially out of one window. Oh yes, that's right, Jeanette, because when one person is having a good night, another person is pretty much getting murdered across the street from you. That is the single truth of the city. Someone's always gonna die every second. You swallow. Anne leaves. You swallow. You're just like... Anne leaves and you go to the back room. You enter as you see Wendy hopping out of the changing room, clicking her tongue in annoyance. She's a waitress that shares a shift with you. She's a college student. She works the evening shift with you and goes to the classes in the morning at that university. Only recently started to accept women in their ranks. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? Because remember back then, women, you know, we're not allowed. We all got to make. Back in the old days, women weren't allowed to do much, were we? We were supposed to be in the kitchen, being the freaking, you know, the woman of the house. Women weren't supposed to read, weren't supposed to be intelligent. So yeah, this was during the times where they were starting to, like, you know, which means, yeah, women in the workplace normally is, you know, we know what we're expecting. From the story she told you, the professor doesn't always agree with that policy change. Well then, he better get the stick out of his butthole. She handled it well enough, and she keeps her head down, and she's like, keep your head down and do your work kind of lady. As soon as she sees you, she beams. Twinkle, help, please. She turns around and you see part of her black hair stuck in the zipper of her white work dress. Oh, poor thing. You move and immediately help untangle it. She sucks in sharply when you have to tag on a part of it, and you quickly apologize to her and she waves it off. It takes her a couple minutes, but you do free her hair from the back zipper. She sighs with relief and runs her fingers through her hair. Thank you, Twinkle. She quickly starts to pull her hair up into a ponytail, and you offer to finish zipping her up. Please, she says, and you do. The work uniform of the Black Swans are sturdy. The Black Swans, yes, because it's more than one swan. No, it's Black Swan. What am I talking about? Right, where was I? Oh yes, black swans. Yes. Where was that about the black swan? I accidentally there. Black swans sturdy, but sometimes the zippers can be tricky. All waitresses wear a long sleeve, short white dress with a black vest and black apron, short of course, around the waist, and black high heels. The waiters wear a long-sleeved white dress shirt, black vest, black pants, and a short black apron around the waist with a black dress flats. Both waiters and waitresses must wear a black bow tie. Woohoo! The boss provides a complete uniform every 6 months working here, and if your uniform is damaged on the job, he'll pay to have it repaired and cleaned because he's a really good boss. My goodness gracious me, he's really good. Your uniform as a singer is a shimmery white dress. I could have sworn it was a different colour in the other route. It wasn't a white one. I could have sworn it was a different colour. On Fridays, the busiest night, you have to wear a red one. Oh, we do love the colour red. Oh, red for days. You do have the waitress uniform, so you can take extra shifts when money is tight. But you prefer your stage dress. It's much easier to change into, and you don't have to worry about your bow tie getting crooked. You notice the monster? She asks you as you move to the changing room. She waits outside while you change. You did. Kind of strange, she says. He looks strong. Those aren't regulars that are high rank enough to afford someone like him, right? You can't think of anyone. So who's he waiting for? Why does she think he's waiting for someone? Why else would he be here? She chuckles. Maybe he's got a date. This place can get really romantic at evening. She taps on the changing room door. You should sing a love song tonight. Bet he'll tip you well if you put his date in the right mood. It's something to think about, at least. She smiles. Well, sing what you want. Whatever you sing will be nice. Good luck tonight, Twinkle. Thank you. Okay, so let's continue. You tell her you do the same, then the two of you head out to work. Have we got anything at all hidden? Any hidden secrets? Are you hiding anything? No, you're not. How dare you? Disappoint me. Exiting the back room, you feel Wendy brush past you. Her hands are gentle as she kindly pats your back and heads to her section. You can't resist looking over at the skeleton monster in the back, and at least he's not making your freaking heart go rinky-dinky-doo. As soon as you do, he also lifts his head. You two meet each other's eyes again. It's uncanny how it keeps happening. You decide to head over to him to properly introduce yourself. Hello, he says. Hello. What is your name? He asks you. You answer. I am the magnificent Papyrus Gaster, he says. It is a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you wonder if he's related to SANS. Maybe you can even ask about that later. You say it's a pleasure to meet him too. Have you worked here for long? 4 years. Conveniently, I worked here 4 years when I got here. You know, I'm very good at getting the job. Do you like it? You like it well enough. I see, he says. I look forward to seeing you working. Does he intend to watch you? I intend to watch everyone, he says. I like to be informed before I make any decisions. Decisions? Do not worry, human. You'll understand soon enough. Oh, okay then. You wish him a nice night. He smiles. You as well, Miss Twinkle. Please don't call me Miss. And off to work you go. Work goes without issue, although it was far too busy for you to take a meal break, and at the end of it, the boss had a hot meal prepared for you to take home. Oh, such a good, wonderful boss feeding me. Oh, you take it in to go, happy with a productive day of work. Anything here? Any secrets? Do we see any secrets? Does anybody see any secrets? Any secrets? I don't see any secrets. Gosh darn it! There's no secrets. The streets are empty outside your apartment. You speed up when you see the front door of the building, anxious to get inside and eat. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Wait a minute, is this Gaster? Oh no. Is this Gaster? Gaster? Wings? Wingadings? Wingadings, my darling, is that you? You look around and you don't see anyone. You grip your dinner with one hand tightly and quickly head to the front door. As soon as you grab the handle, you feel it again. There's a warm tingle in your chest. You open the door, concerned the danger is inside. Why would you open the door if you think the danger is inside the freaking building? Yes, let's just go headlong straight into the danger. Let's just open the door. There is someone there. They are tall. You do not see their head or face immediately. Instead, you see a button-up black shirt tucked neatly into a black suit pants. There is an expensive-looking black coat draped over the owner's shoulder, and you see black gloved hands clenched on either side. There is a warm tingle in your chest, and you slowly raise your gaze up. He is a skeleton monster with a bony white face and a terrifying spiky mouth. There was a crack going down his right eye socket to his mouth and another crack from his left eye sockets across the top of his head. 2 violet red eyelights stare coldly down at you, and a shiver of fear slides down your spine. You can see me, he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Why wouldn't... It is then you notice there are wisps of shadows around him. He's like, oh shit. Well, this is awkward. You swallow in your response and nod. Unfortunate. It's all he says as he disappears into the shadows. You hope that was the right response. He's like, awkward. Got caught with my pants down. Not literally, but that was really awkward. Your dinner's cold by the time you feel calm enough to eat. Oh dear. Anxious. It's still delicious. The boss knows how to make great food. Are we just going to ignore the fact that some stranger was like in the building, you were getting weird feelings and he was covered in smoke? We're not going to talk about that? No? Okay. Once we've eaten, you do your nightly routine. You wash your face, brush your teeth, change in your short night dress and stretch. You're reminded of the man from before and shiver. Well, at least you managed to do all the above before you started thinking, you know, am I really safe in my apartment anymore? Maybe I should consider moving. There's a knock at your door, and it's rather late for a visitor. You open your door. It is the man from this morning, and he looks disheveled. His skin paler than bone. He is now in a raggedy suit, patches on the elbow and chalk stains under the collar. His eyes are swollen. Hello, miss, he greets you with a wan smile. I wanted to return this before I forget. He holds out your handkerchief, and you accept it. It looks like he cleaned it before giving it back to you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Scott. You hesitate for a split second before you open your door wider, and you offer him a cup of chocolate milk. He smiles, is tired but grateful. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry for coming by so late. I asked your first floor neighbour to let me know when you come home. I wasn't sure when you worked, and... It's fine. You reassure the elderly man. Oh, God bless. Freaking Mr. Scott, you sweet man. He steps into your apartment, pale blue eyes looking around. You help him to your kitchen table and he mumbles another thank you. You prepare 2 mugs of chocolate milk. You were the only one who stopped, he says quietly. You don't even know how to respond to that and you quietly hand him a mug. It's what this city has become, he says. What's the mafia's turned it into? You don't disagree. You've only been in this city for like 5 years, but last night speaks for itself. He smiles mirthlessly and adjusts his glasses. I'm William Scott, by the way. He holds out a hand to you and you accept and introduce yourself. You've got a good heart, child, he says. You shouldn't stay in the city, not unless you want something like last night to happen to you. You smile thinly. Speaking of last night, you ask him if he knows what caused the incident. I'm not sure, he says. It's all so blurry. He looks out at your kitchen window and stares at your yellow roses. Why is he staring at the yellow roses? Something about a shipment. Someone in the building stole it or destroyed it. They were shouting about it. They stole it or destroyed it. But the thing is, they want a replacement shipment of people. So someone in the building destroyed it? That doesn't make sense. Does that mean they killed them? Or are they talking about something else? That's why they needed a fresh shipment. Oh, wait. Have they already harvested something from these people? Or do they literally need living people? See, that's what doesn't make sense. The wording they hear is something about someone is in the building stole it or destroyed it. Stole it makes more sense rather than destroyed it, to be fair. Otherwise, bless those people. I hope it was a quick end for them. A shipment? You think you heard the word and... You're the shipment now. You perch your lips. They kidnapped people and said they were the shipment. From that, you can infer that the original shipment was likely people as well. You hadn't heard the Vi family was in human trafficking, which I pointed out before. But given they're in the mafia, it doesn't surprise you. What do you mean? It's kind of weird that they're going around stealing the other one's freaking thing. Scum. Stars know what'll happen to those poor lads, he whispers, as he looks at you with the glassy, sad eyes. Thank you for your kindness, miss. Please stop calling me miss. You smile at him. It's common sense to help people. Oh, Lawrence, you rubbed off on us. He laughs. Almost sounds like a cry. Oh, if only there were more souls like yours in the world. You reach out and pat his wrinkled hand and you ask him if he needs any more help. Thank you. I can't think of anything. I have funeral arrangements to make first, he whispers, but thank you. Really, thank you. You pour him another drink. You ask him to tell you about his son. His face lights up and his smile becomes warmer. He talks and you listen. Oh, it's kind of like Asgore losing his kid. You do not go to bed till late, and when you do, you have a familiar dream. Okay, it's a good dream. Don't worry, it's a Lawrence dream. We're okay with this. Lawrence, are you hiding anything? Is there any secrets? Lawrence, are you hiding any secrets in your dreams? Lawrence, anything? Is Lawrence hiding anything? Lawrence is not hiding anything. Lawrence, you disappoint me. How dare you? You squint at what you've done. Your nails are painted in pink nail polish. It's sloppy first attempt. You have as much on your fingers as you do on your nails, and you feel a keen sense of embarrassment. Having your nails painted has become a popular thing to do. No. It looks like fun and you wanted to give it a try. The girls at your school have pristine nails. A lot of them get it done professionally, something you cannot afford, and you feel ashamed to ask Lawrence to spend money on. Your only option is to do it yourself. One of your classmates wanted to get rid of their nail polish so her mother would buy her more. What a waste. But at least she gave it to somebody else. She offered up a collection to the girls in homeroom, and you ground a handful for yourself. Your favourite are the ones in pink, the one in red, and the one in scarlet red. We're going to keep with the red theme because we're after SANS. You shift in your seat at the kitchen table. Sullen from your attempt, you didn't expect perfection right away, but you also didn't expect such a horrible first attempt. This didn't go well for you. You can easily imagine the remarks you receive at school with such nails. Girls who come to school with crooked skirts, uneven socks, or messy hair are relentlessly ridiculed for the entire day. Ugh, bullying. Lazy, messy, pathetic, unwanted, ashamed to ladies everywhere. Disgraceful because we've all got to have standards apparently in this world. Those are the milder insults. You have no intention of being on the receiving end of that. You purge your lips. The front door to the apartment opens up. You do not bother to turn around. Lawrence comes up from behind you and looks down. Wow, you suck at drawing as a tyke. Glad to know it hasn't improved at all. He says with a great cheer. You make an annoyed noise. He laughs. Don't worry, Frisk. It'll get better at practice. It'll only get better if you stop calling me Frisk. Stop calling me Frisk. Why are you doing this? Stop doing this to me, Lawrence. You look up at him with a frown brow. You're sure. Oh, come on, Starlight, says Lawrence. You can practice on me tonight. Then once you feel better, you can have a go at yourself again. You perk up. Would that be okay? Why not? He asks with a shrug. It's only paint. You hesitate and point out that none of the boys at school use nail polish. Ah, yes, I forgot how fragile my poor ego is as a man. Don't worry. Boys paint their nails nowadays. Don't worry, Lawrence. You'll fit in with, the modern people. Don't worry. You'll be welcome out with us. Lauren Try remarks, to be taken down by paint. What's next? I have to burn my pink tie. It's my lucky tie. It was a white tie that got soaked in blood and somehow washed it so poorly it's forever stained pink. It's my lucky tie, repeats himself. It wasn't my blood. You offered to use pink nail polish on him. Why not? He asks with a shrug. He pulls up his seat at the kitchen table and he pulls off his black work gloves and places his hand on the table. I leave myself in your very capable hands. You look down at your messy first attempt. You'll get there, he says encouragingly. I know you will. You offer him a small smile. How can he be so sure? Because, he says, you're you. I am going to strangle you, Lawrence. Why? I get it. He's the encouraging big brother. Look at him. He's like, you are you. You're going together. It doesn't matter how many times you try. If you fail, just get up. Try again. Just keep trying. Eventually, something's going to stick. Something's going to work. And, that's all that matters. You gotta keep on trying. You're my darling, baby sister who shines brighter than any star in the night. Your cheeks warm from the praise. Your smile winds a little bit more. That's better, he says with a smile on his face. Your smile is in leagues of its own, Starlight. Right up there with my heart. Right up there with your heart. My heart? Your heart? What? I am having terrible times reading today. I'm stumbling over my words. You keep being you and you'll do fine. With your brother's encouragement, you practice on him for the evening. It takes you some tries, but you do get it. That's it, he says. He leans over to kiss the top of your head. Good job, Twinkle. I'm proud of you. Over nail polish? Over trying, he says. Over giving something new a shot, and even when it didn't work right away, doing it again. Might seem like a small thing, sure, but you did it. Don't undervalue that. You did it, and that's something to be proud of. I'm proud of you. And you giggle. The memory is sweet, as it is sharp. And that's the end of chapter 3. Alright, let's get going. Chapter 4, a new boss. Your eyes flutter open and a sense of grogginess weighs on you. Proud of you. You're proud of him too. Did you tell him that? Does he know it? No matter what he becomes? Okay, now this is starting to make me think maybe I'm onto something. I'm really starting to be concerned with... I've been concerned about Lawrence this whole time, through this whole entire adventure. I've been thinking maybe it becomes an amalgamation, maybe he becomes a serial killer, maybe he becomes a part of something else, you know, like a Frankenstein monster. I don't know, I'm thinking worst case scenario here. What if his, you know, considering how messed up some of these if games have been, especially when it comes to like the lab sequences with the gasters. Yeah, my brain is going all over the place to pretty like places. So I wouldn't put it past any of them. A part of me is also thinking maybe he's the deathless beast. Maybe he's like becomes a part of it or something. I don't know. But what can I say? This is very concerning, no matter what he becomes. That's not good. That's not something you say about someone that has passed away or anything. Does he get corrupted? What does he become? That's concerning. That is very concerning. Lawrence, do not try to kill me. That's all I'm going to say. Lawrence, if you're alive, do not try to kill me. Remember, I'm your little sister. Your job is to protect me. You notice your apartment is much brighter than normal. With a jerk, you sit up and look at the clock. You only have an hour until you have to be at work. Plushies! Your morning routine is discarded as you hurry to get ready. You don't even have time for breakfast as you rush out the door. It's been a long time since you stayed up so late, and you're certain that this is what caused you to sleep in. It's not as if you regret it. Mr. Scott clearly needs someone to talk to. However, you wish you'd woken up earlier. Next time you stay up late, you'll have to remember to set an alarm. It's a lovely day outside, warm enough that even the shadows cast by the large buildings don't feel cold. There's a consistent breeze as you power walk your way to work. Yeah, let's just overlook the fact that the soul's like, no matter what he become, okay, so we're just gonna let that go, fine. We're gonna let that creepy bit of text there with like contact. Okay, fine. Whatever. You enter the Black Swan and the smell of cigars and booze instantly hits you. You sometimes wish the Black Swan had windows, so a fresh breeze could come in and get rid of the terrible stench. Ugh, the stench, it smells terrible in here. No. Anyway, unfortunately, there are no windows. The boss likes the dark lighting. He says it sets the mood. To your surprise, you notice the Papyrus is here today as well. He seems to be seated at the bar with the boss, Mr. Ela? I can never say his name correctly. Mr. Eel, notice you come in. He waves you over to them. Mr. Eel's the Black Swan owner. He prefers his employees referred to him as boss. A tough, grumpy old man with... Grumbly, not grumpy, grumbly old man with dark skin, dark hair, and natural blue eyes. He's a rare human with enough magic in him to cast spells. Not enough to qualify for magic training, but vibrancy in his eyes mark him as special. You've never seen Mr. Eel use magic, although many patrons joke he uses it to make his food taste so good. Easier, lass, says Mr. Eel. You greet both of them. You two know each other, Mr. Eel asks you when you address Papyrus by his name. Miss Twinkle and I have been introduced, says Papyrus. Good, he says. Child, I saw the swan to this here gentleman. Your eyes widen. You've not even known the restaurant was for sale. Yeah, nobody said it. It wasn't, Mr. Eel responded. This here lad simply drove a hard bargain. Your old boss shrugs. What did he tell him? Was it Sans? What did Sans do? Did Sans threaten my boss? What did Sans do? Did Sans, like, generally convince him, or was it just Papyrus like, you know what, I think I could help you. You could spend time at home with your wife, and I could take over here. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I ain't just spring in no more. About time I think of settling down. You knew Mr. Eel wasn't young, well into his 70s, but you never thought he'd retire. He's always had so much energy and was livening the kitchen with the other chefs. He was an excellent boss who took care of all of his employees, and you're sad to see him go. Your action makes the boss soften his demeanour, and he gives you a hard pat on your shoulder. Don't you worry, miss. Papyrus promises not to replace any of you without good concern. I know you'll do just fine, lass, and you know how to reach me if something comes up. Rest assured, Miss Twinkle, said Papyrus, you will not lose your job. That's good. When Papyrus was watching everyone yesterday, it must have been as an assessment. You're curious how well you did. Well enough not to lose your job right away. But what about down the line? You worked at the Black Swan for 4 years and you're reluctant to have to find another job in the city, especially one with a great of a boss as Mr. Eel. Papyrus says, may we return to business, mister? Aye, Mr. Papyrus. Get along, lassie. Yes, sir. You get along per orders. You feel more energized than usual when you arrive home. You smell something smoky and spicy. When you arrive at your apartment, there is a little yellow rose taped to your door with a note. You open up the note and see a time and address. It is signed by SANS. It is for your date tomorrow. How does he know what your favorite flower is? He shouldn't know what your favorite flower is. You never told him what your favorite flower was. Little stalk has been stalking again. Hey now, I have my reasons too. I need to know more about you so I can woo you. There's still no excuse, Sans. Don't you freaking stalk me. You carefully take the flower and give it a sniff, happy for the small gift and confirmation where to meet. You head inside and place the flower and the note on your kitchen table. You sleep in later, and despite a busy shift, you do feel tired. How would you like to spend your night? Okay, so we're going to risk it for the biscuit because we get rewarded for doing so. Remember, don't be afraid to literally do the dumbest thing. We're going to go outside and risk our lives. Woohoo! Let's go, chickens! Go for a run. You didn't get a chance to this morning. It's a little risky this late, but it could be exactly what you need to feel tired. Or get yourself nearly killed. Remember, kids, don't go doing stupid shit. You change into your running clothes and put your dinner in the fridge. It'll be a nice treat when you come back. The night air is filled with city noise. As you made your way to the park, the familiar humdrum of jazz music from the late-night bars, to men loudly laughing and chatting to one another, to escorts calling out at passers-by, your run-down area really comes alive at night, especially on a Friday night. You pass by many people in the streets who pay you no mind. You hop over the cracks, keeping to the sidewalk that's lit by the magical amethyst-coloured crystals in the lampposts. It's only city that has used coloured lamppost, one of many unique quirks about it. Suspicious. Ruin City, the capital of Delta, where you lived previously, used electrical lampposts, and they were only stationed on the main roads. The dreamiest gift of light to the city is much appreciated, especially right now when you've chosen to take a jog near midnight, alone in the mafia-run city because you're a dumbass. If Lawrence was there, he'd definitely scold you. You near the park and there's a warm tingle in your chest and you immediately stop. That's okay, we're gonna linger and assess. Running could draw attention your way, so let's just be stupid and sit like a lemon. We're going to spy. You lower yourself to the ground and your pink eyes scan around you. There, a group of men drunk. If their stumbling and clutching of a bottle is an indication, are meandering down the opposite sidewalk. See it though. One draw's fucking covered. How was that even? Jose? I know they nod, and you realise there's a part of the Birch family. It's rare to see the mafioso from the family so close to your area, with the Vi mark themselves with green. These guys wear suit hats with orange bands and an orange feather in them. The more feathers a member has in its hat, the higher ranking they are. Was there when it first started? I saw it from the beginning. 5. It's a monster, slurs one. Not even. Hiccups. Not even those guards could take it on. Must have been funny to watch. That's the highest ranking. The beast against the royal guard. They all laugh. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, they watch the Deathless Beast fight people, isn't it? Because it's like an illegal fight ring type thing, right? It's like for entertainment, like the Colosseum in Rome. You know, it's kind of like based on the concept of like the Colosseum, where they would have people like do stuff inside the Colosseum, right? That's kind of like this idea, right? It's like a deathmatch, you versus this thing. They're all off of that. Monster fighting monsters, something I'd pay to see. Why don't they? A lot of people pay, I'd pay. Know what else I'd pay for? A fucking laugh. That one pulls out a gun and holds it aloft. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Oh, blaming neck. It's only going to get worse from this point out. Yeah, because obviously nothing good comes from a guy with a freaking gun. Drunk with a gun. Okay, so back and forth by here, they're talking about the fact that apparently they saw a royal guard trying to take on the Deathless Beast. A beast who cannot die. I wonder why it cannot die. That completely defies physics and as well as laws of nature. That it tells you that this is something unnatural. And I believe that Lawrence says someone got involved with that thing, or Lawrence might be a part of that thing. Who freaking knows at this point? The clues have been updated. Gosh, you know what this is reminding me of? Who has watched Full Metal Alchemist and has seen like the little girl with the dog and the father, I can't remember what his name is, he does an amalgam, he combines the dog and the girl together to create a chimera. That's what this is making me think of, and it's like making my stomach turn. That's what I really think we're going to end up with, that Lawrence is like something like that has been combined with something else and you can't separate them or something. I hope it doesn't go that dark route, because that was one episode of Full Metal Alchemist that I really couldn't stomach well. That really upsetted me, that one. Tucker! I think he was called Tucker, the guy that did it. He was the father to the little girl. And he'd done it to the wife previously or something. God, it's been a long time since I've seen Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Full Metal Alchemist. Your clips have been updated and you can't stay any longer. You'll be spotted. Turn around and sprint home! You don't hesitate. You turn on your heels and you sprint away. Oh, look at him go! You hear a voice a good distance behind you shout. Where are you running to, Larsener? Ask him. You almost round a corner and there's a warm tingle in your chest, because apparently they're like, oh look, there's someone running, let's just shoot them. Well, in that case, you jump back unexpectedly. You jump back and a bullet whizzes in front of you, hitting the street behind you as it misses. The fuck? Fucker dodged! Did you see that shit? Yeah, I dodged. Boo-hoo-hoo to you. You don't linger. You sprint around the corner as the voices laugh behind you. The tones tinged with drunken glee. Footsteps pounding behind you, uneven but strong. They giggle with yelp with glee, running you down with unrelenting paws. You are fast though, fast enough that they can't catch you with their hands. There's a warm tingle in your chest. The gun, however, can 100% hit you if you're not careful. So let's abruptly go into an alleyway on your left. It'll take you a lot longer to get home, but this way is way too narrow for them to chase you. And they'll probably miss a lot more. You shimmy through it with speed that only comes when you're fearing for your life. You hear a bullet go behind you, your ears ringing from the fire in the gun so close to you. Fuck! I ain't chasing down there. Why the fuck not? This is a new search, you fuck. Get back, fucker! My god, they 100% are definitely out of their goddamn minds. There's laughter behind you as the group of men stumble into another. One of them hiccups and then another turns around and proceeds to throw up. You don't stop to watch. You make it through the alleyway and you bolt home. You do not stop until you get back inside your apartment, panting and out of breath. Oh boy. Run, run, run. It's what you do best. You'll never leave Peterson behind you, won't you? Peterson? Peterson? Run, run, it's what you do best. You'll leave Peterson behind you, won't you? Peterson? Wait a minute. We know Peterson. Huh. Interesting. That's peculiar. That's very peculiar. That's sus. You'll leave Peterson behind, won't you? You change into your pajamas and you go to bed and you decide not to go running at night. So we ran before. At least tomorrow you have your date with SANS. I'm I'm not sure what to comment about that, because if I'm right, Detective Peterson, he's the one that comes later on in the chapters, towards, like, later on we get to meet Mr. Peterson. What did we do with, why is Mr. Peterson being brought up here? Interesting. Sus, but interesting.
Everyone is a suspect now.
Not that they weren't before.
Let's check. No secrets.
Okay. You wake up refreshed and energized, and you don't have as much time in the morning as you do before work. So for today, you decide to forego the morning run in favor of a long skin and hair routine. Once satisfied, you make your way to the address on the note that Sans left for you. It's an upscale breakfast brunch cafe on the nicer part of town. It's not too far from the dessert shop where Roldsley wants to meet, so you'll be able to go there right after. You have a fun day ahead of you, a date and then dessert with a friend. You run your fingers through your white hair, mindful of the wind. It isn't too warm outside, especially due to all the shadows casted by the skyscrapers. However, the wind was faster than normal. You do take a trolley bus to reach your destination. You don't want to risk arriving sweatily, so you arrive earlier than planned. The breakfast shop sits at a corner. It is the bottom of a brick building with a fence and patio on the side. It is named whatever we want to call that thing there, because I absolutely cannot say that thing for the life of me. Excuse me. Just gonna quickly shimmy dimmy dimmy do. Anything down here for me to see? No magic. Good. It takes inspiration from Curse of It. Okay, so this is a cop. We learned about this place afterwards in the Shadows of Watching. This location comes back. This location is the kingdom in which the stupid mirror came from. Ha! Da-da-da-da! So, fun fact. There we go. That's the name of the place that was used in the Shadows of Watching. That's the place where the cursed freaking mirror came from. A small country known in the East is regarded as the centre of high culture. Almost all current art and fashion trends originate from there, and the capital city is even known as the City of Love. Lawrence always wanted to visit, as do you. As do you. This thing, outside of the bricks are painted white. The windows have mint green ornated bars over them, and there are huge hanging white flowers draped all over the side of the building. The cafe takes up 2 floors of the building, and on the second floor, the windows are opened. You can see many guests sitting at the tables by the window. One of the guests reaches out to pull in a white flowering vine and sniffs it. The patio side is fenced in with a black iron fence that has a design top. There are vines wrapped around each fence pole, and the entire area is shaded by a building and canopy. The fence is high up enough that you can't see over it, and the vines growing around the pole are thick enough it is difficult to see through it. You do, however, catch a glimpse of something familiar. On the wind, you smell something spicy and smoky, and there's a warm tingle in your chest. Although you arrived early, perhaps not early enough, you step inside the cafe. It's much more crowded than you expected. The white and mint green tiles have a pretty mosaic on them. All the tables have a variety of different coloured flowers on glass vases on them. And the windy day has greatly benefited the shop. The wind constantly flowing in brings in fresh air and keeps the place cool despite how many bodies are cramped inside. The matriarch greets you with a smile on the front. Table for 2, ma'am. You explain you have plans to meet someone and he might already be here. Name? You say SANS, and the person seems surprised at this, but gestures for you to follow them. You are guided through the tables. You have a spot reserved outside, they say. You thank them and step out. A hot wind blows down the back of your neck. Your throat dries out and you go to clear it. You glance behind you, wondering if anyone else was bothered by the heat surge. Good morning, little lady, draws a familiar, deep voice. You turn to the voice, and your peony-coloured eyes meet crimson highlights in black sockets. You resist the urge to demurely look away. The patio is empty, save for you and SANS. SANS, are you hiding anything in here? No? Nothing? Oh good, let's keep it that way. The air is naturally warm to you. SANS is seated at a wide white metal table in the back. The monster skeleton's in a black suit with a white vest and black tie today. His suit hat has been placed on the table. At your arrival, he smoothly stands up to greet you. The closer he steps to you, the stronger you smell that familiar spiciness. He holds out a hand to you, and you notice he's wearing one of those fancy magical watches. It's something you only see on the big tippers at work. Yeah, but you've also got a magic watch. You got a magic pocket watch. You take his hand. You use it to smoothly kiss the back of your hand. He might as well have put a hot stone on the back of your hand with how much it starts to pleasantly burn. Come sit down, he says as he lets go of your hand. He pulls out a chair for you. You take a seat, struggling to keep your racing heart calm. There is a lava rock in your stomach and your skin feels overly sensitive. Each wind, gentle or harsh, is like something tracing a needle over you. It's not painful, but it's obviously distracting. Every time it happens, you feel a rush of heat to your face. SANS takes a seat across from you. You seem awfully warm, sweetheart, he remarks. Maybe we should go someplace else. You are warm. You are very warm, but this isn't the first night. You aren't overwhelmed. You aren't unprepared. You are you. You are enough to remain calm. You are not calm. Sorry, love, but you're not. A waiter comes out to greet the both of you with a small smile. Good morning. My name is Ron, and I'll be your waiter. Oh my god, Ronald Weasley, what are you doing here? May I get you started with something to drink? SANS motions for you to order first. You order a chocolate milk and SANS orders a black coffee. The waiter said he'll be back shortly with exactly that. When he leaves, SANS says, that's what you always get? It is. I remember that then, he says. Does SANS always order his black coffee? Yep. Coffee is part of my daily grind. Oh, grind. Why? You giggle at the pun. Your shoulders relax. You had not noticed you were tense until that moment. You were shouting out SANS what he's been up to. SANS said soda. Had to take care of some family business for my brother yesterday. Some punks were really cruising for a Brucian. Oh god, no. Sound like he had a latte on his plate. Oh my god. SANS turns into a grin. Sit up and oh my god. Remember, darkpetal16 had to sit down and write this. The two of you laugh as the waiter brings you your drinks. Oh my god. Have I got anything? No? Okay. The rest of your baskets continues in the same manner. Your nerves are allayed by SANS. He's a natural talent for making you feel comfortable. And then the wind will prick your skin and you'll become acutely aware of how close you are sitting. Or stretch your leg, accidentally grazing his, and feel like you're dipping your leg into hot bath water. It is a careful balance of light fun puns and knock-knock jokes abound in surges of heat and goosebumps. By the end of breakfast, you are fully warm and tingly. SANS takes the check before you can even get a chance. The waiter gives it directly to him and he pays with an impressive amount of cash. You would never carry that much cash on you. Then again, you aren't a massive monster. You both stand up from the table and SANS takes a step closer to you. He reaches out a hand and gently caresses your cheek with the back of his fingers. Soft as ever, dollface. You swallow. The heat you've been feeling all morning feels like it's been set ablaze by his touch. Goosebumps gives you shivers down your spine. There's something in the air, a buzzing tension. There's a warm tingle in your chest. I really do think we were soulbound to SANS then prior, and this is probably why she's so much more, like, sensitive to him. You can't resist leaning into his touch and closing your eyes. You nuzzle into it, loving the sensation. Let's just do it. Fuck, he mumbers. You're really too cute, you know. You open your eyes just in time to see him lean down. He grips the back of your head and presses his lips against yours. His lips? He doesn't have lips, he has teeth. He's made of bone and magic. The magic that allowed his bones, especially in his face, to be mandible. Yeah, because he can do that, can't he? It's how he can frown his brows and blink without issue. It's how he's kissing you. Yeah, because I was about to say. There's a hardness to him, but it's not immovable. You make a noise in the back of your throat as soon as you feel something hot and warm graze your lips. You open your mouth as he breathes his delicious magic into you. Your whole body's on fire and tingles as your soul thumps in unison to your heart. As you sink further into him, a sense of brightness settles into you, along with the fervent desire, a throbbing desire. I can't read this sentence, help. You feel an extra between your legs, and you know in the back of your head it's not from Well, you can tell she really likes it, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm such a child. Oh god. Sans squeezes you tightly against him as he kisses you with deep passion, one hand trailing down your back to firmly grip your butt. Everything starts to melt away as you grip Sans tightly. A loud car horn startles you and you pull away. The hazy cloud of lust temporarily lifted. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Ah, wait, you have plans. After this, you have plans to meet your friend. If you let this continue, you'll feel rushed or guilty for ditching a potential friend. You ask Sans if he would instead like to have dinner. Dinner? He repeats faintly. You want dinner? You want not to rush. Right, he says and lets out a slow breath. No rush, right. Is he okay? Give me a moment and I will be Dollface. You giggle and you give him a kiss on the cheek and thank him. You, he says pointedly, are well worth the wait. You blush. Fuck, he says again. I need another moment. Oops. Oh my god, because we're over. We gotta remember that Sans is not the most patient of the three skeletons. He isn't the most patient. He's not patient. He can get a little bit a little bit more impulsive and a little bit impatient. But he's trying. He's trying for you. He's trying to hold back. He's trying to restrain himself. He's trying not to be too much with you, because he really wants you to like him. You and Sans smile at each other. You make dinner plans easily, and Sans offers to walk you home, but you tell him you have plans to meet a friend for dessert. You still have room for one more? Sans teases you. You have the second stomach just for treats. He laughs. Can't blame you for that. I've got a treat tooth myself. Oh my god, please don't. Does he have a favorite? Oh my god. Sans, I cannot read your puns sometimes, I swear. A sin pretzel, he says with a wink. I like to get naughty. Oh my god. Your hand swipes up to cover your mouth to hide your flustered giggle. He grins happily from your action. Next time I'll take you to that sweet shop afterwards. He has a preferred spot? Oh, I make the best treats at home. You immediately look away, your face burning, and you ask him if he's trying to set you on fire. Who, me? He asks in a tone too innocent to be sincere. You think I would tease you for my own amusement? I'm appalled. Hurt even, sweetheart. You give him a look. He laughs again, his whole body shaking. He reaches forward to cup your face and kisses you gently on the lips. Have fun with your friend, Dollface. He says, I'll see you again real soon. You're too flustered to come up with a response before he dissipates in a haze of red smoke. You take a deep breath and work on calming down. Oh boy. With your date concluded, you walk over to the dessert shop. Oh my goodness gracious me. Have we got anything hidden here? Anything at all? No? Okay. Oh my... Right, as you walk, you have time to reflect. Your soul continues to have a strong reaction to San. It's curious, albeit not a bad thing. You did not sense as much danger this time around him. Well, at least we didn't sense as much, but we still sense danger, so that's something. You wondered what could be the cause for it. Your interaction with him didn't feel too different, although there were those couple of moments near the end. The fifth one was where you considered stepping back from him, and the second moment was when you did after the car startled you. You did? I didn't notice that. Hold on, where? Is it because of hesitation? Is that what it is? Your first mean you also considered avoiding him. It seems almost silly to think, but your sharp mind can't help but notice this pattern. If your sense of danger triggered, if you considered pulling back from him, avoiding him, telling him no, it's too early to draw a definite conclusion from that. It's probably because you did tell him no before and it didn't go well. Like, he literally made you a vegetable and it's bad ending. You've only met the monster twice. No, you haven't. You've met him multiple times. Shush. And clearly a huge part of your soul craves him. You don't want to consider the thought of your soul being attracted to a dangerous monster who would kill you for going against him. That's exactly. The thing is, he doesn't kill you, though. He puts you in, like, a vegetable state. He literally puts you in a coma. Keeps you complacent so you don't go places where you can get hurt, you know? Where's that music? But don't worry, your soul would never lead you wrong. Surely your soul wouldn't betray you like that, would it? Right, it wouldn't do that. You trust your soul. Why do you have such a sinking feeling? Right, it wouldn't do that. Rossie's waiting for you outside the dessert shop. The tall monster casually leans against the brick wall. He's in a similar attire to the last time you met him. Only today he's wearing a yellow tie. It matches well with his golden red eyes. He notices you right away and he smiles at you. Hey, Miss Twinkle. You merely smile back in Echo's greeting. You are happy to put the pessimistic thoughts about SANS behind, for now. As you approach, you catch a whiff of something floral in the air, and you notice he's also holding a small cigarette. Oh wait, no, it smells like a cigarette, but the smoke it emanates is a strange bright yellow, and it seems to be the source of the floral scent. Mafia-run, is that like a type of drug or something? Is that what that's supposed to be? He explains when he notices your curious expression. Magic flowers my mother and siblings grow together. When burnt, the smoke soothes magic. Why does it need to soothe magic? Soothe magic? Humans do something called incense, right? You heard some humans burn candles or incense to reduce stress. Okay, but why do you need to soothe magic, though? Ralsei crushes the Mario roll in his palm. He brushes the debris out of his palm and into the street. Think of it like that, then. Are you ready for something sweet? You beam, definitely. Then let's not wait. You two enter the dessert shop. Mali Sunrise is a brightly coloured dessert shop. Splashes of orange, rosy pink, yellow, and purple cover most of the shop. Rows of ice creams, cake, macaroons, pies, and many other sweet delights are on display. All the cases are madly enchanted to keep the food fresh for a long time, and hold on, we have no secrets. Good. You uncertain how long you never could afford such an enchantment, but you did hear the boss offhandedly tell you it would keep a pie fresh for a month. You know, that's concerning. My mind went places. Keep something fresh for a month. Is that gonna come back later? I wonder if that's gonna come back later. If you want to keep something fresh. The Black Swan did not have desserts. Often too much sugar and sauce tends to lead to the patrons getting sick in the bathroom. So you've been told, at least. Mali Sunrise does not have any place to sit. It is intended to purchase your food then leave, so most of it is designed to be handheld. Ralsei and you have placed an order, and Ralsei gets a triple star butterscotch ice cream cone. You order. Where's our chocolate? We need to say chocolate. Chocolate, 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 chocolate ice cream cone. There we go. Need it. With your treat in hand, the two of you decide to enjoy the nice weather and go for a walk while eating. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly zippy zippy whoa, zippy zippy da da, zippy zippy zippy. Anything hidden for me? No. Good, good, good. Let's keep it that way. I'm glad there's nothing hidden whenever Ralsei's around. You take the lead, recalling that Ralsei isn't familiar with the city, and you decide to head to a less crowded part of the city, so the two of you don't have to compete for space on the sidewalk. There is a comfortable companionable silence between the two of you as you eat. Despite the fact his ice cream cone is larger than your head, Ralsei makes quick work of it. By the time you're halfway through your chocolate ice cream cone, he's already licking his fingers clean. I should have ordered two. He sighs. You offered to share yours. Really? Sure. He bends over and takes a bite of your offering, and he licks his lips. Yeah, that's good stuff. Thanks for sharing. You're glad to. Ralsei pulls out another Mario roll. Do you mind? You shake your head. He breathes out a small plume of fire, igniting it as the two of you walk. He said it was similar to what humans did with incense to soothe magic. Yeah, so you ask if he's stressed. Everyone is stressed, he says casually, and he smiles at you. But it's better than when I'm in the city. Do you not live in the city? Not exactly. he says. Not, actually allowed in the city. You raised an eyebrow at that. Strict parents and all that. Yeah, because they don't want you leaving the Fell Kingdom, yet here you are gallivanting around. He says, you can relate to that. Yeah? You hesitate. You haven't talked to anyone about your past. Lawrence is the only one who knows, and that's because he lived it alongside you. You quietly admit you aren't on speaking terms with your parents. Thank freaking God for that. Strict? Ralsei inquires. In a sense. No. They're the type that you probably want to, like... Humanity gave our character the short end of the stick in this one. The stick. You remain vague, not wholly on purpose. You don't know how to explain it. You never had to put into words. Thinking about it makes you feel deeply uncomfortable, like wearing an itchy sweater and you aren't allowed to scratch. He studies your face. Clarity comes over him and his golden red eyes widen briefly and then soften. I understand, he says. Do you really understand? Because I can tell you, it gets really freaking heavy. You meet his gaze to see if he truly does. You see discomfort reflected back at you. Yes, totally, I understand the horrible... The father, the dad literally tried to kill them. So, yeah. You see discomfort reflected back at you. It is enough to make... It's enough to make you smile. There is no warmth or joy to your smile. Rather, it's one more of bitter relief. Here's to shitty parents, Ralsei dryly says. He holds out his Mario roll to you like a wine glass, and you bump your chocolate ice cream cone against it, as you both mirthlessly celebrate your childhood. You still lived with them? You still live with them? He asks you. Oh God, no. You and your brother ran away, thank God. Wow, how old? You were 12 and he was 17. Ralsei's eyes widen. You were both kids? Where did you go? You explain that you and your brother ran to Rune City. Your brother had saved up enough over the years to get a little apartment. On his own? You two? You two were completely on your own? Ralsei's gaping at you. As children? You shrug. It wasn't like either of you had a choice. You'd both be dead if you stayed. Quite literally. That's, incredible, he says, glancing down and away from you. I could never. Listen, he literally had a shotgun trying to kill these two. They really had to run for their lives. Run, rabbit, run, run. You never know what you're capable of until the moment comes, aka when someone is shooting bullets at you, trying to kill you. For reasons I don't know still. Maybe, he says. Did Ralsei still live with his parents? Yes, he says, and forces her to shut off. Father is... a difficult man, hard to say no to, hard to live with. Asgore needs a punch in the nose. Ralsei gives a small shrug. You get it. It's more suffocating than anything that he says. You wouldn't think it. Mother keeps a pretty home, but I feel like I can only breathe when I'm outside of it. You understand? Like walking on eggshells? Yeah, he says. I knew your soul felt nice. Who would have thought we'd be kindred? You got a hobby? Here we go, feeling my freaking soul without my permission. You sketch. He grins, his whole demeanor brightening. Really? I actually do too. Conveniently, I always seem to be doing the exact same thing you're doing. I notice, Ralsei. We're like besties. You want to have matching ugly Christmas sweaters? Yeah, let's go for it. You giggle, and you ask Ralsei what he's currently working on. I'm sketching a picture of the night sky. You can't resist laughing at that. You're doing the exact same thing. Golly twinsies! You reach a point in the road where you need to decide where to lead the two of you next. Okay, so... we get to find out about this later. So let's just go to the Swan Park. This is about to get dark, and that's okay. We're here for the dark. There's a Swan Park not far from here, and you have a good feeling about going there. I repeat again, you have a good feeling about going there. Terrible. You ask Ralsei if he likes swans. They're pretty little menaces. I love them, he says. Hold on. Just gonna double check that the menace is still here. Dennis, the menace. Anything hidden? No? Good. Fantastic. Great. Let's just carry on then. You let out a small snort of that. Swans are graceful to watch. However, they can get aggressive. You've yet to be attacked by a swan, but you have seen them go after others. You distinctly recall one morning you were whistling at whistled at by an old man, and the man ended up straying too close to a group of swans while whistling at you, and by consequence was immediately attacked and pecked at, especially if the swans have babies. They really don't like you going near their babies. There have been a couple of times where you run into a group of swans to avoid being followed, and for some reason they never mind your presence. A lot of animals are like that with you, because secretly you're a Disney princess. Lawrence told you it's because of your soul. You smile at Roxy and start to guide the two of you to the park. You take him through the alleyway and off the crowded sidewalk. You really know your way around the city, huh? Roxy says. You have to. Do you always take the alleys? In the day, you try to avoid them at night. Roxy frowns at that. Why? Because it makes sense to not go down a dark alleyway in the middle of the night. Do you want to get murdered? It's part because it's dangerous, and also they get dark. You gesture to a lamppost on the sidewalk. The light of the lamppost rarely reach into alleyways. You don't have a portable light? You frown your brows. Unfortunately, you do not. They're not. Roxy stops himself and scratches his chin. Are they too expensive? Most magic items have a steep cost. It's not something you can splurge on. Oh, he says. You shrug. It's always been this way. There's a warm tingle in your chest.
Watch it, Johnny!
Oh, blimmin' heck. The harsh voice coming from outside the alley sends a shiver of disgust down your spine. Oh, wait. This is scary. We need to change the music. Hold on. We've got scary stuff. Scary. Woo, spooky. Scary. Dangerous. Oh. Gotta remember it's spooky. Gotta set the...
Watch it, Johnny!
The harsh voice coming from outside the alley sends a shiver of disgust down your spine. You immediately press yourself against the brick wall and push Roxy behind you. He doesn't fight against you. What are we doing? You inch to the end of the alleyway and peer around the corner, and there are a few of the vile mafiosos standing outside a black van. A familiar black van. It's the one you saw the other night, the one they used to kidnap those young men. What's going on? Roxy tries to step out, and you immediately grab his arm and shove him back behind you, shushing him. Shh, quiet. He gives you a confused look. You quietly point to the vine men. Roxy frowns. Thankfully, he doesn't try to step out again. You continue to watch the scene unfold from behind the corner. The men are stationed outside of a small hardware store. Two of them stand outside the van, each of them puffing a cigarette. You flick your butt at me again and I'll bust your chops, threatens one of them. Don't snap your cap, rookie, sneers the second one. Miss, you Joe this morning? Ain't got time for it nowadays. This fucking overtime is bullshit. Why would we gotta deal with this? Cause some cockeyed knucklehead fucked up, complains the first one. We get buckings for this.
I wouldn't say that,
the second one says mildly, amused by the first one's temper. We get to live less that ain't what you want anymore. Don't rag me. Why would you rather fight that ugly fucker? The first one grimaces. Come on, hop in the ring. Bet he'd give you a face as handsome as his, laughs the first one. Are they talking about the Deathly Beast again? Hell no, ain't even a mother would love a face like that. Oh god, what happened to it? Ain't that true for all monsters? The two snicker at that. Humph. A third, fourth and a fifth mafioso exit the hardware store. They're carrying a person who's tied up and gagged. The first two mafioso open the van door and all five of them wrestle the victim inside. It doesn't take them long, then the van doors are slammed shut and it speeds off down the side street. You close the Mateus, you witnessed another kidnapping, only this time Roxy's also witnessed a kidnapping. Right, back to default music. And remember, our character had a good feeling about the park. I repeat again, we had a good feeling about the park. Roxy puts a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? You're shaking. You hadn't noticed. It's okay, he says soothingly, rubbing his hand up and down your back. They're gone. You take a deep breath. You count to 3, and you let out slowly. You know them? He asks you. You tell him they've recently raided your area. You explain how they kidnapped a lot of young men in the apartment across from you. Roxy looks horrified. Kidnapped? What for? You aren't certain. You think it's related to human trafficking. Do you want to go to the police? You can't hold back your bitter snort there. The police will never help, especially not you. But Roxy falls quieter to a withering look. A somber silence falls with a heavy blanket around you two. Miss Twinkle, Roxy whispers, I want you to have something. He takes out something from his suit pants pocket. It's a small handheld mirror. This is an enchanted mirror, he says. It can act as a way to communicate. I have another one at home, and I share this connection with my sibling. I want you to have this one. The thing is likely more expensive than all the buildings in your neighbourhood. For my peace of mind, he insists. If you get in trouble, you can contact me. He pauses. Not only trouble, I like you, Miss Twinkle. I want to be a friend. I can't visit the city often, but this way we can still reach one another. You hesitate, and he places it on your hand and folds your fingers over it. Please, he asks. You give him a small smile. Okay, since he's your friend. His eyes shine like the dawn, his whole demeanour brightening. Thank you, Miss Twinkle. You tell him that the miss is not necessary and is long overdue to be gone out the window by now. Twinkle, he repeats with a smile wildly. My friend. Oh God, no, don't talk about Lawrence's friend. I don't want to. Don't make me do this. No, Lawrence had a friend. I don't want to talk about Lawrence's friend. Oh God. No, I don't want to talk about Lawrence's friend. Do we have to talk about Lawrence's friend? Can't we just not talk about Lawrence's friend? I don't want to talk about Lawrence's friend. Lawrence's friend, we don't talk about Lawrence's friend. Oh God, we're talking about Lawrence's friend. Why? Fine, if I must do this, but no, I'm doing this against my will. Robert Hoffer holds out a large bronze key. You accept it. Keep it on you at all times, he says. The freckled ginger closes your hands around the key. Don't set it down anywhere outside. You nod. Okay, he says. Go on and open the door with it. You step around him. Robert is the same height as you and is skinnier than Lawrence. A pale-faced man with more freckles than you can count, and his hair is a shocking red with many tight curls, and his eye blue within the sky. He is Lawrence's partner. You insert the key and twist it. There is a click, and you turn the doorknob, and it doesn't budge. Annoying thing, ain't it? He says. You gotta lift up the knob and then turn it. Figures we get one hotel with a busted door. You lift the knob and turn it, and the door opens. All right, he says. Go on in and I'll grab other stuff from the car. You can... He waves you off. You're dead on your feet, kid. Grab a bed and get some rest. Oh, blimey neck. Okay, fine. You enter the hotel room and immediately smell... sterile cleaner and musk. He shuts the door behind you with a click, and you listen to his footsteps go away down the hallway until you can't hear him anymore. It's only you. You anxiously rub your hands and your nail polish is starting to chip. It's a decent hotel, maybe. Oh God, you've never been in one before and you've nothing to compare it to. There's one large room with green golden 2 beds, and there's a table shoved under one of the windows with 2 chairs. I don't like this part. I don't want to be here. No kitchen, but there is a bathroom. It is a barren, otherwise no pictures, no counters, and no lamps. That's fine. You and Robert don't plan to be here that long. Oh God, a week chops, he said. Oh God, I don't want to. I don't like this part. This city is no place to linger, after all. He'll find Lawrence. He'll find Lawrence my absolute butthole. And then you can go back to Rune City with your brother. You're certain Lawrence will scold you for missing school. You're supposed to start your senior year, but a lecture you're willing to accept. As long as you find him, which you will, even if it takes the whole week or even a whole month, and you miss so much school you have to repeat. You'll find him. You won't leave without him. Oh, no. A month later, and let's not. I don't want to. No. Everybody knows how I feel about the scene. No, I don't want to talk about the box. We don't talk about the box. Why are we back with the box? I don't want to talk about the box. I don't want to. I don't like the thing in the box. I mean, I'm sure he was a lovely person, but I don't want to talk about the box. There is a box at the door. I don't want to. You frown and look up and down the hall. You don't see anyone. You take the box and bring it in, and you set it down on the table. There's no name to it. Oh, for God's sake. After a moment of thought, you decide to open the box. You can always apologise to Robert later if it's something you should not have seen. You take off the lid and at once you smell something sickeningly sweet and coppery. In the box is Robert's head. They put his head in a box. His face is contorted into a gaping, horrified expression. My guess is he probably got to see what exactly maybe the Deathless Beast was, because he's not the only one to have like a horrific expression and freaking out. We have heard about this before with someone else, which is Mr. Scott's son. He freaked out and that's why he ran and would rather gone shot rather than facing the Deathless Beast again. It's gonna be like a freaking Frankenstein monster or something. There was freaking Lawrence part of the goddamn thing. His blue eyes are milky and vacant as they stare lifelessly ahead. His nose was crushed in, dried blood all around, and his mouth. They put his head in a box. Oh, yes, I can gather he's in a freaking box. Stop saying he's in a freaking box. Did they put Lawrence in a box? Pfft. The world stops. Your body goes cold, colder than winter, and starts to tremble. You try to breathe. You try to catch your breath, but you've been thrown into a glacial water that relentlessly drags you down, and your hands shake as your knees give out from under you. Everything tilts. What did you see, Robert? It is hard to breathe. Get me out of here. Oh, for God's sake, yes. In, out, shake it all about. Beat. I don't want to. No, I don't want to be here. No, I don't want this. I don't like this scene. I don't like beheadings in general, so I really don't like this scene. Is there anything hidden here? Is there anything? Oh, the God's sake, yes there is. Okay, so in 1, 2, 3, hold 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3. With each breath out, you force yourself to calm down. The mess of emotions cannot control you. They are not allowed to. You are strong. You have faced danger. You've survived worse. Yeah, but there's literally a freaking head in a box in front of you. Excuse you. You have every right to freak out. That is not normal. Emotions, feelings cannot control you. Don't let the memory drag you down. Lawrence grabs you and you wrap your arms and legs around him as he starts to run. You hear it. You hear father screaming and he doesn't stop. You rub your hands together. Your face pinches. Oh, God. As you keep trying to breathe. A stone weighs your stomach down and your legs feel weak and wobbly. You tell him to duck and he does at the sound of a gunshot ringing through the air because the father for some reason tried to kill him. They put his head in a box, aka this is Robert they put in a box, not Lawrence in this moment. Bill races to the back of your phone, your vision doubles. Oh God, your body quivers and tremors go through it. You can taste blood in your mouth as a hammer is taken to your chest. You try to suck in a gulp of air, but nothing happens. He looks down at you. You note with a small voice in the back of your head, he has a pair of very bright crimson eyelights. What? Why are all these memories like blurring? You suck in a gulp of air, but nothing happens. Breathe, Twinkle, breathe. He looks down and you note with a small voice in the back of your head, he has a pair of very pretty crimson eyelights. That's SANS. SANS reaches out a hand and gently caresses your cheek with the back of his fingers. Why are we talking about SANS here? We're talking, so there's different memories here. We're remembering SANS trying to calm you down. There's a memory of you running from your dad who tried to shoot you with a gun. And then, of course, they put Robert in a box. Okay? You breathe in, you hold, you breathe out, you refocus your thoughts, aided by the hum of your soul and your pink eyes close shut. It takes you several minutes, but you do regain control. You're okay. Liar. You will be okay. His soul's like, don't you lie. It's a new day. Oh, okay then. We just got past the really bad one. So this chapter right here makes all of the difference. This is where people get it mixed up. So there's actually a scene in chapter 5 that you need to do at the start for you not to get into the loop with the Dr. Rose. So I'm going to do that part for you guys next now. Alright, now comes this chapter. This particular chapter is the one that always caused me to have issues because I would stupidly, accidentally overlook a visit to Mr. Scott. So let's get on with it. Chapter 5, 1, 2, 3. You don't eat breakfast that morning. Tomorrow is Monday and you'll have to go to work. Today, however, you are free. You have already done your morning run and are dressed for the day. What should you do? Relax at home, visit Daisy at the flower shop, or you need to buy a pillow. So you will get to do these after, so we're going to do this one. This is Mr. Scott, and we need to pay close attention to Mr. Scott because Mr. Scott has some very important information that we kind of need. So let's go and bother him. You make yourself a cup of hot chocolate, chocolate milk. You feel good to relax. No threats, no work, no soul thumps. You sit at your kitchen table, sketching and drinking your chocolate milk. The smell of your garden's flowers gently wafts in through your cracked window, and the sound of children playing out on the street acts as white noise to you. It's peaceful, comfortable. It's the kind of easy moment you would have loved to share with Lawrence if Lawrence was here. It didn't happen often. When he became a detective, he was busy, always running from case to case, and his mind would rarely settle down at home. If he had a free moment, he would spend it with you, or pass out from exhaustion. Some nights you'd go to bed and wake up to find he wasn't quite made it all the way to his room. You walk out into an old scene, shoes kicked off, tie half undone, and your brother snoring loudly on the floor in a position that did not look remotely comfortable. Good nights, he'd make it to the couch and you'd drape a blanket over him. Bad nights, real bad nights, neither of you would sleep. You'd bring your blankets and pillows into the living room and make a fort. You'd read to each other or play games with each other. Anything to not be alone with your thoughts. Anything for him not to be alone with his memories. What is he seeing? You take a sip of your milk chocolate. You wonder how Mr. Scott is doing since the loss of his son. Is he enjoying a peaceful moment, or is he alone and mourning? Your pink eyes move to stare at your yellow roses. You can't. You don't want to imagine what it's like to mourn a family. I'm probably going to find out. You decide to check up on him. The apartment across the street has been mostly tidied up since the raid. He gave you his address from his last visit. You find the apartment and knock on the door. William Scott opens it up, his pale blue eyes widen in surprise. Miss Twinkle, you politely explain you thought about him and wanted to see how he was doing. That's very kind of you. I appreciate your thought, he says, and he steps back and opens the door. Please come in. I've got a lot of leftover food people brought over that I could never eat on my own. You step inside. Mr. Scott Holmes looks like a fisherman's dream. It's painted ocean blue with many pictures of the sea hung up. There are fishing poles stacked against the walls, and the shelves are filled with various sea shanty memorabilia. The smell of sea salt tickles your nose, and you can see he has sea salt rocks in a glass tub near the front door, the source of the smell. Mr. Scott offers you a seat on his white couch. His coffee table has many flowers on it. From the funeral, perhaps? I thought about you as well, he says. Mostly about our conversations. The kidnappings? Yes. It happened on your mind too. My son, Mr. Scott croaks, isn't the only boy lost. When I went down to the parlour, there was other folks from the west side. The west side near the ports? It's controlled by the Birch family. It's where the most of the human trafficking come in. Taken from the city is bad for business. Also, Lawrence told you long ago. Most mafias and gang are protective of their territories like a mad dog over a bone. The Vi taking others as a replacement for a shipment makes a cruel kind of sense. But the Birch doing it as well? What happened? Who's stealing them? Is that freaking Gaster doing? Is Gaster just going around stealing things? I mean, it does make sense he would go around to mess with them, but still, he's causing other people to get dragged in if it's him. What could warrant both armies dipping into the city's populace? Oh, I don't know. Maybe possibly a Gaster. I don't know what you're talking about. It's terrible, Mr. Scott goes on to say. You agree? I thought you ought to know. Decent souls like yours are a rarity. Promise you'll be mindful. You have to keep yourself safe, okay? Yes, Lawrence, I know. You'll stay safe, you have to. Good, he says, his smile wobbles, becoming strained. I know your youngins can get impulsive, but keep your mind sharp. You're very good at not acting on impulse. Yeah, when I'm not in control. Your soul has been an excellent guide for you. My son was much the same way, he chuckles, his eyes watering at the mention of his deceased son. Gently ask him about his son. Ronnie was a good kid, he says. Real smart. He had what it take to go far in life. Mr. Scott sniffles loudly and looks down. Good grades in school and kept his head down and always came on with me with the fishing trips. He was a good kid, real good kid. Oh, God. Now we're talking about this one. Where did he go to school? The public school on the east side, Mr. Scott said, his expression sours. He did till he got involved with that no-good Edward. Edward? Some rich brat, says Mr. Scott. He had a bad influence on my boy, talked him into skipping school. Mr. Scott leans forward on the couch, smug as can be. I knew he was trouble the moment Rooney freaking introduced us. I told him to. He didn't listen. Mr. Scott swallows roughly and sits back. His eyes are red with ushered tears. Oh, bless. Inquire about Edward. Why did Mr. Scott dislike Edward exactly?
Arrogant, he says, always throwing money around. Mr. Scott wipes at his eyes with the back of his hand. Sorry. Is that the only reason? No, he rasps out. He took my boy out one weekend, and when Ronnie came back, he was white as a sheet, scared of his mind. Oh, yeah, because he took him to see the beast, didn't he? He wouldn't say much, Mr. Scott admits, tears falling from his eyes, shaking more than a leaf in a storm. Though my boy, my baby boy! How dare he? Something about this tickles your mind, and you softly ask him to tell you what he knows. He said he saw a beast. Yeah, he saw the beast. He stampers out. Said it was quiet, really quiet until it wasn't. Oh. It's an amalgamation. Is it amalgamation? Until it wasn't. Someone said a risk, he said. Oh, did they say Frisk? Is that freaking Laura? Am I on to something? It said, someone said a risk. Someone said Frisk. Risk and Frisk sound way too similar, don't it? If it is Lawrence, he got triggered because you heard the name Frisk. My brother's the deathless beast, isn't he? My brother's already like freaking... Can I save him? There is a high probability that Lawrence has become the deathless beast. Which is concerning because it means it cannot die. Is that why Dr. Rose is collecting hearts? That'd be really messed up if what I'm thinking it is. God. Anyway, moving on. Mr. Scott buries his face in his hands. Oh, my poor Rooney, my poor boy. As the man starts to stop, you reach forward and place a hand on his back. Edward, blind. You can't forget him. You can't forgive him. Oh, Edward's bloody done something. You can't forgive him. You can't forget him and you can't forgive him. Edward, blind. So he turned a blind eye to the stuff going on. That's what I think it is. Edward knew about stuff and he turned a blind eye. We'll of course meet Edward later now. It takes a long time for Mr. Scott to calm down. Oh, Mr. Scott, I'm so sorry. You leave Mr. Scott heartbroken and exhausted and you return home. What else would you like to do? We can go buy a pillow. You purchase a new pillow from the furniture shop down the road. Hold on. Okay. You purchase a new pillow from the furniture shop down the road, and then you get to the groceries for the weekend. Well, for the week. You carry your groceries in a black bag that you bring with you to the store. The paper bags provided by the store don't have handles, and more than once you had the bag split open on your walk home. You unfortunately run out of a lot of things this week, so the bags are bulging with how full they are. Your arms are tired halfway home. Good day, miss. A smooth voice interrupts you, and there's a warm tingle in your chest. You stumble, and you twist around to see a tall monster leaning against a wall in the alleyway. It's the monster you saw outside your home. No, we didn't see him outside our home. We saw him inside the freaking building, covered in shadows, and then he left. A stream of melting ice slivers down your spine. The monster takes off his black suit hat and offers you a disarmingly charming smile as he bows. In a sweet then sugar, he says, "Thank you for stopping. I was hoping to run into you again." "Why?" "To apologise, of course," he says, his voice low and velvety smooth with a honey-sweet coat. You stare at him, waiting for him to elaborate. "I was terribly rude to you," he says. "I'm deeply sorry for that. You caught me at an awful time, and I took it out on you. I understand there's no excuse, but I hope you can find in your heart to forgive me." He speaks in flowery words with saturnine voice. Lawrence told you those are the most dangerous folks. The ones who can use pretty words to hide their knives. There's a warm tingle in your chest. "If you would allow me, I'd be happy to help you carry those," offers the monster. Liar.
Let's just throw shade at him. If you don't let him carry your bags, bad things happen. So always give him the bags. You decide to give him a chance and you let him carry your groceries. He puts his black suit hat back on. Okay, we're just gonna like shimmy, 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 shimmy. Okay, nothing. Good. And takes all of your groceries from your arms, leaving you only carrying a pillow. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Thank you, he says. Ah, where are my mariners? I'm Wingerding's Gaster. Oh, that last name SANS has. Wingerding briefly frowns. You know my brother? You're dating him. The sensation of danger immediately vanishes. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, because he's like, oh my god, my brother actually got himself a girlfriend. Finally, he can stop being the little gremlin at home. He's finally got someone in life that can probably whip him into shape. Hey, you need a woman's touch in your life, brother.
Honestly, you two, stop fighting.
I wasn't. We should tease him.
Oh, for once I'm totally down for this, because whenever it's my road, you guys tease me.
I see, he says, amusement in his voice. He's my younger brother. Your demeanor brightens, and you're happy to meet one of Sansa's brothers. He's my younger brother. I thought he was the second. He's my younger brother, and Papyrus would be his youngest, yeah. And I, he says with a strange smile, am delighted to find out about you. Of course, because now he can rub it in Sansa's face and be like, I saw your girlfriend. Wingerding cordially assists you all the way up to your apartment, and he sets the groceries outside your front door and tips his hat to you. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Twinkle, he says politely. I'm deeply grateful that you gave me the opportunity to atone for my earlier rudeness. You're happy to meet him too, and you thank him for his help. He smiles at you. You are far too kind. Take care of yourself, young lady. You watch him leave, then go to put away your groceries. Okay, so I think, hold on, I think I can also, I think I botched that a little bit. Let's go back for a second. Did I? Okay, no. I didn't. I just want to double check something. We're still gonna go the route. Anything hidden here? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, good. It's okay. We don't need to go see her. Your day is over and it's time to eat dinner and get ready for bed. End your day. Once you've eaten, you do your nightly routine and you wash your face and brush your teeth, change in a short night dress and stretch, and you start to head to bed. Okay, so interlude. So interlude will allow us now to go over to SANS and Gaster, as well as Papyrus. We'll go and check out their scene, and then I'll be at the end to chapter 5. So let's go do that. Interlude. I'm just gonna quickly like zippy down here. Anything hidden? Anything at all? Anything? No? Okay. There's nothing hidden here. That's good. Wingerding's Gaster takes a long drag of a cigarette. The end of it burns a violet hue. Lavender-coloured smoke curls slowly into the air, and the tall monster breathes it out. A low groan comes from the floor. Wingerdings ignores it and takes another drag. He breathes out slowly, violet smoke intermingling with his exhale. The groan turns into a loud moan, and Wingerdings moves his gaze down to look at the noisemaker. A human lays on the hard wooden floor. His legs are snapped in half at the knees, each in a different direction, and the knees were pounded in by a baseball bat, which lay splintered beside the man. His face is bloodied and bruised, and his jaws is dislocated, so all he can do is make gurgles and moans. The swelling on his face had puffed up to the point where the man cannot even open his eyes. He is dying, but he's dying very frickin' slowly, so he's making a lot of frickin' noise. The fact that he hasn't already died from either blood loss or shock shows how strong this man's will to live is. A futile effort. Wingdings didn't come here to leave survivors. The monster takes another drag from his cigarette as he watches the man struggle. He blows smoke in his face, causing the man to choke and wheeze. Wingdings looks away and assesses the area. He's certain it is in perfect stage. But it never hurts to check thrice. This was a beautiful mansion on the east side of that wretched city. This neighborhood is only for the rich, elite, and powerful. Wealthy businessmen, visiting diplomats, noble monsters, and of course, higher-ranking mafiosos. It's the kind of neighborhood where everyone has servants to tend to their homes, and the wives spend their days drinking wine and gossiping. This mansion belonged to a valuable member of the Birch family, the son of the head to be precise. He and his wife lived here, because now they're no longer alive. Now he sits slouched in the recliner with a gunshot to the head, and his wife is hung from the chandelier in the most unflattering manner. The main room where Wingdings currently is a chaotic mess of bodies, bullet holes, and gore. Finish has been destroyed, with many men and women dangling across it, each of them with their either beaten with a bat or shot. They had to die by human means. The servants are strewn across the mansion, and there's one on the front lawn with their heads smashed in by a sledgehammer. Wingdings takes another drag of his cigarette. It's a mess, and he just tests how barbaric it is, and it looks, but it's perfect for what he needs it to be. Violent, impulsive, and human, which I stated before when it comes to like how each of them function. Wingdings is not the one to like get all hands on like this. It was a very human stage. It wasn't easy to use their tools. Wingdings preferred his magic any day over the sensation of beating a meat out with a glorified stick and the smell of gunpowder. It's difficult to get rid of, even the cigarettes. Wingdings is pleased by the review of the area. Not a single thing where it should not be. It is not an elaborate scheme. This play is his beginning. It doesn't need to be. Rather, Wingdings has found that the simplest solution is always the best. Overcomplicating matters raises the risk of things going wrong or taking an unexpected turn. He is a patient monster. He knew opportunity would come, and he seized it in the moment it did. The man groans again. It's time for him to leave. The courier should be arriving shortly. Wingdings steps on the man's neck and crushes his throat, and he groans, stops, and he leaves. Wingdings returns home in the early hours of Monday morning.
Woohoo! Monday morning.
He steps out of the shadows and the tendrils linger around his shoes. As soon as he steps inside, he hears the familiar shout of his youngest brother. Cigarette out! Wingdings clicks his tongue. He steps outside, then crushes his cigarette in his left hand. He dumps the ashes outside, and the monster re-enters his home and tugs his tie loosely. He takes off his black jacket and hangs it on the standing coat rack, along with his hat. He notes that it has two other hats on it. You heard Papyrus already, but it looks like the other young brother is home as well. He takes off his shoes and neatly sets them up to the side. All their shoes are perfectly lined up the front. Neither he nor Papyrus would tolerate a messy home. Sans enters the front room, and the large skeleton monster must have returned home recently. He still has his tie on. Hey, you're back. I am, says Wingdings. Where were ya? He asks. Missed a hell of a game. Wingdings smiles thinly. Opportunity arose unexpectedly. What kind? Asked Sans. Do we need to go out tonight? No, I finished it, he said. It simply took time. All right. You rig of gunpowder, Sans sniffs. I had to do it the brutish way. You hate that way. Yes, agrees Wingdings. Sans thinks for a moment and his eyes shrink as his eye sockets widen. Wait, did which? The bird's prodigal son? Sans grins. You should have let me know. I would have helped. You had plans, says Wingdings. I did not. Papyrus enters the front room. Stop loitering. Breakfast will be ready soon. Thank you. Thank you. Wings and Sans say. You are welcome. Wings asks Sans, did you come home recently? Yeah, 10 minutes for you, says Sans. Got into a hot streak of Grillby's. Oh, all the usuals. Plus Cara, says Sans. Brat snuck out again. Sans snickers, and I had to drag them back home again. You should not antagonize the Dremere family by letting their brats play at the bar, Wingdings warns. Papyrus says, it is not worth getting on their bad side, Sans. Sans shrugs. Anything else on with your night, Wings? Night? No, however, early yesterday I did find something very interesting. What? asks Papyrus. Oh, Big Brother's about to let loose that he met a lady friend, aka me. I'm about to get approved. Wingeding's lips curl at the ends. I met that soul today, he says in a light tone. The one that saw you? Sans asks. Did you deal with them? Papyrus inquires. No, says Wingeding. Sans snorts. Don't tell me the bag of flesh escaped you. I wouldn't say that, Wing says in an even tone, his smile stretching. You look too damn smug. You're fucking first? Sans rolls to be seen. Go get tested if it burns. Wingeding chuckles, and he waits until both of his brothers turn their head to look at him, so that way he can see their reaction. Her name is Twinkle. Yeah, Sans, it's me, and you just said that about me. How freaking rude, says Wingeding. Sans freezes and his eyelids shrink.
That is the name of one of my employees, says Papyrus.
Goes Sans. Papyrus immediately notices Sans' reaction. He growls, Brother, are you toying with one of my workers? No, of course not, bro, says Sans. I'm being sincere with her. You? Sincere? Wingeding's eyes narrow suspiciously. That's a big lie. Then when I apologize to someone. Normally, yeah, says Sans. A red hue under his eye sockets and he scratches the back of his head in a strangely sheepish manner. Papyrus and Wingeding set Sans in a mixture of surprise and wonder, and Wingeding shrewdly asks, Are you being bashful? Shut up, snaps Sans, his cheekbones reddening. Papyrus smiles. You like Twinkle? Yeah, so? That's not a bad thing, says Wingeding, although it is unexpected. You're telling me. He rubs his face. Being around her drives me crazy. What do you mean? Inquires Wingeding. First time I saw her, it took all my self-control not to yank her off the streets. The streets then and there, he says. Been wanting her ever since non-stop. Why didn't you? What? Sans frowns. Why didn't you take her? Wingeding asks. If you want her, just take her.
That is not appropriate, brother,
says Papyrus, and he pats Sans on the back.
It is good Sans did not.
Wingeding shrugs. Agree to disagree. Wingeding clears his throat. So, is she someone we should meet in more formal settings? Sans shifts his weight to side. Maybe. Oh, mumbles Wingeding. Papyrus beams.
That is excellent news. I will be sure to treat Twinkle kindly at work for you.
Oh, thanks, bro, says Sans.
You are welcome. End of interlude.
Oh, boy. Let's double check that there's nothing here to see. Anything hidden? No, good. You walk to work on Monday. It feels off. It's hard to describe it exactly. There's tension in the air, and a lot of the men and women you see on the streets walk quickly with their heads bowed. A glance at the newspaper headline doesn't help at all. You don't see anything noteworthy, but you can't dismiss your instincts. Something happened, right? Yeah, it's not like Wings went a little bit overboard and started, beating them up poopers out to people, and then made it look like someone else did it. It's a wonderful game of real life Guess Who. The streets are oddly empty of the usual mafiosos you've seen on your way to work. No green or orange band hats in sight. It feels like the calm before a storm, and you absentmindedly rub your hands, and you enter the Black Swan. Any hidden secrets? Any at all? No. Okay. The tension in the air is thick, and there's a lot more patrons at the bar than normal, and you see an abundance of alcohol on the table. What happened? You go to the back rooms, and Wendy has finished changing and is trying up her hair. Hey, Twinkle, Wendy greets you. You return her greeting. Weird day, huh? She asks. You nod. Does she have any idea what's going on? She shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe someone died. A lot of people die every day. Maybe someone important. Maybe. Wendy walks out. You get changed into your uniform and hang up your casual clothes up in your locker. You step back out, content to simply focus on your work. Miss Twinkle, you turn to Papyrus when he calls for you. The tall skeleton tips his hat to you. I want to apologize on my brother's behalf, says Papyrus. It has come to my attention he was rude to you. It's fine. Wingeding said he was sorry and even helped carry your groceries. Papyrus smiles at you. That is good. Still, I hope you do not find working here uncomfortable because of him. Oh no, not at all, Papyrus. Seems like a fine boss. The skeleton monster seems pleased by this. Of course I'm an excellent boss. I had years of practice managing my brothers. You giggle. Purposes vermilion eyes glimmer. If either of my brothers bother you, you may come to me. I will set them straight. You thank him. Yes, always run to Papyrus, doesn't matter what it is, just freaking run for him. You are welcome. Well, while I have you here, do note that the Black Swan will be closed on Wednesday. How come? I am testing the kitchen to see what recipes will work best using the human appliances, he says. You offer your assistance. Are you familiar with these tools, he asks you. Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar, I'm a human. You know your way around a kitchen. You had to learn to feed yourself after your brother, after all. And your brother, after all. Very well, I permit you to join me on Wednesday, he says. You should feel honoured to have the chance to try my food. I'm even better cook than a boss. You're looking forward to it, and you found out what was weird. Okay, so that's a wrap to chapter 5. Now we're moving on to chapter 6. But again, make sure to always interact with Mr. Scott. If you fail to do so, you will get into that freaking loop. And as far as I'm aware, choosing the yellow rose does not affect it at all. That has nothing to do with that. So, yeah, I said my favourite flowers being the golden rose. Sorry, the yellow rose, not golden. Got to remember, it's not the same one. Alright, so chapter 6, lessons. That odd, tense silence that permits the city in the same silence before the storm hits. After a pleasant night, you can't remember what you dreamed about. You went on your morning run. In the early hours, you were surprised to find a newspaper boy hollering about juicy news. And there, in big, bold lettering, it reads, Sean Birch murdered at home. You bought the newspaper from the boy and read it on your walk to the park. Murdered at home, the 25-year-old Birch was found beaten and shot to death in his home, along with his 23-year-old beautiful wife and many of their friends, because why not 2 for 1 will go for everybody. Mr. Birch was last seen at the popular Brazen Head pub last night with his colleagues and friends. The group was seen having a good time, but sources say they got into an argument with Antonio and Mafiafell. The altercation became heated and everyone was kicked out. What the row was about is not yet known. Police are investigating. Both firemen decline to comment. My guess is it probably was due to stealing the shipment. That's probably what this was. So my guess is, because the Vi was missing a shipment and the Birch were missing a shipment, they think the other one did it. All because Gaster did it. Wouldn't surprise me if it was Gaster. Gaster literally just pulling them along on leads. Like, no, you need to blame each other. So that's what I think it is. I think it's because of the missing shipment. They think the other one stole it. But I don't know. That's just like a guess, possibly. That could be one thing. You continue to read the paper, flipping to see if there was anything else of use. In short, the Birch heir had a fight with the Vi, John's SANS. Birch ended up dead the next morning, beaten and shot. From your time at the Black Swan, you recall that some customers would let it slip that Antonio preferred to use a baseball bat and Matthias preferred guns. Now, this is important because this means the information that Wingerdings got was from either Papyrus or from SANS while they were there, so that way they overheard stuff, so they knew exactly what type of weapon those ones used. The paper doesn't repeat the specifics of the weapon used, only saying beaten and shot for each victim. You know the hand at play here, meaning yeah, we know for a fact that it is Wingerdings doing that. That's 100% Wingerdings. The culprit, the man of the hour. The lack of confirmation speaks volumes, and the police are in a difficult spot. If you like them, you might sympathise. But well, there's a reason why you don't go to police for help, regardless of your opinion. If the Birch and Vi were to fight, it would mean a lot of bloodshed in the city. Utter chaos. Fear on par for when Dr. Rose was most active. It is too bad it is too dangerous. It is too bad it is too dangerous. You have to keep yourself safe, okay? You grip times on the newspaper. When you get to the park, you toss it in the trash. Not if it means leaving you behind, Lawrence. Oh boy. Yeah, but what if Lawrence is the freaking Jeffrey Beast? What do I do then? How big is he? What do I do? Can I like reset to like when he's fine? You know, like how far back can I go? It's now we're gonna go and help Papyrus. So let's just anything hidden for me to find, anything at all, but no, we don't. Okay, good. Okay, so you step into the Black Swan during the early hours of the morning. It feels unusual to be there so early, but it's not unpleasant. You call out a greeting, and Papyrus answers back. I'm in the kitchen, Miss Twinkle. You head into the kitchen. The Black Swan's kitchen is normally pristine, sleek, and well organized. Today, the counters are covered in fruit crates that are full. They spill over the edge. Even the floor has stacks and stacks of boxes and crates of food. You see numerous egg cartons, milk jugs, bags of flour. It's a lot. Your eyes widen in surprise. I know it's a lot, Papyrus says quickly, but it will all be used. And who will eat it? We will. Papyrus laughs at your indescribable look. We may have some of the food, and what is left over I will bring to my friends in the Royal Guards. They all have very large appetites. You giggle, relieved you won't have to disappoint your new boss with your inability to consume an entire kitchen worth of food in one sitting. Papyrus smiles at you, pleased by your reaction. Do you know the difference between monster food and regular food? Papyrus asks you. You shake your head. Then allow me to explain the fundamental difference is the lack of magic, he says. He picks up an apple. Human food is grown on the surface and normally without magic. He holds the apple out to you, and you accept the apple. What does it feel like to you? He asks. You turn the apple over. It's smooth red and looks like a perfectly normal apple, you explain such to him. It is, he says. May I have it back? He holds out his hand and you place it inside. Vermilion lights briefly shine around it. Papyrus offers it to you and you accept it again. And now? It's smooth, red and, there's a fuzzy warmth to it. You hold it in one hand and hover your other hand, barely an inch away from it. You see no aura, yet you feel a strange fuzzy sensation on your hand when near it. It's as if there's an invisible force around it, and you describe it to Papyrus. Correct. It, as you might guess, embedded by magic. Monster food is filled with magic. We typically grow the food in the Fell Kingdom using magic-enriched soils, so we do not need to add magic while cooking, explains Papyrus. It's important for monsters to only eat magic food. It is better for us, said Papyrus. Most of us do not have a digestive system like you humans do. Your cheeks warm from that, slightly embarrassed after asking obvious question. Papyrus waits it off. Questions do not bother me, he says. How else will you learn? You relax at that. We can consume non-magical food, but too much will make us sick, he says. In my case, my magic is strong enough to break down the food without additional magic. I can eat a lot more than, say, a child monster whose magic is still growing. So, it's really the magic that the monsters need to consume? Magic that breaks things down for them? Yes! Could humans eat it without issue? Yes, says Papyrus. Go ahead and try the apple. You take a bite out of the apple and a burst of sweet, juicy flesh enters your mouth. It tastes normal, albeit when you swallow, you feel a cottony aftertaste in your mouth. It's strange. In its raw form, it will linger, says Papyrus. Excellent cooks like myself can use our magic to transform dish into something extraordinary. I would gladly show you today. You thought he was testing the human gadgets. I am, he says, but you deserve a reward for coming in on a day off. You giggle. You won't say no to free food, especially if it's good. Papyrus chuckles. Let us start with something simple first. I want to know how you use an oven. Right away, and the two of you spend a few hours in the kitchen. Ah, look at us, teaching him how to cook. Oh, right. The two of you spend a few hours in the kitchen. You show him how to use the appliances. Just going to shimmy, 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 yes. He's clever, so it doesn't take him long to grasp it. As soon as he understands, he starts cooking, with you acting as his sous chef. The two of you make a variety of dishes, sampling and tasting each one along the way, and chat while you do. Papyrus is happy to talk with you while he works. He answers any questions you might have without hesitation and freely indulges your curiosity. And you ask him. Now, I can say right now for a fact there are no hidden masters in any of these, but since you want me to go from start to finish, I will of course include these. So, how does he know the royal guards? Obviously, he grew up in the underground, so yeah, it makes sense how he knows them. And he was part of them.
I trained with them for some time, says Papyrus.
Papyrus wanted to be a royal guard?
For a time, he says. I have since realised I am happier working with my brothers, so I did not complete the process.
Papyrus cocks his head.
But I am on good terms with them. We like to get together for training sessions.
Papyrus must be strong. He grins.
Yes.
How big is his family?
I have 2 older brothers, says Papyrus. Sans and Wingerdings. It's only us now.
Oh, yeah, only them now? What do you mean it's only them? What happened to your other parents? You want to know? I don't want to know.
And you?
You have a brother.
Had a brother.
Ah, you are the youngest?
Yes, Papyrus sighs. It can be troubling. Older brothers can be both protective and needing protecting.
Yes. You can't tell me the half of it. Lawrence is a walking disaster without me. My goodness, this adventure would not happen if not for Lawrence going gallivanting off into goodness knows where and getting kidnapped. Why did they take my brother? What does my brother have? Why? Why did this happen to Lawrence? Mia had a lot easier time than Lawrence is in this one.
We will both have to do our best as the youngest.
Yes, okay. What does he think of the surface?
It is loud, says Papyrus. The sun is the thing that took the longest to get used to. The sun? My brothers and I live in Fell Kingdom for most of our childhood and young adult years, explains Papyrus. We did not go to the surface at all until we were older. We never saw the sun before. It is very bright. It is good to be in the city as the buildings block out most of it.
Which means it could be like sensitive to the sunlight as well, because it would take time. If they're so used to being in like the dimly lit darkness and stuff, it would take time for their eyes to adjust.
I do enjoy the wind, he says. It is a pleasant sensation. We do not have that underground. And you?
You grew up in a small country town, and you're accustomed to all sorts of weather.
Do you like the city?
No. You want to leave the city and go back to the country. You pause. One day, not now, but one day. He frowns at that.
I see.
He's like, oh, bother. Ah. You want to go to the country? Ah, my brother doesn't like country life. He frowned. He's like, that could be a problem. I guess I chose wrong. Oops. I know Papyrus wants to go out and see the world. That's what Papyrus wants to do. For those who are aware, in Papyrus's route, always choose the option to go out and explore the world, because that's what Papyrus does. He wants to explore the world and experience all different types of cultures and the different dishes. And the only way to do that is to literally go and explore. Has he always wanted to be a restaurant owner?
Yes, says Papyrus. Did you always want to work at a restaurant?
You don't know. You've never given it any thought. Dreams? Aspirations? You're lucky to be alive and you owe it all to Lawrence. You consider Papyrus's question for several moments, stewing it over in silence, and you finally admit to him that you don't know.
That's okay, he says. You'll have all the time to figure out what you want.
What made him choose the Black Swan?
My brother Sans suggested it for some unexplained reason, probably nothing to do with the fact that his girlfriend's here, says Papyrus. I scouted it, liked it, and chose it.
Why did Sans suggest it?
I don't know, I haven't the foggiest idea.
Oh, I can think of many reasons, but one particular one.
Hey, shut it, brother.
No, Sans, it's alright for the people at home to know it's because you have a crush on this little human.
Sans, were you trying to cadoodle with my freaking employee? Before you got to know her properly,
I already explained the whole entire situation to you earlier in the interlude. We don't need to divulge any more into it.
Oh, look at you using big words. I'm so proud of you.
Hey! What? As you approach noon, Papyrus decides he wants to start making a dessert. He instructs you to open the flour jar while he works on tempering the chocolate. No, tempering the chocolate. Oh, you have to have a little bit of skill with that. That can easily go wrong, I can tell you that much.
Oh boy.
You struggle with the flour jar. Tell me about it. Sometimes the jar lids are on too hard. Oh, wretched things. Papyrus notices and turns to help you. Pop! Flour shoots out and covers you both. This is a moment of stunned silence, and you stare at your boss, a tall skeleton monster with jagged scars and vermilion eyes who is now covered in flour, and you can't help but giggle. Papyrus stares at you for another moment and he suddenly starts to laugh. You look like a ghost, he likely says. You raise a hand to touch your face and realise you are also covered in flour. This makes you laugh louder. Looks like I came back at the perfect time, drawls a deep voice, and Sans enters the kitchen. You giggle, delighted to see Sans. Sans winks at you and then turns to Papyrus. What's the matter, baby bones? You're looking paler than usual. Is it flower hour now at the Black Swan? Papyrus's eye sockets narrow. Hello, Sans, says Papyrus. You've come at an inopportunity time. Leave. I don't know, says Sans, and his grin stretches wide as he struggles out to not outright laugh. You look like you need some help, he snickers. Do you really want to say no? He snickers, turns louder as he laughs at his own puns. I could be your man of the flower in your time of need. You find it hard not to laugh, and it slips out. Sans laughs with his whole body. What comes next is too fast for you to follow. One moment Sans is laughing, and the next moment he has 2 eggs splattered on his face. Papyrus smirks, and he juggles 5 eyes. What's wrong, brother? Not in such an excellent mood now. Ha! Sans laughs loud as he glares, and his magic grin looks downright menacing. Forgot how funny you can be, Pops. Something zooms by you. The bowl of melted chocolate that was once beside you now sits upside down on Papyrus's head. Chocolate drips down him. Ha ha ha! Papyrus growls. And so the wars began. Food flies everywhere, and you do your best to dodge and duck out of the way. Once you're in the safe zone, you realise you have a choice to make. Side with Sans or side with Papyrus, Sans' brother. You carefully consider your options. In this situation was reversed. What would you want? If you and Lawrence were playfully fighting, would you want Sans to join your side or join Lawrence? You would want Sans to team... you would want Sans to choose you regardless of any situation, because to be fair, Lawrence uses a gun and he's probably got 10 times better aim than me, and I'm shit at certain things. So you throw a carton of eggs at Papyrus. You side to side with Sans, and you take the egg carton and throw it at Papyrus, and Papyrus sputters. I should have known you would choose him over me. And Sans replies with, that's my cookie. Sans cackles. Papyrus hurls a bag of powdered sugar at Sans. It explodes and sugar goes everywhere, and you cough and splutter as your vision is covered. Revenge will be yours. Within an hour, you've run out of food to throw, and the kitchen is a mess, and the 3 of you look like you went dumpster diving behind a diner at the end of a slow night. You're grinning. You only have a moment to catch your breath when someone else walks in. And suddenly, the whole atmosphere gets flipped upside down, because if there's one person who absolutely hates mess in general, it's Papa. It's Papa Gaster, and he's about to walk in, and we're all about to be judged. We're literally about to feel the sins go down our spines. Oh boy. We're about to get judged harshly for this one. And in walks another skeleton. Sans, how long does it take to fetch... What the actual fuck? It's Swingerdings. Swingerdings Gaster surveys the kitchen. He looks at the food-covered walls and appliances. The floor is so messy you cannot see the tiles anymore, and he looks at his brothers and you, who are equally dirty, and he says to the 3 of you in disbelief, you are adults. He started it. He instigated it. You are adults, Wingerdings repeats numbly. You offer Wingerdings an apology, and he places a hand over his face. Clean this up, all of you. Why do I have to be the only adult in this situation? To your surprise, you see that he uses his shadows to grab a stool from the bar and pull into the kitchen, and he takes a seat on it. Sans looks mildly concerned. Are you gonna watch us? Evidently, I must, he mutters. You two cannot be trusted to behave like adults. Papyrus looks embarrassed. The colder under his eye socket darkens to red, and he glances away. You wonder out loud if this is a common occurrence. Yes, says Wings. At the same time, Papyrus and Sans deny it. Oh, come on, says Sans. I ain't never done a food fight with Pops before. But you two have destroyed several restaurants and bars, snides Wingerdings, disdain evident in his tone. Destroying seems too harsh of a word. If the stains and damages are so atrocious the owner cannot reopen, then destroyed is absolutely the correct word to use. Goes Sans, and Sans shrugs. We can hire a cleaning staff for this. Pay him well. No need for us to... Need a timeout, Wingadin says quietly. Absolutely not. Nobody needs a timeout. If you don't know what a timeout is when Wingadings will absolutely 100% just drop Sans and Papyrus into the void. And will leave them in there until he thinks their timeout is, done. And then he'll pull them out. You get chucked into that as well. Not for a timeout, but more of he can't trust you to keep yourself safe. It's one of the bad endings, and more than one bad ending. Wingadings has the most bad endings out of the current bad endings that are present. You've got Sans' bad ending. You've got the bad ending for Dr. Rose. And then you've got some others where you just get shot. But Wings has got the most in his romance route. Papyrus doesn't have any. Ezreal doesn't have any. So, keep that in mind. You don't want a timeout from him. Wingding says quietly, need a timeout. Papyrus and Sans shake their heads. Timeout. Don't ask. Papyrus warns you immediately. Your mess, you clean it up, stresses Wingadings, and the three of you exchange glances. Well, your mess, you can help them clean it up. You will so sticky and stinky by the end of it. Oh, never mess with Wings. Oh, freaking Wingadings. Go, my man. Once the kitchen is immaculate, you are not. All you want to do is take a bubbly bath. It wasn't a bad time, though. Sans and Papyrus and Wingadings would bicker with one another in a comforting familiarity that put you at ease. You didn't feel like the odd one out, as each brother would make it a point to include you in the conversation, especially Sans. But yeah, because they've been made aware you're the girlfriend to Sans, and they want to get you as part of the family, which I think is so cute that they include you. I mean, I've had situations where I've been feeling like the odd one out and I don't feel included as part of a conversation. Especially when you have people around you that talk other languages that you can't understand. And you hear them all laughing and you're just like, what are people laughing about? You don't want to seem too rude, but again, here in the UK, we're more modest depending on which part of the UK we're in. Does that make sense? Probably doesn't. I don't know where this conversation's going. Back to what we're reading. Right. He was always nearby, within arm's reach. He'd give you a wink every time you made eye contact. Why? You don't need to wink at me every time, Sans. Sometimes when both of his brothers were engrossed in conversation, he'd lean over and whisper to you, "You're welcome to take a shower at my place after this." Oh, you sneaky boy. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I wouldn't be offering if I didn't want it. Go over there and behave, you saucy skeleton. It'd be a lie to say you aren't tempted, but being covered in slime food did not put you in that kind of mood, especially when part of it had dried into your hair and was pulling at your scalp so you could feel a headache coming on. Very flattered of him to offer regardless. It is late afternoon by the time you had everything had been restored. Miss Twinkle, says Papyrus, thank you for your help. Of course, you helped make it. It's only fair for you to help clean it up. I appreciate it, says Papyrus. He hesitates, has come to my attention that we are short-staffed tomorrow. Would you be able to come in? It's an absolute freaking lie and he's lying to my face right now. But oh well. You hesitate. You had evening plans. You had to... I would greatly appreciate it, says Papyrus, knowing full well that something bad could happen to you if you did not take this opportunity and because he's supposed to be protecting you. Okay. Would you like one of us to escort you home? Wingadings politely offers you, all three of them looking at you expectantly, and you shake your head, but thank them. You sure? Sans asks. No trouble. You sure? You want to be able to go inside and head straight for the shower? Sans leers. In that case, Papyrus smacks Sans' back. Respect her choice and stop trying to get in the shower with her. Or the bath. Control yourself. You're meant to set an example. You're meant to be a gentleman. Do you mind? You're making the rest of us look bad. Sans rolls his highlights. Very well, says Wingading. Do keep safe. Yes, you always do. No, you do not. That's an absolute lie. You head home. Oh my goodness. Alright. You take a bubbly bath. It lasts a lot longer than usual to scrub the yolk out of your hair. You end up needing to pause to clean out your drain. Unfortunately, you have to go for a second bubbly bath, but you were clean. At long last, you dry off and change into your short night dress. Thankfully, the papyrus packed food before the fight that managed to stay unharmed in the war, and you decide to eat it as your dinner. Before you get a chance, you hear an odd sound like tingling bells. So this is really important as well. Do not skip out on a chance to get the mirror from Raltsei. Raltsei will give you the mirror anyway, but always accept to go with them. You need to get that connection with them. It chimes from the nightstand. You follow the noise to see the magical mirror Raltsei gave you is shining, and you pick it up, even though technically his name is clearly Ezreal, but he lied to me. Raltsei appears in the reflection. Hey, he greets you. My sibling and I are catching a movie in an hour. Wanna join us? You're pretty tuckered out, and tomorrow you'll have a long day, considering it's time to put up the posters again. Oh, it's fine. Sure, you'll meet up with them. I want to get freaking hit on by Kara. Let's go for it, man. Let's see how this goes, eh? Whoa. Why not? You might be tired, but you want to spend some time with your friend. You get dressed and towel dry your hair more. Once you're certain it won't drip, you head out to the movie theatre in the upper part of town. You see Raltsei standing outside. He sees his spot as one of the few monsters in the crowd. And there's a human standing next to him. A young man? Woman? Gender neutral? You're not certain. The features are... How to decipher? I don't know. Insert this word. I cannot pronounce this for the life of me. The chestnut hair is pulled back into a low ponytail, and their bright red eyes flicker over to you. They're dressed similar to Raltsei. Raltsei smiles when he sees you. Hello, my friend. You greet him. This is my sibling, Kara, says Raltsei. Kara, this is Twinkle. Hi, says Kara. They look you up and down. Huh, you look surprisingly normal. Thank you? If that's what you accept as a compliment, you're welcome. Kara, you're such a... How dare you? Fluently says Kara. Kara! Raltsei scolds. Goes Kara. They squint at you. You look like you grew up in the Hicks. You a country girl? What does it matter? It doesn't, says Kara, merely asking. Why? Why sidestep the question? Why ask the question? I see we're at a standstill, says Kara. I like it. You like chocolate? Yes, you like chocolate. You drink chocolate milk every morning. This is just to make it or break it for this friendship, okay? You have to like chocolate. If you don't, you are getting nowhere with Kara. Things are about to go freaking weird with Kara. It is literally your favorite thing to drink. You drink chocolate milk every morning. I love you, says Kara. Raltsei rolls his eyes. You do not. I feel a kindred spirit in this one, says Kara. We were meant to be. Please stop embarrassing me. Step aside, little bro, says Kara. Kara winks at you. Want to turn this into a date? You already have someone you like. That's a shame. Hit me up if it doesn't work out. Wink. No, thank you. Oh, well, I tried, says Kara. They look literally unbothered. Ready to watch the movie? Raltsei sighs. Sorry about them. It's fine. And the three of you watch a family-friendly movie. Bullet poopy. It's not a family-friendly movie at all, actually. Alright. The movie is awful. Atrocious feels too small of a word. It's boring. You're not alone in feeling this. Kara makes a noise of disgust 15 minutes in. We pay money for this garbage? It might get better, Raltsei says, although he doesn't sound very hopeful. It's offensively dull, says Kara. That's not nice, Kara, says Raltsei. I know, they say. You were seated between the two brothers per Kara's insistence. This forces you to be much more involved in their bickering than you want to. Kara leans across to swallow Raltsei. Awful pick. Raltsei flicks their nose. It could get better, give it a chance. It could also not get better, Kara points out, and they shrug and resettle into their seat. Oh no, the main character is sad. Oh no. You more slowly repeat. And then something surprising happens. The main character, who you thought was the main character, gets stabbed from behind, and Kara lights up like a child given a new toy, and Ralsei immediately loudly gasps. You widen your eyes. I thought this was a family-friendly movie. Ralsei is utterly horrified, and Kara cackles. This is fantastic! I can get behind this! I'm so sorry, Twinkle, Ralsei says nervously. I really, it's okay. You've seen far worse. Ralsei relaxes at the insistence that you're fine. Who do you think will be the next to go? Kara asks you. The movie premises, as previously described to you by Ralsei, is about a group of classmates going camping in the summer to celebrate their last summer before adulthood. A coming-of-age movie where apparently there's a bloody serial killer hanging about the place. It sounds like Jason got paid overtime. The characters are all bland and stereotypes. Do you think the jock character will end up going next? I've never said the jock before, so I am curious to see what happens, but we seem to got a wall of text here. Interesting, says Kara. Personally, I think the jock will be the final survivor. Why? He's a young man, says Kara. Who do you think wrote this movie? That's not necessarily... You're a woman, says Kara. You already know what I mean, don't you? Who do you think people want to survive more? Someone like you or someone like him? You can't argue against that. Women are considered second class compared to men. Kara gives you a considering look. And then it brightens, and then he says, don't look so glum. It's a fantasy. At the end of the day, who knows? Maybe he won't be the final survivor. Kara leans in their seat. Meanwhile, let's sit back and enjoy the gore fest, they said brightly. Ugh, goes Ralsei. You give Ralsei a sympathetic look. Poor Ralsei, he can't stomach this. That's all, actually. Bless his cotton socks. In spite of your worries, Ralsei stops being bothered by the gore pretty quickly. While it is good, as the movie has a lot of it, a startling amount actually, you're surprising that it's even shown in theatres. The three of you watch the horror movie that became increasingly absurd as it goes on. Kara adds clever commentary, and even Ralsei begins to snidely chime in when the characters do something stupid. Why walk towards the rustling bushes alone? Kara shrewdly asks. When the bushes unsurprisingly had the serial killer popped out, Ralsei sighs. I agree. That's like, why would you go towards the thing that's rustling? You know there's going to be something bad in there. A lot of the time in these things, it's clearly going to be a bad thing. Or it's going to be a trick so the killer can come up behind you and kill you. I refuse to believe anyone in the world could be that dumb, he says. I can think of a few characters that are this dumb in the world of If universe. I can think of a few. You clearly haven't visited the pub, Kara remarks. That character was sober, no excuse. Kara points to the screen. I don't know. She must be on something. She's tripping over her fifth roots. Ralsei studies the movie as the character proceeds to trip over air. Maybe you're right. I mean, Kara goes, they can't show underage drinking, right? Against the rules. Yeah, mass murder, that's okay, but drinking? No. Yeah, we can show a bunch of bodies sitting on the floor, but we can't show drinking, apparently. Clearly crosses the line. A very important one. The siblings sigh. This type of commentary continues, and Ralsei and Kara will prompt you to join in, which you do, and it turns what would have been a boring movie into a fun experience. While Kara and Ralsei can bicker, it's clear they both love each other. Ralsei will affectionately pat Kara's head, and Kara will go around you to give Ralsei's shoulder a squeeze. In moments like these, they remind you of how you and Lawrence would act. You haven't been to the theater since. Yeah, and he promised to go to the theaters with us. If you all remember, in the flashback, Lawrence said that at the end of the semester, after like the tests and everything, we would go to the movies together. That never happened. We know from the event with Robert in the box that when you went to the hotel with Robert, you actually skipped your exams. You never did them, which means that's probably when Lawrence went missing. Lawrence went missing before he could even take you to the cinema, to the movies. So that's unfortunate. It's late enough that you know you should head home. Are you sure you can't stay any longer? Kara asks you. You have work tomorrow, so no. Boo! Where do you work? They ask you. The Black Swan. That place serves some great food, says Kara. They nudge Ralsei. Ralsei offers you a smile. Thank you for coming out. You thank them for inviting you. It's very late by the time you make it back home. Why is there like absolute darkness up here? What is this? It's been a busy day, a fun day, but a busy one. You change into your short night dress and crawl into bed. As you close your eyes, you find it hard not to compare the relationship you've seen. Car and Raltsy, Sans, Papyrus and Wingadings, they all clearly care for one another. You wonder what Lawrence would make of them. You wonder what they would think of him. They met him already, haven't they? They have? Have they met him? Oh, he's a deathly beast, isn't he? For God's sake. Did they meet him when he was alive? So my question is, did they meet him when he was alive? Or did they meet him, you know, when he's become whatever the hell he's become now? If we're going on the idea that he is become the Deathly Beast, did they meet him when he's the Deathly Beast? Did they meet him before he was the Deathly Beast? Like, where? Why don't we just show them a picture of Lawrence and then just freaking find out? Hey, have you guys seen Lawrence? I get this feeling you have. My soul is apparently whispering to me in the background over here. Lawrence. Oh, for God's sake. You close your eyes as sleep memories bubble to the surface. The home must be... Oh, no. Okay, warning, trigger warning. I think this is the past with the parents. Alright, so a heads up warning. We're about to go into really uncomfortable territory. I am going to put a timestamp here. This part here can be so triggering for so many individuals. If you are not okay with seeing any form of, like, abuse, really. This is to do with them in the past with their parents. We already know the father tried to shoot them with a shotgun. We're about to find out that there's a lot more darker things in the past, and there's a reason why they run away from home, and we're about to find out firsthand what it is. There'll be a timestamp here that will skip completely over this. If you are totally uncomfortable with this, I will understand if you don't want to see it. Because I have more than one friend who cannot even go anywhere near, like, Mad Father. That is one example of, like, one game they can't watch because of the themes in it, and this theme they hear would totally trigger them. So yeah, here you go. Here's the timestamp. Skip to it and you won't see any of this, because this part makes even me uncomfortable. Like, extremely uncomfortable. Even more so than the Robert in the box. And you all know how I feel about Robert in the box. Alright, a home must be neat. A home must be neat for you to get a treat. A home must be neat for you to get a treat. A endless mantra of what you need to do if you want to get a treat, otherwise you probably get beat. Oh God. You didn't make your bed one morning. You woke up late this one time, and you didn't have time. You thought it'd be worse if you kept your father waiting. You were wrong. You were very, very wrong. Either way, in this type of situation, considering, like, what we learned about these individuals, these so-called parents, that it didn't matter if our character, you know, spend the time to make the bed, they would still got in trouble with the father. But if they don't make the bed, they get in trouble with the mother. So, either way, you get in trouble with someone. You were very, very wrong. Oh, God. Oh. I don't want this. Lawrence once asked you who you thought was worst. You at one time answered father. He was loud, big, and his hits hurt for weeks. Ugh. Your brother's face scrunched up at that. He disagreed with you and he said, she's worse. He was right. She is bloody worse. You thought that was absurd. Mother was tiny. She never raised her voice and she slaps were healed by the end of the day. You haven't made her really angry yet, he says. Let's hope you never do. But you did. No. This is not fair. This is so not fair for her, though. This is not fair for your character, because you're either going to anger the father, who's going to hit you, or you're going to anger the mother, who's going to do something worse. So, which evil do you choose? You didn't make your bed. When you got home, Mother asked you to make it then. You did it without a fuss. Then she asked you why you hadn't before. You explained you were running late, and she asked you if it was her fault. No. Then why was she being punished for it? Oh, this is like mental manipulation. You hadn't heard your mother scream until that day. She didn't hit you. She hit herself. She asked you, why? Why did you hurt her? She is extremely unstable and should not be around children. And you at 8 didn't know what to do. You didn't know how to react when she bashed her head so hard into the drywall it made a hole. You didn't know what to say or do when Father came in and she screamed that you did that to her. How were you supposed to have done it to her? You were freaking 8 years old. It's not like you can reach up and bloody grab her head. She clearly has got issues. We don't know if maybe the father has done something to this woman. Why was she allowed to have children? There's clearly a lot wrong already in this scene that's making me extremely uncomfortable. You did this to her. No, you didn't. Yes. See what I mean? This is not fair. You're getting blamed and then she's saying that you caused it. Because she felt like you were punishing her, like she is the child being punished by the child, when that makes literally no sense in any amount of context. But you know, she's clearly unstable. But I don't know, like, what mental condition she would this be a mental condition? Does anybody know, like, what condition this would probably be? You had a bed, but you were not allowed to sleep in it. Instead, you slept on the floor next to a perfectly made bed. Well, yeah, but who made you do that? Was that her or was that him? Neither of you can forget this. Oh, God. Oh, God. When you ran away with Lawrence, the two of you couldn't afford much. You made even less than what you do now. For the first time, you had to share everything. A room, a bed, clothes, food. Your digging apartment with your brother was little more than a hovel. But you two always kept it clean. And you always made your beds. Yeah, because at that point, it has literally been conditioned into you that if you don't do it, something bad will happen. Like, for an 8-year-old to experience that kind of, like, thing, that is so shocking and jarring to you, especially if, from what we learned from our character there, she says at no point did our mother ever shout, she never hurt it, like, when she did hit, it only hit for, like, a day, and it healed, but so she did lash out at you, but again, she was meant to be the lesser of the two. Oh God, you kept it clean. You didn't know it because of her. You didn't do it because of her. You did it for Lawrence, for your brother, who flinches at a mess in the home. It didn't matter, he knew how to fight. It didn't matter he knew how to hold a gun. It didn't matter he graduated top of his class at the academy. None of that mattered when the battle is inside, and if you keep a clean home, it helps him fight. You could do that, Mad. Yeah, because we need to keep in mind, you're the little sister. You're the little one. He's a few years older than you, meaning he had to literally go through this the longest than you did. So he knows exactly what that whole entire nightmare was. Can you imagine how terrifying that must have been for Lawrence? You especially at a very young age, because again, we don't know like when this behaviour with the parents started. Maybe it started ever since they were little. I don't know. Like from the day you were born and everything. Imagine like how protective Lawrence would have had to be. He would have been afraid that anything could happen to you. You were small, you were tiny, you were fragile, and then it's up to Lawrence to protect you from the people that are meant to be keeping you safe. Being your parents. That's not fair on him, and it's not fair on you. And again, this is just from the age of 8. We don't know what life was like prior to this, or when this behaviour started. Was she on drugs? I really don't like this part. This part makes me so uncomfortable. I want to cry. I don't like this. I can understand why Lawrence acts the way he does. She wasn't the only one who gave you lessons. But I freaking know that. Oh God, yeah, but your father was an asshat. To be fair. Freaking man decides to get a freaking shotgun in his child. How freaking rude. Your father taught you a lot. They weren't conventional lessons, but they were instructive. Nonetheless, permanent. You learned how to be quiet, real quiet in a home with squeaky floorboards. You learned how to talk your way out of difficult questions people thought thoughtlessly asked. You learned how to hide. You learned how to make yourself small. You learned how to make yourself forgettable for days on end. You learned how to dig out food out of the trash when you get really, really good at that. Oh, that is so bad. So good, in fact, that you did it for you and your brother on days father kept him in the cellar. Oh, God. But your favorite lesson the father taught you was that you are a survivor. Which, yeah, it taught you how to survive. Oh, God. Oh, this is turning my stomach. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Tiny. 12 years old and you look like you were 8. Too many days without food made for a nearly skeleton of a child. Trash only provided so much substance. Hunger pains gnawed at you, sharp and unrelenting. You ignored it. You're used to it. The entire... Oh, God. This is so upsetting. I hate this. I know that they're okay. Well, kind of okay now. But they're malnourished. Oh. Why did no one step in? I mean, back then, I guess people just kept to themselves and everything. But surely someone must have seen something, right? Someone must have tried to have stepped in. Or did he, like, freaking kill them with a shotgun? This is just so... And because this is, like, so true to reality, because we know some people in humanity can be this cruel. And not just to, like, humans. They can do it to animals as well. We've seen the cruelty of humanity. This is just... Ugh. This is disgusting. I hate this. Come on, try to make it through it. Oh, God. You lay on your left side on the sticky wooden floor. The summer heat had turned an air humid and muggy. Sweat makes your clothes stick to you. Father sits at the kitchen table and he stares at the bottle in his hand, fricking drinking. You do not move. You do not dare. You know better than to draw attention to yourself. So you lay there quiet, still and tense. Your whole body is tighter than a rubber band pulled to the edges. You focus on your breathing as you actively try to be as silent as possible. Quiet, as Lawrence enters the kitchen. Scrawny and gangly, he's outgrown boyhood, but he isn't yet a man. Father looks at him and snarls. You're past curfew, boy. Lawrence doesn't respond right away. He looks to you. The handprints on his neck are starting to fade. Ah! I forgot that he strangles him. You say tiny, and Lawrence moves to you. He reaches out. You reach out. He takes your hand and you squeeze his. Your eyes burn with your vision blurs. You cannot stop the relief and fear that comes every time you are with him. Relief that he will try to protect you. Fear that he will fail. I'm talking to you, boy, Father growls as he grabs Lawrence's shoulder and you squeeze your eyes shut as you let go of his hand. You hear that familiar, sickening, horrible smack. The sound of a bottle breaking as it hits the floor makes you open your eyes. Oh. Can this be over? Oh. It is not Lawrence who has been hit. It is Father who is hit. Good on you, Lawrence. Sock it to him. Father fell back and stumbled over the kitchen chair. He's on his back, dazed and wide-eyed. And Lawrence grabs you. Your head throbs as adrenaline shoots through you and he runs. You wrap your arms and legs around him as he starts to run. You hear it. You hear Father screaming, but he doesn't stop. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Father's up at the door. You see the gun, and there's a warm tingle in your chest, and you tell him to duck, and he does as the sound of the gunshot rings through the air, and the two of you run and run and run, and that's how you escaped that freaking house that night. Well done on Lawrence, standing up for the right thing and getting out of there. They couldn't stay there anymore. You run to room 60. Oh, well done on Lawrence. Look at him. Lawrence had been saving up for a long time. It's not a lot, hardly anything really, but it's all he could do. You are 12 and he at 17. Starts a new life more than a day's journey away from where you grew up. And Lawrence taught you a lot of things. As did Mother, as did Father. But the things Lawrence taught you, you are the things you want to keep. Aww. Oh, this one makes me cry. I hate this. I mean, well done again for Lawrence to break free. Well done from that situation. That took a lot of guts to do what he did there. And he had to. But damn, I hate this family so much. Like how to laugh at horrible jokes. Unexpected caught you. How about you? Boiling water. Okay, so this one we're going to use for Papyrus. Sing so you don't have a care in the world. Like how to use the stars to navigate. Oh. Lawrence! Gosh darn it all. Is it over? Find the North Star, Starlight, he says. See it up there? You nod. It's the brightest star in the sky, he says, and he ruffles your hair, like how you're the brightest star down here. You giggle. He taught you how to giggle. He taught you how to laugh with your whole body. He taught you how to save money. He taught you how to read. He taught you how to follow your instincts. He taught you how to trust, and he taught you how to love. He taught you how to live. Which is why you promise him to be safe, as long as he keeps his promise too. Lawrence, you ass, where are you? When you wake up, it'll be time to start the process over again. You'll have to put up the posters after work. His missing person posters. He is that, right? Missing, not dead, just missing. He can't do anything else. He has to be okay. You'll find him. You'll find him. Please, let me find him. And you arrive at the Black Swan for your unexpected shift. Alright, so let's keep going. You arrive at the Black Swan fully prepared to only see one or two other workers inside. That is the entire reason you're here, after all. I appreciate it, says Papyrus. It, he hesitates, has come to my attention that we are short-staffed tomorrow. Would you be able to come in? Upon entering the restaurant, you found that to be untrue. You see several waiters and waitresses bustling about as they prepare the restaurant to open. You see the jazz band playing up on stage. Oh, Poppy is too kind in... You're too kind in your own way. Because, yeah, fun fact, Papyrus is technically protecting you. He doesn't want you to be at, like, anywhere near the area that's going to get raided. He's technically protecting you. This is not short staff. You worked as a waitress for backup before, but you don't see anyone missing from the staff. Ray is the first one to spot you, and he greets you with a warm, albeit slightly confused tone. Good morning, Miss Twinkle. You return his greeting, equally confused. What are you doing here? He asks you as he approaches. Covering for someone? You explain that Papyrus asked you to come in. He said this ship was short staff. Ray's brows frown. Odd, well, he points and looks at the stage. Wanna be the matron? He asks. He's like, do you want me to give you, like, a job? I mean, we're kind of, like, all booked. Everybody's here. I need to put you somewhere. None of this session was shared by all the waiters and waitresses. Whoever was closest to the front door at the time the guests would arrive would step into the role if the guests lingered. It is because most of the guests preferred to pick their spots to sit at, and some will get grouchy if you force them to sit in a spot they don't like. Your expression becomes pained. I'm not sure what else you can do, he says apologetically. We're fully staffed this shift. Ah, as if you don't already have too much time on your hands. Papyrus, perhaps Papyrus mistaken. No, he's not. He's doing it on purpose. If you're not needed, then there's no reason to stay. You could be putting up Lawrence's missing posters instead. We could, but we have to stay here. Stay put. You don't want to leave when Papyrus asks you to come in. Besides, we're about to get a little guest or two. You get dressed in a waitress uniform and move to stand at front. The beginning shift is really busy. The Black Swan is not a breakfast place after all, and so the shift is primarily used to prep for the evening and night stuff. The night shift. After a solid 30 minutes of standing out front with nothing happening, you decide to do something else. You grab some trays of silverware from the kitchen, along with some polish and towels, and you set them down on a table and take a seat. You start to polish the silverware. After 10 minutes, you're joined by another waiter and waitress who also has nothing else to do. Ray and the chefs bring you more things to polish as time goes on. It's becoming a polish party. Oh my goodness, everything's gonna be like so shiny. It's better than standing around and doing nothing. Some customers start to arrive and the waiters and waitresses left to tend to them. You keep your head down and work on the silverware. You feel the booth you are in sink down as two people have slid in either side of you. Two very familiar people apparently wearing cologne for some unexplained reason. Is there any secrets? Anything at all? There is a secret. Good to know. It is Roltsy and Kara, and Kara casually drapes an arm around the back of your shoulder. Hello, fellow chocolate lover. You carefully remove Kara's arm. Get off. You say hello. Thought we'd stop by and spice up your day, says Kara. A good thing too. Polishing silverware. There isn't enough money in the world to make me do that. Is this what you normally do? Roltsy inquires. You explain the situation. Either you've got an idiot for a boss, or he lied to you, says Kara. You frown. Papyrus is not stupid. You don't think he'd lied to you. Either. It's perfectly possible he made an honest mistake. Kara makes a non-communicational noise. Wait, Papyrus is his name? Yes. Papyrus Gaster? Yes. Huh, goes Kara. You ask Kara if he knows Papyrus. Kara shrugs. We met a few times when we lived in the Fell Kingdom. We get a chance to meet all sorts of monsters, right? Roltsy. Ezreal. Yes, says Roltsy slowly. From what I remember of Papyrus, he's not the type of monster to, I don't think he'd lied to you out of malice. I'd be surprised if there was an honest mistake, since he's normally very, put together, offers Kara. Organized, agrees Roltsy. What are you doing after work? Asks Kara. Want to catch another movie? There's a thriller airing. You briefly smile but shake your head. You have something important to do. What could possibly be more important than watching another horrible movie? Asks Kara. Sometimes it feels like you're living in a horror movie. This is concerning because this is just really punching it through that he's not human. It feels like he's not I don't think he's human. No, Lawrence, shit. I don't want it to be that Lawrence isn't human anymore, that he's turned into something horrible that we can't save him from. Okay, so at this point we're going to say, answer honestly, don't mind if they know. You have to put a poster of your missing brother. Kara and Roltsy sit back, both of their eyes widen. What? Roltsy quietly asks you, his expression conveying disbelieving concern. Your brother is missing? Yes. How long? Kara inquires. Their voice is surprisingly gentle. 5 years. Roltsy and Kara exchange unreadable looks. Then they both wrap their arms around you. That sucks ass, says Kara. I'm so sorry, my friend, says Roltsy. We'll help, says Kara. Come on, let's leave. What? Leave? Yeah, it'd be better to do it before it gets dark, says Roltsy. Between the three of us, we can get it done in no time. We can stop by Mullsy's afterwards and get some more chocolate ice cream cone. You bite your lip. What did you do last time? Did you even get this far before? Which means I definitely got far. On one hand, they're right. It'd be better to do it before it gets dark, and if you have their help, it'll go much quicker. On the other hand, Papyrus specifically asked you to be here. Ditching could be very bad. Very, very bad. One time you angered him, you died in a fire. That was slow. He sang to you as you both danced in the Wait, what? What? What do you mean I died to Papyrus? Hold on. I was told Papyrus. We didn't get a warning though from Papyrus. What do you mean? That was slow. He sang to you as you both danced in the flames. Wait. Papyrus is flameproof? What do you mean? What happened? Why don't we get a warning if we died to him? That's unnerving. What? Hold on. Why don't we get a warning with Papyrus then? I know that the memory, the dream is a warning. The one time you angered him, you died in a fire. That was slow. He sung to you as you both danced in the flames. What? You can't just send me throw that at me and then expect me to be okay with Papyrus afterwards. Excuse you, I've been living on the premise that Papyrus was fine. What do you do? You think it's important to leave? I don't want to stay here. You can't just throw that at me. Come on! Darkpetals, what was that? Come on! Kara and Raltsy scoot out the booth to let you out. You head over to Ray, while also being slightly traumatized now, and let him know that you're leaving. Okay, says Ray. See you later. You and Kara and Raltsy then leave the restaurant. As you anticipated, needing to start putting them up right after work, you brought a duffel bag filled with them. I've seen these, Kara mumbles. When they see the poster, you've been pretty consistent with these. You try to be. Have you gotten any leads? Asks Kara. Nothing new. Is there? Raltsy trails up. We have some friends. We could ask around. Do you mind if we keep a few? Of course not. Anything at this point would be good. Any ideas what might have caused this? Asked Kara. Like, he was with a bad crowd? Your brother was a detective in Rune City. A very good one at that. He came to Delta on a case and disappeared while investigating. Oh no, Raltsy whispers. Kara looks uneasy. He was a good cop then. Not the type to take a bribe from the mafia and then look away like the police here do? You dryly ask? Kara nods. The brow frowned. No, he was not the type. For some reason, Raltsy looks sick. I'm so sorry that he's missing. Raltsy, do you know what has happened to my brother? The second it was mentioned he was a detective, you know exactly what happens to this shit, don't you? Raltsy, do you have any clue who my brother is? If you have, any inkling at all, if you have, a gut feeling that you at least have some more kind of a general idea of what could possibly have happened to him, please do speak now and don't hold your tongue. Yeah, Kara says hollowly. The gaze downcasted. Sorry. Do you two know what has become of him because he has this specific job? Was he actually lured here? Did someone give him a case on purpose just to lure him there so that way he could be used for something? Wait, did you guys have him come here and do shit? I'm throwing everything at the window. I'm did you guys give him a case or something? No, because you mentioned that the poster looked familiar, but not that you recognized him. Come on. Does anybody know anything about him? No! My brother, no! It only takes 2 hours between the three of you to put up the posters. Oh, poo. It could have been worse. You're very grateful for the help. Karen Raltsy asked you about Lawrence. It's been such a long time since we're able to do that, to talk about your brother in a positive manner. You tell him about his bad jokes and his inability to cook. They laugh at how he managed to get a pot of water on fire. And you tell them about his time in the academy and how he was so excited on his first day that if he got put on pants and almost walked out the door. If you went for your panicked intervention, he would have likely walked to school in only boxers. Some of the stories ring familiar with them. Kara tells you about a time when Raltsy wore his shirt backwards for an entire day, the tag sticking out in the front. Raltsy tells you about a time Kara tried to make a hat out of chocolate, but then forgot to account for the fact that chocolate melts in the sun, and, well, you can imagine the results. They asked you about some of the cases he did, and they actually recognized a few of them. I read about them in the paper, says Kara. Wow, that was your brother who solved it? He sounds like an incredible detective, Raltsy praises. Sounds like he could have used him back when Dr. Rose was active, says Kara. Bet he would have solved it. You giggle, pride swelling inside you, and you bet he could have. What would normally taking you 4 or 5 hours was done in 2, and you were in a good mood by the end of it. The three of you visited Malze, where you ordered a chocolate ice cream cone for yourself, and Raltsy made sure to get 2 ice cream cones this time, and Kara got a miniature chocolate cake. Your mother, a sweet tooth must run in the family. It's because we're rebels, says Kara. Our parents don't let us eat sweets at home. This is our only opportunity. Oh, our parents, Raltsy trails off. You recall your previous conversation with Raltsy about them. Kara uses their fingers to wipe some of the chocolate icing. They lick it off. Honestly, if you heard our mother talk about sugar, you'd think we were snorting dust instead. Ew, says Raltsy. I'm not wrong. Kara gives a flat look. You know what she got me for my birthday cake this year? You shake your head. Wanna guess? Nah. Kara shakes their head. A sugarless raindrop cake, essentially flavorless goo with flowers inside. Their face pinches up as if they bit into a rotten lemon. It's revolting. Kara stares off. Raltsy stares off in the distance. Terrible. Simply they were traumatized by a freaking birthday cake. That is concerning. You give them a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Which is why, Kara continues, we cherish moments like these. Sneaking out and eating sweets. What could be better? Kara pauses. They wink at you. And then spending time with our friend, of course. Your lips twitch. You can't fight smiling at them. Friends, huh? I should warn you, says Kara as they sling an arm around your shoulder. I'm very clingy as a friend. Ralsei snorts. You think you can adjust to that? I'm glad we've reached an understanding, says Kara. And you spend another hour with Kara and Ralsei. It was a good time. You make an attempt to go home. Oh boy. Oh god, the police are here. Alright. Where's my music on? My music keeps going poof. When you arrive at your apartment, there are police there. Of course. Any secrets? Any at all? Any secrets? No, nothing? Okay. When you arrive at your apartment, there are police there. Of course. It looks like there was a raid or something while you were at work. You tightly rub your eyes. You don't want to have to deal with this, but what choice do you have? You walk up to the do not cross tape and impatiently wait for an officer to come over to address you. The one that does is a young, fresh face and rarely asks you, yes, ma'am. You point to your apartment and explain you'd like to cross to go home. Yes, ma'am. The officer lifts the line. He has to escort you. You try not to look at the fresh blood stain. It must have been a bloodbath to warrant police intervention, not only from your building, but the surrounding buildings. Lucky you for working. The officer takes you to the flight of stairs. To your surprise, however, someone is waiting for you at your door. Hi, Sans. There's a warm tingle in your chest. Sans, his red eyelids zero in on you and he growls out, where the fuck were you? You reflectively stiffen at his aggressive tone. Goes the officer. Scram! Snaps Sans at him, and the officer does not need to be told twice. He leaves immediately like, Ouchie 1000! If you get the reference, well done. Sans makes a move to grab your arm. Father tried to grab at you, furious with what you did. You step out of his reach. Do not, he warns. You ask him why is he upset with you. What do you mean? You weren't there. You weren't here. This whole place has been shot up, Sans says testily. Where the fuck were you? You were with your friends. You ditched work down with some bozos? Sans demands, and his voice is getting louder. You all said something important to do. Sans snorts derivatively. What's that? He leans in close to you and then apparently gets a whiff of something he doesn't like, and his eye sockets narrow and his eyelids shrink into slits, and he asks in a low, dangerous tone, who the hell touched you? What? You startle at the shift. Eureka Man cologne, he asks, roughly grabbing your wrist. I can't even smell roses on you anymore. He pulls you up to him, his expression dark and furious. Who touched you? The question is, who was wearing the cologne? Which one was it? Was it Ralsei and Kara or was it both of them? Ralsei and Kara exchange unreadable looks and they both wrap their arms around you. You hugged your friends. Are they both men? One is. Don't do it again. What? You feel confused. Look, he feels like, no, fair enough. It's Sans. Are we surprised? No. Why, you ask? You're not angry or anything, you just simply don't understand. Your confusion in your tone is enough to make him frown. Sans shifts his weight side to side, and his calm demeanor and severely perplexion throws him off. Your calm demeanor and sincere perplexion throws him off balance. He carefully thinks it over. Well, 'cause I don't like it, he says after a moment. What? What about it upsets him? What do you mean, why? He scolds. No one else should be touching you. Specifically, not enough to get their cologne all over you. You want to be able to hug your friend? It was really nice. Sans eyes narrow. I can hug you. His hugs are different. How so? How you feel for him is different from how you feel for your friends. It's like comparing hugging him to how you hugged your brother. Still, he presses. You don't understand why he's upset. If the smell bothers him, you can always take a bubbly bath. Because Sans waves his hand. Oh, fuck it. If you don't get it, just fuck it. He waves both his hands and moves to march past you. No. You move to catch it on. You don't want to see him leave yet. No, don't leave him go upset. Come back here. Sans stops at your hesitant grip on his jacket. You sincerely ask him to please say and help you understand. The combination of your genuine tone and pleading eyes make him wince. He sags and sighs. Twinkle, dollface, sweetheart. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to share, specifically on someone I'm sweeting on. You understand? AKA, I get jelly. I don't want your friends touching you, okay? You're mine. It's different though. He has brothers. Does he not hug them? I do, he says evenly. You tell him that what you feel for your friends is similar. I understand that, he says slowly after a minute of silence. I don't like it. Why? Sans gives you a long look. He stares into your eyes so long that you can feel your soul swell with affection. His eyelids expand and soften, and he steps closer to you and gently cups your face. I want to be enough for you, he says quietly. I want to take care of you. Whatever you need, whatever you want, I can provide it. Oh, he's so cute. Sans. Oh, you gotta stop throwing your tantrums, baby boy. Your smile is small and soft as you look up at him, and Sans bends down to sweetly kiss you. You make my head fuzzy, little lady, he says. Sorry. It's okay. You can try to refrain. No, just let me meet with him for you. Do it next time, okay? He asks you. You agree to that, and he kisses you again. That's my gal. He kisses your nose and then your forehead. I'm glad you made it back safe. You too. He chuckles at that. Get some started and I'll talk to you tomorrow. You look forward to that. And it's time to end your day. Aww, Sans. He's just so protective over you in this. Because, again, for all he knew, you could have gone killed or kidnapped. So, yeah, it makes sense why he, acted this way. Why, he was very aggressive. Because you were meant to stay somewhere. And he thought, okay, she's going to stay there. I don't need to worry about her. Goes to the bar, sees she's not there, freaks out. And then when he's obviously currently high up with, all these emotions and stuff, suddenly he can smell cologne near you. Cologne that is blocking out your rose smell. Yeah, it bothers him, because for all he knows, maybe they were trying to do something to you. Though, I'm pretty sure if he finds out who it is, it's going to be hilariously funny, the reaction. Time to end your day. You're glad you can finally go to bed, completely spent for a long day, and memories bleed into your dreams again. Oh, blaming heck. Oh, God. Oh, God, is this when Lawrence is drinking? Oh, God damn it. I think this is when Lawrence is drinking. Is this when Lawrence gets depressed? Yes, this is when Lawrence gets depressed. Oh, dang it. My brother is drinking booze. Oh, blaming heck. You smell the booze before you hear the door open. It is late in night, almost morning when you hear it. You stay up late to work on an essay. You procrastinated. You look up from the kitchen table and see Lawrence stumble in. He shuts the door and slumps to the floor against it. You get up and hurry over to him. He stares numbly at his hands. Oh yeah, this is when he sees blood for the first time, isn't it? He saw someone get killed. You squat beside him and reach out to cup his cheeks. They're flushed. He reeks of sauce and cigars. Wait. Sauce? What kind of sauce? Why does he reek of sauce? He shouldn't reek of sauce. That was something I didn't catch before. Why does he reek of sauce? Is that something to be aware of? I might have to keep that in the back of my head. I never noticed that before. Why does he smell of sauce? Peculiar. Cigars is something we have with Sans, but why sauce? Why was sauce mentioned? That's kind of a weird thing. Your brow frowns as you frown. Lawrence isn't one to drink, and he's never been drunk in his life. To a friend to end up like father. You ask him what happened. Peterson took me out, so I wouldn't smell to hide the. Oh my god. Oh, did he give him a bath in soap in sauce? They do vinegar baths to try and hide, is there something to do with skunks and stuff? Do you have a certain type of bath and it gets rid of the smell? His pink eyes continue to stare at his hands. I did something bad, Starlight. Really bad. You ask him what happened. Lawrence shakes his eyes turn glassy. I killed someone today, Twinkle. Tears spill out of his eyes. He takes a shaky breath. I shot him. A man is dead because of me, Starlight. He buries his face in his hands. I never want to hurt anyone, he continues, and his speech slurs. Never ever. Oh god, if he does turn out to be the Deathless Beast and he's had to hurt people, god, that must be driving him crazy. That's why I really hope he's not the Deathless Beast. You move to sit beside him, uncertain what to do. You know your brother better than anyone. If he killed someone, it has to be for good reason. You tell him it's okay. You tell him it's okay. You tell him that it's okay if he ever killed someone. It's okay if he becomes a serial killer. You'll still love him. It's not okay. He blubbers, starting to sob. More and more tears run down his cheeks. His bottom lip trembles as he fights to contain himself. I shouldn't. You're a detective. You're doing police officer shit. I'm going to put the blame on Peterson. I don't know what fully happened, but I'm going to blame it on Peterson. You open your arms and your brother pulls you close into a hug. It's tight and fierce. You can feel his entire body shake. You pat his back as he drunkenly weeps into your shoulder. You ask him to explain more about what happened. He was going to shoot me. Well, that's fine then. He started it first. Lawrence hiccups. I panicked. I didn't. He did good then. I didn't. You reiterate that he did good. You gently pat the back of his head. If you have to stay safe, then so does he. No matter what it takes. No matter the cost. You tell him that you'll keep your end of the bargain as long as he keeps his. Twinkle, you shush him. It's okay to cry. He taught you that. It's okay to be upset. He imparted that lesson to you. But more importantly, it's okay to live. You whisper to him, it's okay to come home. Even if I smell of blood? Even then, you could come home even if you look like a freaking amalgamation, okay? I'm still gonna love you to pieces. You're my big bro. I'd love you even if you look like a freaking demented teddy bear. Lawrence cried a lot that night. Oh, Lawrence, where are you? I went to go say something and then I nearly choked. I'm okay. We're on chapter 7, the final chapter. Now, if you guys have followed everything up to this point, you should not get stuck in the death loop with Dr. Rose. Remember, the flower is not what affects the option with Dr. Rose. Choosing the yellow flower is not going to make him come after you, okay? Though you will probably get interesting interactions if you pick yellow roses, since he apparently is very obsessed with those damn things. At least from what we can tell. That being said, let's of course tackle the final chapter. And let's hope I don't die along the way. Okay, let's go. Chapter 7, Detective Peterson. Peterson was mentioned, of course, the previous chapters ago. He came up at one point and apparently ran away from him. So, Mr. Peterson, this is Peterson. This is the one I'm talking about. Is there anything hidden? Oh, dearies. Okay. That's right, Lawrence. No matter what he did, what he became, no matter what he didn't do, what he didn't become, he would always come home to you. Until one day he didn't. But why didn't he come home? What was stopping him? What he became, what he didn't become. What he became. Oh, God alive. I don't want this to be like Lawrence is something like irreversible. I can see EXP down here. I don't like the look of that. Why are we spelling out EXP? Why? Why are we doing this to me? Why? You don't have to. Why is EXP here? Why are we talking about experience points? Execution points. Why have we got that? Oh, shit! Of course, Lawrence had execution points. If he went into the underground to the Fell Kingdom. I forgot, that's the thing, isn't it? In the underground, you have execution points and you get judged on it. Because he took a life, meaning he will always have the experience points on him. Shit. Oh, dang it. I forgot about that. I hope that's not going to, like, come back later and be relevant. Please don't be relevant. Please don't make it that's why. Oh, please no. Please don't. Please don't go that way. Oh, God. He told you he hated taking lives. He said he felt sick with each one done on the job. He wept through the entire night, mourning the piece of his heart lost with the dead man. Oh God. Come morning, he was back to his sunshiny self, as if the sun let him distance himself from what he did. X. You sit up in bed and glance out your window. P. EXP. You don't know how to take a life. You only ever learned how to get hit instead of doing the hitting. Lawrence thought about teaching you how to fight, but after he killed a man on the job, he made you swear up and down to never do it. I'll do it for you, he says. I never want you to feel this way, Starlight. He can't stand the thought of you gaining LV. Why does he know about LV? Shit. Well then. I'm glad I went back and looked for all these hidden messages, because now my brain has gone places and I don't like when my brain is gone. So you run. Oh, for God's sake. Anything else you want to throw at me? You're good at running, and if running makes your brother feel better about your safety and well-being, well, it's no issue for you. You stare down the street below you. Last night you did not have much of a chance to look over the neighborhood. Raids hadn't been common in your area for years, but no stranger to death and destruction. Your hand curls into fists. It's hard to say if you're numb to it or accumulate, if you've gotten used to it. Your life has always been filled with violence, except for the period where it was just you and Lawrence. For a handful of years, you got to experience what life could be like, in a safe spot with family who loves you. And then it was taken away. You'll do what you must to get it back. Well, hopefully not kill a man. Let's not freaking... there's a hidden message away. This is going to be the chapter where I'm going to have, so much more to say. You linger in bed. It takes considerable effort to drag yourself out. You start your day like any other. You drink your chocolate milk, you admire your yellow roses, and then get dressed to go running. Stepping out of your apartment, you notice it's oddly quiet. Normally you would hear someone moving around the apartment. Even if you no longer have the immediate neighbour, the walls are thin in the hallways. It is dead silent as you go down the stairs. Is anyone left? You're the only person in the area who would mourn. You would mourn if you died is Daisy. She used to stay in this apartment complex before she moved out to live under her flower shop. You don't recall seeing her area hit on your way home or when you were putting up posters, but it won't hurt to check. You swing by her shop on the way to work. A thought occurs to you when you reach the bottom of the stairs. William Scott, the kindly man across the street. Oh, no, this is when Mr. Scott... Poor sweet little old man. Really didn't deserve what he gets here. While it's not as close by... While not as close to you as Daisy, he is someone you know, and you doubt anyone would think to check on him. His family is dead, just like you know. He's not dead yet. Need to rectify that. He's not dead yet. And there's still a chance I can save him. His family is dead. Yours is just missing. You could stop by his apartment before you run, or after you run, since it's only across the street. Okay, so top tip, stop by before your morning run, because we need to catch someone. Alright, I'm going to double check. Anything hidden here? Please be nothing. Please be nothing. Oh, goody. Nothing's here. You adjust your cap and walk across the street. The front door of the apartment building offers no resistance when you open it. It creaks loudly. When you fully open it, it falls off the hinges and it clatters to the ground, the hard wooden floor. A moment of silence. A poorly man steps out from one of the apartments down the hall. The floor was creak underneath him, and he has a cherub face and wispy hair. And he squints at you. Fuck, are ya? You explain you're here to see Mr. Scott. Family? Friend of the family. Close enough, he says. He nods his head at you and beckons you over. You quietly walk over and he holds out a hand to you and he shakes it. Honor Schnaff. I'm the landlord. You introduce yourself. I've seen you. You're a tenant across the street. You nod. He pulls his hand away and turns to Mr. Scott's apartment and he opens the door. It was unlocked. Wait, why is it? 'Cause he's dead. You already know what happened then, he says, and your blood goes cold as you start a mess. If you got things, take them. What remains is getting tossed tomorrow. And he starts to walk off. I've got other apartments I've got to start cleaning out. Take care. How come the landlord didn't get killed? Anybody besides me noticed the freaking landlord didn't die? How come he got spared and everybody else in the building gets killed off? Freaking landlord's in on it, I'm telling you. Freaking landlord. Dodgy person. Right, step inside Mr. Scott's home. Oh, Mr. Scott, because he wasn't young. That's why. Mr. Scott's home looks like a fisherman's dream. It's painted ocean blue like it was last time, with many pictures of the sea hung up. The fishing poles stout against the wall, and the shelves are filled with various sea shanty memorabilia. The smell of sea salt from his sea salt rock in the glass tube near the door is used to tickle your nose. Now all you smell is sweet copper. It's not much. One splatter that covers the entire way. A single bullet to the head would do the trick. Mr. Scott, that wearily old man, must have opened his door and been greeted with a gun. From the height your eyes narrow as you look and see bits and pieces of the brain on the back wall. Gore. It must have been a headshot. That's an execution. Technically, it's like, boom, because he wasn't fit. He wasn't young enough. So, yeah, can't use you. As far as deaths go, that is as painless as can be. I mean, that is one thing. At least he went quick. You would know, wouldn't you? Oh, yeah, okay, so I have died from a headshot. Good to know. You rub your hands together and step over the blood. Why? Why him? Why these apartments? You can follow the train of thought for the last raid here. They lost a shipment of humans for whatever reason and for whatever cause, and so they've been taking young men across the city to fill their quota. The young men? Young men. That doesn't seem right. All bodied men are not the common victims for human trafficking. No, it's not, isn't it? It's specifically them for some reason. They need men for this one. Women for the sex trafficking, children for the, well, everything. Young men, they're more likely to fight back and win. Yeah, because, hello, fighting ring. Why not? There'd be a hassle every step of the way. Why target him? Why is the five family so determined to fill quota that they get their own piggy banks to meet it? What's the men... That's what the men in these apartments, the families get their money from the people like them. What makes them desperate enough that they cut open their people and ruin their cash flow? Mafia are greedy and they smother their mothers to make a profit. There's no way that there's enough of a profit to be made on targets who could cause so much issue. And then the birch is dead. This stinks. This whole situation stinks. Yeah, but it's totally... I'm going to point, fingers at one person over here. One skeleton. Why are you all looking at me? Turn away, I'm not in this scene. Come on, Wings. You're definitely the mastermind behind some of this shenanigans. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. You have some proof that I was involved with something, but they don't know that. They're too stupid to know. What if they're all connected? They have to be. They're all connected some way. Anything hidden here? Or are we good to... God damn it. The Mafia needed men for some hidden power. The police constantly cleaning things up and the birch murdered. What if, there's a hidden power pulling all of this? You have no evidence, you have nothing to prove these line of thought, but something in your gut tells you you're right. Lawrence always trusted his gut, just as firmly as you trust your soul. You're no detective. This isn't your fight, but it's a thought. A consideration. This shadowy power, if it even exists, demands able-bodied men, has control of the police and murdered the birch heir. So here's the thing. We know that the shadowy power that murdered the birch heir, we had confirmation, of course, that it is Wings, but demands able-bodied men. Is that true? Is he the one that wants them to bring the people to him? I honestly thought that Wings was responsible for the shipment going missing. That's what I thought it was. But here it's implying that he is the one that wants them. I thought Asgore... I know, everyone's gonna be like, Twinkle, why are you always throwing shade at Asgore? Because we haven't heard much about Asgore. Have we? We haven't heard, and it's something to do with the Foul Kingdom. Has control of the police. We have got confirmation. We have had little hints about this. It is more clearer to see the influence when it comes to the police, when it comes to like Papyrus's route. More so. Because the police interact with Papyrus. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I'm sure it's Wings, but is Wings like the big bad behind it all? Or is it like a red herring? Like only some of that stuff is to do with him. You stare at the bloodstained wall. That power is what got Mr. Scott killed. It's a lot of people killed. For what reason? Money, power, fame? Well, it could also be just to get back at someone. Your lips curl back in disgust. What reason does a father hit a child? What reason does an officer starve a prisoner? What reason does a doctor cut out a heart? No reason is good enough. They have no reason to do what they did to... They had no reason to do what they did to him. Did they trick Lawrence? Was Lawrence helping Wings and them? And the night that he got caught, or he got tricked? They had no reason to do what they did to him. Are you talking about Robert, or are you talking about Lawrence? Or are we talking about both of them? Because, yeah, there was no reason. Or are you talking about Mr. Scott? You whisper a cry of apology to the stain that was Mr. Scott. Yeah, he definitely didn't deserve to die the way he died. But hey, at least it was, like, quick and painless. At least I hope it was. One of my other least favourite parts is coming up, where I've got to suck up to a freaking little leech. You whisper a silent apology, blah, blah, blah. Oh, God. Okay. You are not a detective. You can't even find your brother, let alone offer Mr. Scott's closure by finding out who did this to him. It's all the same. You're sorry. I thought you ought to know, he says. Decent souls like yours are a rarity. Promise you'll be mindful. You let out a slow breath. You have to keep yourself safe, okay? You make a promise to them both. Mindful and safe. That's the best you can do. And who are you? Oh, God. Oh, yes, this is this little sleazeball, isn't it? This is Edward. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I really hate Edward. You turn to the voice, belong to someone standing in the entryway of Mr. Scott's home. You see a young man with sleeked back blonde hair. Oh my God, it's Draco Malfoy. Only the least pleasing version. An expensive suit and pale blue eyes stare at you. Is accompanied by other young men in equally expensive suit. He looks you up and down as if you're a rat. He quirks an eyebrow. An interesting rat then. You ask him the same thing. Don't you recognise me? He asks. Not surprising. You look like you live in this area. You stare coolly back at the man, your expression unchanged. Edward Blind, he says, as if that name should mean something to you. It does. He's that wretched little thing. The first name, Edward, is the name of the rich boy that Mr. Scott's son, Rooney, would hang around with. Blind is the surname of the police commissioner for the city. The Blind family have been in control of the police force for generations, and is close tied to the Vi, Birch and Tremere family. Yeah, it does, don't it? Yeah, stupid Blind family. It is curious then that someone so important would bother to visit Mr. Scott. You politely introduce yourself with a fake name. It is the name of a boy who works on the pier, who has your hair colour. Robert gave you that name when you came into the city. He told you always pick a name of someone else who can pass as you. Easier to disappear from others who would look for you. That's right, huh? Goes Edward. And what are you doing here? You tell him you're a friend of Mr. Scott, and you ask him if he's here to see Rooney. Edward looks surprised. Yeah, I hear this place got hit. Want to check up on my old friend. Rooney is dead, and as is Mr. Scott. Edward looks at the blood behind you. So I see. Alright, let's leave, boys. He will get what is coming to him. Oh my God, he does. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, blooming brilliant, great. Does he get smushed? Sorry. Oh, please tell me the deathly beast crushes him to death. Sorry. I really don't like this one. Wait, you say? I don't want... Oh, God, I don't want to suck up to this little worm. Edward sighs loudly. What? Edward might have more information about the situation. You remember the only story Mr. Scott told you about him. However, it showed something horrifying to Rooney, the deathless beast. If Edward has connection to the Mafia's infamous hitman or monster or whatever, he has enough power to have information. Any information at this point is good information. You can do this. You can get out of him. Think of your time with the Black Swan. You know his type. Arrogant, spoiled, delusional. You know what to do, so you do. I like your watch. Rolex, right? It looks really nice. You say. Edward blinks in surprise and he turns back to smile at you. Yeah, good eye for watches. It is a beaut, says one of the men beside him. I wish I had one like it, asks the other. Edward sniffs. My daughter bought me 30, one for every day in a month. See, he's not supposed to have that type of money. He's a police commissioner, fine, I get that, but there's no way he makes enough for those many Rolex watches. There's something absolutely wrong with that sentence. 100% he's getting paid with the Drameers or something. Turn a blind eye. Let's see. Why did you come by Rooney's home and die? Your father must be really proud of you. Let's see. How well did you know Rooney, Mrs. Edward rolls his eyes, naturally. Why are you saying that, though? Okay, it's what Mr. Scott told me. Mr. Scott adored you, you lie. Edward grins at you. That's right. Ha! He always gave me a rough time, but he's that kind of a guy. Edward steps towards you with his hand in his pocket. He tells you anything else about me? He told me that you're a little shit. I mean, that he looked forward to each of your visits. Yeah, totally 100%. Edward eats up your lies. Ugh, like a little venom, like a germ. You add on to them. You fabricate the delusion he wants to hear. He wants to feel loved and admired by a man who acted like he hated him. And Mr. Scott did hate him. But Edward doesn't need to know that yet. Not if it means opening up to you. Slowly, casually, sweetly. You stir the conversation into his friendship with Rooney. You got a good feel for what Edward wants. And so you heap praise and compliments with each story until you get to the meat of what you want to know. You ask Edward about a time Rooney came home scared. You tell him that Mr. Scott knows Edward would never endanger Rooney on purpose. You tell him that Mr. Scott was simply worried about Edward since Edward didn't come around much after the incident. Won't he tell you what happened? He'd like to put Mr. Scott at ease with the truth. That time, huh? Goes Edward. Yeah, that was rough. Took Rooney to see the beast. The Deathless Feast. You know it? It's the same. It's prime entertainment. Blech. He has the power to visit. There's nothing a blind can't do in this city, Edward said with a cocky smile. Rooney got spooked by it. Can't blame him. Thing's a nasty monster. I swear to God, if the thing turns out to be my brother, I'm 100% punching you. Edward pulled out a pocket watch. Well, I must be going, he says. Sorry to hear about Mr. Scott and dear old Rooney. Do send me a message at the station when the funeral's arranged. I'll send some flowers. You watch him leave. Nothing a blind can't do. Another thought occurs to you. What if it's not the mafia who owns the police, but the police who owns them? They put his head in a box and you clench your jaw. Oh, are you the one who freaking killed freaking Robert? Was it a blind? Did a blind do it? Was that what we're throwing? Am I throwing shade? Can I kill him? Right, I'm allowed to kill him. I can't have IVs. Dang it. Ah! So tempting to murder this little shit. You go for your morning run. Oh, I so want to kill him. You return home, eat, take a bubbly bath, get dressed and head out for work. You take a quick stop at Daisy's on the way to make sure she's okay. Truly, the elderly woman is perfectly fine. She greets you with that warm smile of hers. Twinkle, my rose lover, how are you? I heard your neighbourhood had it rough last night. Are you okay? You reassure you're okay. You came to check on her, actually. Aren't you a doll, she says. Come sit. How have you been? How do you answer that? You think of SANS and you smile. Oh, you're thinking of SANS. I'm thinking of Edward the little shit. But yes, I should probably think of SANS, shouldn't I? You're thinking of SANS and you smile. Okay, so is there any secrets? Any secrets at all? There's quite a few secrets down here. Okay. Daisy says Brighton. My, what a smile, Rose lover. Who are you thinking of? You hesitate only for a moment. You're not against telling Daisy. You simply don't know the right words, though. Sans says, well, you're awfully sweet on him, aren't you? And he's sweet on you, too. You tell Daisy you met someone loud, charming, and who makes your heart jump right out of your chest. And she gasps. She enthusiastically pats on the counter. 12, me, everything. Where did you meet? At the Black Swan. He noticed you and was waiting for you outside after your shift. Have you gone on a date? Yes. Did it end well? Very well. Daisy reaches forward to affectionately give your cheek a couple of pinches. You sweet thing. You look so smitten as can be. What's he like? He must be a gentleman. He makes you laugh as often as he makes you nervous. In a good way, you think? Suave, she says. You're happy with him? Yes. Then that's the most important thing. And that he treats you well, of course. Daisy leans on her elbows on the counter. I guess no blind dates for you. You never agreed to a blind date. And here I was worried you'd stay alone forever, she teases. You remember our deal. You take a moment to think. Isn't it, though, agrees Daisy. I'd love making a bouquet for weddings. When you get married, you'll let me do the flowers at your venue, right? You giggle and you tell Daisy that there's still some time away. Time can be funny, says Daisy. Could pass by in a blink of an eye. She looks out her shop window. Sighs, with the way this city's going, a lot of youngins are jumping into marriage sooner than most. Live while you can, is what they say. And she gives you a wink. So long as you don't elope, I want a wedding for you. Something magical. You deserve no less. You want that too. You don't want to get married without your brother. Daisy's expression softens. I understand he means a lot to you, Twinkle, but you can't put your happiness on pause indefinitely. You give her a smile. She doesn't understand how stubborn you are. It won't be indefinitely, and it won't be forever. You will find him, no matter how many tries it takes. You are filled with determination. Confirming, yes, we are resetting to continuously go through the loop to try and save our brother. We have tried multiple times, and every time failed. This confirms it. So, we are filled with determination. You and Daisy chat for several more minutes before you leave for work. Oh gosh, darn it all. Oh goodness, okay. The end of Black Swan feels darker than normal. You brush past the patrons and into the back rooms. Jennifer is fiddling with her waitress uniform when you casually greet her. Hey, she mumbles without looking up, and you ask if she's okay. She says, things are kind of crazy in the city, huh? These things happen. They shouldn't happen, she says. One of my classmates works at the laundromat. There was a drive-by. No survivors. She looks up at you with glassy eyes. They say some of the mafios are randomly targeting shops. What do they do it here? This place doesn't have windows. And it's now owned by a monster. You doubt they would do that. Jennifer shivers. It's insane. It's like they've gone completely crazy. Birch and Bai are trying to destroy each other, but are ruining the city in their fight. You reach forward to give her arm a squeeze. It's scary, she whispers. I don't want to die. Neither do you, but you don't always get that choice, do you? You. And other times you make that choice yourself. Oh, I get it. Alright, so what it means by here is probably when we found what happened to Lawrence, we probably purposely got killed to resurrect. To restart from the beginning to try and save him. Probably that's what's happened. We have gone through trying multiple different outcomes and everything has failed, so we are constantly trying. You tell her if she feels unsafe working here. No! Jennifer pauses. Yes, I do, but I don't want to quit. Not a lot of places are willing to hire a student, a woman on top of that, and have flexible hours. I just wish this situation would go away. He started Rose all over again, except I think it's worse this time. Yeah. You and Jennifer focus on work. Oh, poor thing. She's a freaking nervous wreck this morning. So am I. It's much slower today than normal. Not surprising given everything that's going on. The families are at war with one another, and the Black Swan was previously seen as a neutral ground, but now you see no mafiosos in attendance, and you doubt you'll see any of them here for the duration of whatever is going on. Normally quiet shifts are nice, but this just feels like listening to a time bomb ticking. Tick, tick, tick. Where will it blow? Who will get caught in the crossfire? It's unsettling. You leave for home, and this repeats itself for a few more days. Oh boy. Indeed it do. Every day you heard of another area being hit. The body count is intense. A couple of days after work, Papyrus makes it a point to escort you home and highly encourages you to stay put. He says he's doing it on the behalf of SANS, who has become swamped with work, and you're grateful for the escort. Even with the extra protection, you don't dare dally in the streets. Everyone is on edge. It's like you're back to being a child and walking on eggshells. It's suffocating. You're tired. Like with any upset in the city, it will pass. Only if you end it. Yeah, because unfortunately this cycle's just going to keep on going and going because we're not letting it stop. We're making them repeat this again and again until we get the outcome we want. Hopefully. Oh god. Oh god, we're gonna... Oh no, Mr. Peterson. Oh god. On your way to work, you're stopped by someone. Kiddo! The gruff voice, raspy voice, gets your attention. You feel that it's directed at you, and so you pause and look around. There's a scruffy older man in a suit, trench coat, and suit hat. He has dark circles under his eyes and a cigarette in his mouth, and a rough beard. He looks exhausted and familiar. Detective Peterson! Dun dun dun! Detective Peterson was the lead detective in Rune City. And he's not the one that's missing. Why? He was the one who trained Lawrence and recommended Lawrence as a replacement when he retired. Ugh. You met him several times years ago. He's the closest thing to a mentor Lawrence had. You hadn't seen him in years. He looked every bit as grouchy and as old as you remember. You grew up, he says curtly, his voice low from the decades of smoking. Yes, not on my hip anymore. Your lips twitch at that. Detective Peterson sponsored Lawrence through the academy. You met him shortly after you and Lawrence moved to the city, so you were still heavily malnourished. You tell him that having more than one meal a day helps with that. He takes a drag from his cigarette. Imagine so. What is he doing here? Here for you, he says. Time for a coffee. Oh, God. You're sorry. You're so sorry. Why can't you remember better? You have never missed a day of work in your life, but this, you make an exception. So the reason by here our character is saying this is because the fact that we go and have this coffee results in obviously what takes place. And our soul feels bad because we can never change his fate. If you notice by here, because of the fact our character doesn't remember anything from prior, run-throughs, we never save him. He is destined to have the fate he has. His fate is sealed. There is nothing we can do for him. And it's tragic. So we feel sorry about that. We feel bad that this is what happens. You nod and follow him. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why? Hi. Oh, God. It is evening, and by the time Detective Pearson leads you to a diner, it is dark outside, and the lampposts grow ominously as the two of you enter. The diner is small, and is on the corner of a popular street with massive windows. I repeat, massive windows. We just heard at work from Jennifer that a laundromat got attacked, and it was a shootout, a drive-by, with, windows, meaning bang, 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 everyone's dead. We've just gone into a diner with massive windows. Why? Foreshadowing. Several table booths are built under the window, and the front section of the diner has a mid-high counter with stools. It's the type of place for men and women who get off late to grab a cuppa, joe, or greasy meal before heading home. There's even a couple of families at the booths, which makes this all the more freaking tragic. Detective Peterson and you take up a booth near the back. He slides in one side and you slip in the opposite of him. A waitress in a short uniform comes over. Can I get you two anything? Coffee, he says. He looks over to you. You order chocolate milk. And the waitress nods and leaves. Some things never change, says Detective Peterson. Not until you're ready to change them. I like that. That's funny. You ask the detective what he wants. He hadn't reached out to you before, at all, actually. Had nothing to add, he said. Not till now. What? Visitor of Rob's mum. Why are we bringing up him? We don't need to bring him up. Why? Why do we need to bring up Robert? I don't want to bring up Robert. I hate talking about Robert. He mumbles and takes a long drag of a cigarette. She passed no longer. They put his head in a box if you couldn't tell already. You're sorry to hear that. Detective Peterson pulls out an envelope from his jacket and he sets it on the table. It's unopened. He brow frowns as you look at it. It's dated 5 years ago. The handwriting is familiar. You inhale sharply. Rob sent this to his mum. For he went and died, says the retired detective. She got it after it was phoned that he died. Your eyes are glued to the letter because the woman apparently never freaking opened it. She didn't have the heart to open it. When Commodus the week after it arrived. Oh, bloody bless. When she passed last month, she called me to help check for any old case files at her home. Saw this, saw the date, he says. He didn't open it. Can't, he says. Sealed. See the wax seal on it? You nod. Made with magic, he says. Trick I told him and Lawrence. Someone else tries to open it, then it ain't for them. Whole thing burns up. Robbie had enough magic in him to make stuff like that. Peterson chuckles mirthlessly. Would have lived longer as a mage instead of a dumbass detective. Unfortunately, they didn't chase the magic out. Why? Detective Peterson's face clouds over briefly with grief. He coughs to clear it away. A mark of stoic coldness back in place. Yeah, because these two are dead now. If he hadn't put them on the path of being a detective, they probably wouldn't be dead right now. Willing to bet, he says, that you can open it. The two of you were working together to find Lawrence, weren't you? Yes. Robbie shared findings with you? Some of them. He's either you or no one else left on Earth, he says. Betting on you, kid. You reach forward and take the envelope. Your hands are trembling when you realise this was sent the day he was taken. This could be it. This could be the breakthrough. What did you see, Robert? I saw the deathly beast, blah blah blah. It looked like so-and-so. Why would he send that to his mum, though? It was so important they had to take you, had to kill you, that you didn't have time to tell. No. That was too dangerous to say out loud, too terrifying, too risky to do anything else but send a letter to someone outside the city. What did you find, Robert? Well, whatever he found, it got him killed. You grip the edge of the envelope and tear it open. It doesn't catch fire, and then the window decides to shatter right at that moment because someone's about to try and kill you. Because apparently I was smart detective here, couldn't tell he was being followed and decided to choose the most obvious place to get a shootout. I'm sorry, I'm really annoyed at him for this. I mean, he's a detective, right? Why didn't he think for a moment? Was his like judgment that clouded that he didn't even think for a moment that this would happen? There's a warm tingle in your chest. You're already diving under the table, but not before you see Detective Peterson's head explode. Brain, blood, saliva, and skull fragments shoot out and cover your face as you move under the table. Windows after windows shattered from gunshots. Again, we just heard about this. Why didn't he think this would happen? It's a cover-up. You hide under the table as you mutely stare at the lower half of Peterson's body. Men, women, and children fall around you, screams piercing the air, louder than the gunshots that make your ears ring. There's a warm tingle in your chest. You can't stay on the table any longer. It is dangerous to linger. You need to run. You need to get out of here. Your gaze moves the envelope still in your hand and you clutch it tightly. You fold it and shove it in your bra. You stare out from under the table you have hidden. Glassy eyes of dead patrons stare at you. A handful were headshots. You see their brains oozing out of their skulls. Blood pools over the tile floor of the diner, and the waitresses are slumped over the counters. The trays of food and coffee are scattered on the floor. One of the children who survived the first round is clutching at a woman and sobbing hysterically. The woman is choking on her blood, but you see the last bit of her strength as she tries to soothe her baby. All the windows have been shattered by this point. There's a warm tingle in your chest and you have to leave. The guns won't stop, and soon. You wince when you hear the front door get kicked down. Oh God, and then the child has been silenced. Well, run for it. Whew. It's like everything went from 1 to like 10,000 within like a split second. We're just like... Quiet, quiet, quiet. You make yourself quiet and small. The man shuffles in, jeering and loud. You can't see much from your spot under the table. Got him. The detective? Fuck yeah, did it. There's one thing in your chair. Easiest fucking job. They move closer to your spot. One hops the counter and busts open the register. Bonus cash, too. Deep breath. What do? How do you run away from this? The seat is covered in glass. If you climb into it to escape out the window, you'll make a lot of noise and attract their attention. As soon as they spot you, they'll shoot you. You move to stab the deceased detective. You know what you have to do. You move into his booth, carefully not to directly touch it, to not disturb the glass. Some of it shifts under you, but is quiet enough to not draw attention. You grip Detective Peterson's still warm corpse. I'm so sorry about this, detective, but, you know, it has to happen. As you shimmy into the booth beside him, you flip him over to use as a shield. I'm so sorry, detective, for this. I apologize for defining your body in this way, but, you know, it has to be done. You stand up, struggling to keep him lifted to cover you. Hey! You shove your butt through the window as the first gunshot rings out. You feel a powerful force slam into Detective Peterson's body. Blood sprays everywhere, and you tumble back through the window with his body still shielding you. You brave those who fall to land correctly. The moment your back hits the pavement, you shove his body off and scramble to get up. The glass shards everywhere. You know you're getting cut up, but you don't care. There's a warm tingle in your chest, and you sprint. Shoot that bitch! They said no witnesses! I can't remember. I think it was Duck. Yes, Duck. You hear something whiz above you. You don't stop. Your heels break when you run, but plushies, you don't care. You do not stop, you run. You sprint with all of your speed, and you do not stop. You don't dare look back. There's a warm tingle in your chest. You run and run and run, because that's what you do best. It's time to run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. Oh my god, the detective just freaking died. You run for hours around the city, circling through alleys and cutting across the park. It is late at night. On all of the city, you hear the chaos. Stars above, this is mayhem. Damn whoever started this, damn them. I'm looking at you, Gaster. Detective Peterson. You can't tell if you want to laugh or cry. You hiccup to catch your breath as you continue to flee through the city. You can't stop. What are the odds? The chances? The detective comes to the scene and then is immediately shot? No way that's a coincidence. That was a headshot, a clean headshot. They opened with his death. Got him. The detective, fuck yeah, did it. They targeted him. Yes, they did. Oh god. Just like they did with Robert. Oh. Frickin' Robert. Was Lawrence a target too? Oh no, he wasn't lucky enough for that now, was he? Oh gosh darn it all. Alright, we are getting close to the end of this chapter. Oh, bloomin' echo, bloomin' boy. Oh boy, our adventure is coming close to an end. You do not dare return to your apartment until it is late, and you're absolutely certain no one could have followed you. You return with trembling legs and an exhausted heart. You barely shut the door when you hear a knock. Oh, plushies, give me a break. Miss Holmes, this is the police. We saw you enter. Open up. Holmes. The last name Lawrence gave the both of you. You know, like Sherlock Holmes. You don't want to open the door, but you don't think you have a choice in the matter. You were physically drained from escaping the diner, and there's no way for you to sneak out of your apartment as it is. With shaky hands, you open the door. You see 2 officers outside, conveniently. No, 3. One is hiding just barely out of sight for some reason. You swallow roughly, and you ask what's going on. The first officer, John, from his name tag, flatly asks you, "Do you know a Detective Peterson?" You give them a blank look. The second officer, Ben, from his name tag, said, "Did you meet him earlier today?" Easiest fucking job. You don't say anything. There's a warm tingle in your chest. You don't need to. You quietly ask them what they want from you. "Miss Twinkle," the officer says slowly and quietly, "we left you be this past few years out of courtesy." Your hand tightens on the doorway. There's a warm tingle in your chest. "You're blood of one of our own," he continues. "And you're a child. You were a child then. You're not anymore. AKA, you were technically the blood of one of our own, AKA Lawrence, because he was part of the police force, so there is some, like, honour amongst them. But because I'm no longer a child, it means that, I'm no longer safe, you know? It's like, no. It's fine, you're an adult now. It's okay for us to go for you. You touch me, I will hurt you." You swallow roughly. What do they want? "It's time to stop searching," answers Ben. "You understand?" You know what they did. You don't respond, and you clench your jaw and give a tiny nod. "Good evening, miss." You slam the door shut. There's a warm tingle in your chest. If only you could remember before it's too late. You look down at yourself. Stars your mouth. There's still glass in your cuts and you're covered in blood. Your palms and knees look like a mess, and you're certain your ass isn't any better since you slid down the window. Adrenaline can carry you so far, and you reach the edge of what you can do. Stars, 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 what do you do? There's a warm tingle in your chest and you're not safe here anymore. Not anymore, and you need help. You need him. First of all, yeah, the police are now out to get me. Blooming great. When all else fails, let's call for the hubby. We need SANS. Here we go, folks. Here we go. We're coming to the end of the chapter. Papyrus takes a long drink from his coffee. The skeleton monster sits at his recliner, enjoying the rare moment of peace. Everything been frantically busy since Wingeding sets things off. Confirming, yeah, it was Wings. He and his brothers have had to constantly run around to put out fires that would have impeded their businesses too much. He understands some chaos is inevitable, but stars, it's bordering on madness. The city is ready to boil over. Papyrus does not sigh. He has too much self-control for that when he hears the phone ringing, but he wants to. He forces himself to stand back up, and he sets his coffee down. He picks up the phone. A soft voice goes, "Hello?" Papyrus frowns. "Miss Twinkle, is SANS there?" "One moment." Papyrus carefully sets the phone down. He goes through the house and enters the garage, where SANS sits at his workbench. The skeleton monster has his sleeves rolled up as he tinkers with some new weapons. It looks like a big gun, although Papyrus can't be certain. SANS taps his foot absentmindedly on the concrete as he works. "SANS?" "Uh-huh." SANS doesn't look up from his work. "Phone for you." "Take a message. Albertine, Greece, buddy." Absentmindedly answers SANS. "It is Miss Twinkle." At once, SANS stands up and is reaching for his towel to wipe his hands. "Why didn't you lead with that?" Papyrus snorts. "I am not your messenger, SANS." Yeah, says SANS. "Thanks for letting me know. I'll take care of it." "You are not entering the house if any grease will drip off you," warns Papyrus. "That's why we installed a phone in the garage," dismisses SANS. Papyrus is disgusted to notice the garage phone handle is covered in black oil. SANS picks up the phone and says, "Hey, sweetheart, what's going on?" "SANS, I need help," Twinkle says. Her voice cracks. Alarms shoot through SANS and his soul tightens. "What's going on? Where are you? You safe?" "I'm at the Black Swan. I need a place to stay. "Sit tight. I'm coming to get you," says SANS. "Thank you." "Be there soon, baby doll," he says, and he hangs up. He's about to reach for his suit hat when he realizes that he's absolutely covered in oil and grease, and he grimaces. "What's going on?" asks Papyrus. "Twinkle needs to stay with us," says SANS. "I figured Twinkle lives in a dangerous area. The apartment's bound to get hit. I will prepare the guest room. I suggest you at least change before you get your human, because you will not be allowed to step foot in the house like that." SANS sighs. "Can you toss me a couple of clean rags from the bin?" "Yes." Chapter 7 end. So, here we are at the very end of the chapter. That was all current chapters available for SANS's romance route. That is how you beat this. And remember, you can have your yellow rose as your favourite flower and still proceed all the way to the end with romance with SANS without getting stuck in a death route with Dr. Rose coming after you. Sometimes accepting yellow roses does not mean that a serial killer is going to come and get you. It just means that you have a favourite flower and you are willing to risk death itself to keep it as your fave. But yeah, that was it. That was SANS's romance route from start to finish with all the hidden messages. Now, I would also like to clarify that each of the romance routes will have different hidden messages, meaning Papyrus will have different ones, Wingedings will have his own unique ones, and so will Ezreal. And, of course, the friendship does too. So, if you guys want me to continue the If Mafiafell series, 10 likes on the video, and I will, of course, resume it. Now, if we get 15 likes on the video, I will bring you another of the romance routes. Which I'll put a poll up once we hit 15 likes, and you guys can choose if you want me to go for Papyrus or Wingedings or even Ezreal next. So yeah, what do you guys want? I will of course still keep the friendship being split up into sections because it's a lot more manageable for me, but if you guys want me to go back and do the romance routes like this as this big, huge, massive video from start to finish, that way you can follow along if you want, then I can do that. Alright? And on top of that, I have some news. darkpetal16 is pregnant. The only reason I'm aware of this is because when If Horrortale updated and had chapter 2, towards the end there was a message confirming that darkpetal16 is pregnant, and that's why things are a lot more slower to update. So congratulations, darkpetal16, on being pregnant. I have no clue how many weeks or how many months or how many babies, But congratulations, we are so proud. And I'm looking forward to covering more of the If series. Now, I'm going to go ahead and edit this and get it up. And on top of that, wow, this one made me worry even more about Lawrence than ever before. I would love to hear your thoughts and your theories. Would absolutely love it. But also keep in mind, again, when going through this, it really does help if you watch my previous videos. Because, yeah, there's going to be a lot of spoilers in this one. And yeah, whew, this took so many hours to record. Whew, that was quite an adventure. Right then, see you guys in the next video. And thank you so much for waiting, and thank you so much for watching.